Death by Gingerbread. Previously published as
The Proof is in the Pudding. Ginger Burnet Cozy Mysteries. Book 1. Clementine Moore. Prologue. To the outside observer, the scene in the living room was peaceful. A large, fawn-coloured greyhound dozed in front of the large stone fireplace, warmed by the flickering flames. To one side was the old man, resting easily in his large wingback chair, flicking through the stock market reports as he usually did at this time of night. On the opposite side of the fire, the man's beautiful wife was draped elegantly along a chaise lounge, tapping away on her sleek laptop. The observer shivered, but whether it was from the cold or longing they weren't sure. Since it was a damp, bitter night in early October, complete with a light drizzle that dampened everything, it should have been the former. But the feeling of longing was cold as an Arctic gale. There wasn't just the glass of the window separating them from the domestic scene inside. It was so much more than that. Why did the old man deserve such peace when there were so many others who were without it? Did anyone in this sleepy village really appreciate the peace they took for granted? Maybe they would when all of this was over. Chapter 1. The shriek filled every room in the small cottage. Ginger Burnet, hazel eyes wide with panic, raced down the narrow, creaking stairs. She could hear the heavy footsteps of her pursuer close behind her as she took the corner into the living room. It was barely dawn in Little Chiswick, in the county of Gloucestershire, and the house was still unlit. Every corner was darkened with shadow as Ginger dashed across the living room. Disaster struck when the woven rug laid on the smooth wooden floorboards flew out from under her feet. Ginger crashed to the ground. It was over for her. Moments after, her attacker struck with vicious precision. Letting out a yelp of pain, Ginger rolled onto her back, pushing her long brown hair out of her face. "That's my toe, you little miscreant!" Nina, the larger of the pair of British blue short-hair cats who also lived in the Georgian-era stone cottage, paused her assault on Ginger's fluffy slipper socks. Her ears flickered back and forth. "I thought we agreed that if I bought you the little dangling mouse on a string toy, you wouldn't treat my slippers as your nemesis," Ginger said, swatting lightly at Nina as the cat's wide golden eyes locked once more on the closest woolen tassel. Strolling into the living room at a far more dignified pace, the second of Ginger's cats, Miles, wandered over to investigate the chaos his sister had caused. Although one of his greenish golden eyes was milky with blindness, his other was bright with curiosity as he immediately climbed into Ginger's lap before stepping deliberately on her stomach. "Ow, that's my bladder, Your Highness." Ginger winced, shooing the cat away despite his indignant meows of protest. "Go on, the both of you. Find something else to do besides bother me. I still need to do an icing test on the cake before I leave for work. Nina, no." Slick as butter, the cat sprung out of Ginger's reach, one claw caught in the woolen weave of the knee-high grey socks. When she tugged on her prey, however, the claw slipped loose. This sudden movement was enough to convince Miles it was time to play. Ginger gasped as he used her stomach as a launch pad to attack his sister, before the two cats went skittering out of the living room. Shaking her head with a chuckle, Ginger straightened the rug, then got to her feet. Flipping on the tall lamp in the corner by her precious turntable, she trailed a finger along the collection of records filling the shelf. Pulling out an Ella Fitzgerald record, she placed it on the turntable. As the music filled the early morning in the chilly house, Ginger danced toward the kitchen, letting the energy of a new day fill her. Although she'd been up late the night before baking and had only slept in fits and starts, she was finding it easier to face each day. Of course, the events at Arlington Manor in August still haunted her dreams, but the ghosts were getting quieter. She was getting better at sleeping through the night, but after so many mornings spent watching and waiting for the sunrise to banish the memories, she found she enjoyed the fresh sense of possibility the early morning brought. So here she was at 5 a.m., dancing to Ella Fitzgerald around her kitchen, preparing to attempt an icing test for her latest cake project. Setting the kettle on to boil, she prepared her usual morning cup of peppermint tea and cafetiere of coffee. The kitchen was her favourite room in the house for obvious reasons. With its blue-grey cabinet doors and drawer fronts, floor tiles the colour of light brown sugar, and the exposed beams of the cottage giving it a homey air, Ginger spent much of her time there. When she wasn't cooking or baking for friends, family, clients who had ordered a cake, or herself, she would often sit cross-legged on one of the worn chairs reading baking articles and watching videos on her laptop at the scrubbed oak table. The table, a hefty, knife-scarred thing, had been there since before the previous owner of the cottage had moved in, back in the 60s, and Ginger loved the character it added to the room. Opening the fridge, she carefully lifted out the sweet and sticky loaf cake that had been cooling overnight. The earthy, sweet scent of stem ginger and sticky black treacle filled the kitchen. Ginger experimentally poked the rich golden brown surface, frowning at the texture. "A little dry," she murmured, setting it on the oak countertop. "Maybe the curd and buttercream will help." After pouring her tea and coffee, she set the steaming cup and cafetiere on the table and began gathering the ingredients for her buttercream icing. Soon she had a large bowl of creamy, fluffy coconut buttercream ready for spreading. However, she first halved the loaf cake and spread a generous layer of mango curd inside before layering the cake once more. "I hope Mum and Colin like the flavour," Ginger said to the house at large as she began applying the buttercream. "Getting gluten-free cake right is always a challenge." The cake was a test bake for the creation she was planning for her stepfather Colin's retirement party at the end of the month. After 27 years as a tree surgeon and manager for the woodland of a local wildlife sanctuary, he was stepping away from his job. Ginger had offered to provide the cake, and she had big plans for it. The time flew by, and before she knew it, Ginger's coffee was gone, the cake was done, and she was running late for her job at Chiswick Academy. Swearing under her breath, Ginger rushed to box up the cake, then changed out of her slipper socks and into her shoes. Wriggling into her coat and yanking on a woolen hat that mussed up her feathery bangs, she dashed out of the door with the cake box tucked under her arm. Soon, Ginger was cycling at a brisk pace along the quiet, winding country road that hid the row of 3 cottages, of which hers was the last. Farmland rolled away on both sides of the lane like textured fondant. Most of the fields contained nothing but the bristled remains of wheat and barley stalks. Crows and gulls searched for fallen grains, scattering into the air like salt and pepper as Ginger flew by on her bike. The stress of running late soon dissolved, and Ginger took a deep breath of the clean, slightly damp morning air. From somewhere there drifted the earthy, but not unpleasant scent of mulch and wet fallen leaves. By the time Ginger turned onto the long, winding gravel drive that led to the doors of Chiswick Academy, she was humming and, once again, on time. Chiswick Park was renowned as one of the best schools in the county, if not the whole of the southwest of England. It was an old institution, dating back several hundred years when it had started life as a seminary. The academy was now responsible for several hundred students from around the country and the world who lived at the school for the whole term, as well as nearly 200 more students who lived locally and only attended during the day. The myriad of affluent parents who sent their children to Chiswick Park kept the school's 7 teaching buildings and large chapel, all built of the honeyed local Cotswold limestone, in perfect condition. It also paid for the gym, swimming pool, woodworking and ceramic studios, block of stables, and personal cricket pitch. There were children everywhere as she pulled up at the front of the school, all dressed in the rick burgundy and sky blue uniform of the academy. As Ginger dismounted her bike and wheeled it into the sleek glass and metal-covered bike storage unit, complete with CCTV and multiple layers of storage, several of the faculty members heading into the building gave her a wave. One of these was Bonnie Nat, one of Ginger's longtime friends and a member of the art department at the academy. "Is that a cake box I spy in your bicycle basket?" she called, shooing several young students toward the doors as the first bell rang. "Or are you just happy to see me?" Ginger laughed, locking her bike into place. "Both, as always, Bonnie. I'll leave the cake in the staff room for everyone to try at lunch." Bonnie gave a grin and a thumbs up, the October sunshine making her short auburn hair glow like fire. "Your baking is a source of great temptation to me, Ginger Burnet," said a deep male voice from behind her. Clutching the cake box to her chest like a shield, Ginger spun around, torn between her flight, fight, or freeze instincts. "Reese," she said, as she recognised Chiswick Park's newest history teacher, trying not to stare at the way his cycling shirt clung to his broad, muscled chest. "For a big guy, you can be very quiet. You scared me." Reese frowned in consternation. With his light brown hair still mussed by his bike helmet and his dark brown eyes pinched slightly with concern, he strongly reminded Ginger of a remorseful chocolate Labrador or a worried Cocker Spaniel. "I'm terribly sorry," he said, his lilting Welsh accent making Ginger's heart flutter a little as it always did. "Would you perhaps like me to wear one of those bells they have on cats' collars?" Ginger laughed, the panic retreating as quickly as it had consumed her. "Perhaps," she said, falling into step with him as they both walked toward the main building. "Although I'm sure that would only make the Year 10 girls find you even more adorable." Reese flushed and grimaced, ruffling his hair to ease his awkwardness. "Bonnie told me last week that one of the house mothers found out a group of the girls had made an Instagram account dedicated to me," he said, opening the door for them both and ushering Ginger through ahead of him. "It was called the Chiswick Tilf, although God knows what that means." Ginger bit down on a smile. "Tilf," she said innocently. "I think it means teacher I'd like to Sweet Mary, Jesus and Joseph," he muttered, hurrying away toward the teacher's shower and changing room before she could finish. "You're a menace, Ginger. I'll see you later." Ginger laughed heartily as she continued on toward the kitchens, only remembering at the last moment that she needed to leave the cake in the staff room. Retracing her steps, she wandered through the now empty halls. Peering into the box to examine how the cake had survived her commute, she almost collided with someone as they unexpectedly turned the corner. "Ginger," said Professor Callum West, head of the English department, reaching out to steady her. "Turning up like a bad penny as usual, eh?" She couldn't help but grin at his greeting. Although she'd only been working at Chiswick Park for just over a month, Callum had been warm and friendly to her from the very start. There was an energy about his whole appearance and demeanour, the stylish kind of bald, bright blue eyes, clean-shaven, and somehow managing to look casually dressed even in the three-piece brown suit he wore every day. That drew people in. Ginger was not the exception, and she quickly counted Callum as a friend. They had plenty to talk about despite him being 15 years older than her 28 years, and he'd come to dinner at her house several times, followed by hours of drinking good scotch and listening to jazz while they had animated conversations. But right now, Callum looked distracted, peering up and down the corridor. "I don't suppose you've seen Gus Amberley while coming to school?" he asked. "I was supposed to have a meeting with him before class started, but he didn't show up." Ginger thought for a moment, trying to think if she'd seen the hunched, sullen figure of Gus Amberley, only son of one of the richest families in Chiswick, in the halls. "Sorry," she said, shrugging her shoulders helplessly. "I haven't seen him today." Callum frowned, rubbing a hand across his lined forehead. "All right, Ginger. Thank you anyway. I'll see you later." Ginger watched him go, wearing a frown of her own. Callum had never mentioned Gus to her before, but the concern in his face was serious. What was going on with Gus Amberley? Chapter 2. Ginger was soon too busy to wonder about the whereabouts of Gus Amberley. It was chicken pie for lunch that day, and all the food at Chiswick Park was made fresh. For the next several hours, Ginger was up to her elbows, almost literally, in short crust pastry. Once the pastry was finished and passed on to the other staff, who were actually assembling the pies, Ginger turned her attention to the list of baked goods she was supposed to make that day for the cafe in Melville House. Most of Ginger's day was spent in Melville House, the smallest of Chiswick Park's 7 main buildings. It had originally been built by Lord Thomas Melville, the owner during the 1750s, as guest quarters for the staff of his noble friends. Now the building served as a social space and cafe for the students who boarded at the school, with an added hospitality area for visitors. Ginger had been hired to run the cafe, a job which involved providing fresh baked goods each day. She was in the process of assembling a chocolate cake layered with honeycomb whipped cream when she felt a recognizable flustered presence behind her. "How can I help you, headmaster?" she asked, not looking away from the cake as she carefully set the top layer on top of the thick cream filling. George Harvey, the average height, slightly doughy man who was the current headmaster of Chiswick Academy, rubbed his hands together as he hovered in the doorway of the kitchen. His brown hair was thinning on top, and everyone knew he had all kinds of bizarre hair growth tricks and serums delivered to the school, so his wife didn't know. As usual, he wore a dark blue suit that might have looked distinguished on him 15 years and 20 pounds ago, but now just looked strained. But then, everything about Headmaster Harvey looked strained. "I just came from Melville House and noticed that the new cakes hadn't been put out yet," he said, fiddling with his thick-framed black glasses. "They're meant to be out by 12:20 and it's noon now and I didn't see you setting them up." The cake safely in place, Ginger dusted off her hands on her skirt, then turned to the headmaster. "Everything is ready to go," she said with forced calm. "I already heated up the coffee machine and just came back to put the cakes together. The cafe will be open at 12:30 as always, headmaster." "Good. Good to know." Headmaster Harvey lingered for a moment longer, forcing several of the kitchen porters to awkwardly skirt around him. "Can I do anything else for you?" Ginger asked, trying not to giggle as she imagined Bonnie's reaction when Ginger told the story later in the break room. "Otherwise, I really should get on. Can't have the cafe opening late, can we?" The headmaster immediately straightened, flushing as he realised he was causing a delay. "Of course not, Miss Burnet. Carry on." He turned to leave and almost ran face first into the swinging silver doors that led out of the kitchen. The kitchen staff all pretended to not have seen, but as soon as he was out of sight, the kitchen filled with muffled laughter. Ginger chuckled, shaking her head, and began loading up the hostess trolley with the cakes, muffins, brownies and scones intended for Melville House. The main halls were filled with students at this time of day, so Ginger decided to take the outside route through the decorative courtyard garden, enclosed on all four sides by the main house. The paths were made of smooth grey sandstone slabs and were edged with neatly clipped box hedges. The stone was dotted with darker patches which were still wet with the previous night's rain. Ginger turned her face to the October sun, enjoying the cool breeze after so many hours spent in the kitchens. If the weather was good that weekend, she would take her mother apple picking, she thought. Maybe she'd even be able to get her brother Valerian to come along. It wasn't as if he had done anything other than drink and mope since he'd been put on temporary suspension from the police force the month before. "I have to wonder if there is ever a moment in your day where you don't have a cake with you or something to hand." For the second time that day, Ginger was startled from her thoughts by Reese's voice. He waved from his place on a bench beside the pond at the centre of the courtyard. One ankle was propped on the opposite knee in a pose of relaxation. A book lay open on his thickly muscled thigh. "I'm working on getting a bell," he promised with a grin that made the light stubble on his cheeks, chin and upper lip catch the sun slightly. "For now I'll still be addressing you initially from a distance." Ginger laughed, slowing her pace. "I appreciate that. Pretty sure I've got a spare cat collar with a bell at home. I could bring it in tomorrow for you." Reese grinned. "It's a very kind offer, but I have my own bell supplier, thank you." "How very middle class of you," Ginger teased, halting completely as she drew level with him. "Interesting book." Reese nodded, picking it up to show her the cover. "The Moneyless Man. It's about a guy who lived completely without money for a year as an experiment, but he still lives like that now." "You'd better not let the headmaster see you reading that," Ginger said with a laugh as she continued on through the courtyard, sticking to the path that would take her across the quieter East Hall toward Melville House. "He'll be terrified Callum corrupted you and is getting you to teach all the kids about anarchy and convincing them to turn on their rich capitalist parents." "Long live the revolution!" Reese called after her, giving an overly serious salute. The rest of the afternoon for Ginger consisted of manning the counter at the little cafe in Melville House. Apart from a few prospective parents there to meet with George Harvey, it was quiet for several hours. Ginger therefore took the opportunity to sketch and doodle plans for Colin's retirement cake. Her plan was to build an entirely edible forest out of cookies, puffed rice sculpted into various shapes, and a huge amount of fondant icing. The centerpiece, however, would be the ginger cake she was currently taste testing, decorated to look like the porter cabin that had been his office for many years. The recipe she was trying to recreate was of a cake she'd had only once as a teenager. Colin had taken Ginger, her brother and her mother Dorothy, whom he'd just married, to show them where he'd grown up in Jamaica and to meet his extended family. The cake had been baked by Colin's grandmother, and even 13 years later, Ginger could remember how perfect it had been. It was the perfect thing to have as his retirement cake, but to Ginger's deep frustration, she just couldn't seem to get the recipe right. Not that she was actually working off a recipe since Colin's grandmother had died several years before, and she had never written any of her recipes down. Therefore, Ginger was working off memory and guesswork. It didn't help her case that Colin had recently become gluten intolerant, meaning she needed to make the whole cake creation gluten-free. Ginger scribbled a note on the back of her hand that she needed to buy more xanthan gum at some point. As frustrating as it was, she was enjoying the challenge. She just didn't want to give Colin something that was anything less than perfect. "Any lingering scraps for a weary vagabond?" Callum West asked, joining Ginger behind the counter. "Surprised to see you still here." Ginger glanced up at the clock. "It's 5:30 already." Callum laughed, taking one of the apple and cinnamon muffins from the display case and beginning to eat it. "Been one of those days where time is a bit malleable?" he asked. Beginning the process of shutting up the cafe and cleaning up, Ginger nodded. "It was quiet in here for most of the afternoon apart from the 3 o'clock rush, so I guess I got a bit caught up in planning Colin's cake." "How's that going?" Callum asked, sitting on the counter while Ginger tidied as if he was a rebellious teenager and not a man in his early 40s with a PhD and a mortgage. "Is he looking forward to retirement?" They chatted easily for a while about Ginger's baking plans, the conversation soon evolving into a discussion about the colonialism inherent in much of British cooking. A natural lull appeared as Ginger finished packing away the cakes for the night. "What are you doing here so late?" she asked. "Surely you didn't stay just for a muffin and a chat, not when we've got dinner this weekend." Callum shook his head, brushing the last of the crumbs off his lap. "I'm lingering because I have a meeting with a parent," he said. "And after Gus Amberley not showing to our meeting this morning, I want at least one meeting today to not be a total waste of my time." He sighed in frustration, and Ginger cocked her head in question. "I've tried everything to get through to Gus," Callum said, visibly frustrated. "After the year off he took last year for that internship his father arranged for him, it's like he doesn't care about school at all. I've talked to him during class, after class, before class. I've talked to his parents, both individually and together. I've tried to arrange a tutor for him, but he never shows up to the appointments. It's all been fruitless, and I'm running out of ways to keep him just above a failing grade." "I'm sure your faith in him is appreciated," Ginger said, turning off the display lights and closing the security grates over the service hatch. "Even if he doesn't appreciate it now, I bet he will in the future." "I guess you can't save them all, no matter how hard you try," Callum said with a weak smile and slid off the counter. "I'll see you tomorrow, Ginny. Right now I've got papers to grade while I wait for this meeting." Ginger waved goodbye as Callum returned to the main building, while she headed for the kitchens to pick up her bag. Soon she was on her bike once again, pedalling steadily through the gloaming. As she wheeled her bike up the garden path, she could see Nina and Miles asleep on the front windowsill over the radiator. Her heart warmed with love for her little companions, and her step quickened. Tonight, she decided as she opened the door, was a night for soup, good cheese and good wine. Then, cuddle time with the cats before bed. 2 meows greeted her as she closed the door behind her and took off her hat. She smiled, heading for the living room. Life was good. Chapter 3. The next morning dawned cold and miserable. A fretful wind sent the branches of the cherry tree in the rear garden into a slashing frenzy. Ginger was awoken by Miles anxiously kneading her stomach, unsettled by the weather. The only sign of Nina was her glowing golden eyes from her hiding spot in the dusty shadows on top of the wardrobe. "It's all right, Miles," Ginger murmured, carrying the cat downstairs cradled in the crook of her dressing-gown-clad arm. "I'll make you the little blanket fort before I head out to work. You can spend the whole day hiding and sleeping if you need to, baby." Ginger spent her time before work drinking coffee, comforting Miles, and researching various chocolatier techniques she would need to practice for Colin's cake. "Guess that art and sculpture degree are coming in useful in the end, aren't they, Mum and Dad?" Ginger muttered to herself, clicking on another YouTube video and starting to take more notes. Stepping out of the house, leaving behind the promised blanket fort for Miles, Ginger made it 2 steps into the lashing rain before she decided that today was a driving day, not a cycling one. Leaving her bike in the tiny garage that housed her equally tiny car, she crawled along the lane toward Chiswick Park. Her wipers were working as hard as possible, but she still had to lean forward, squinting, to see the road through the pounding water. She still arrived early, however, the drive taking less time than her usual bike ride. Parking in the staff car park beside Melville House, Ginger held her coat over her head as she ran for cover. "Wouldn't be surprised if the roads flooded," Aston, the young, overly stylish receptionist, said glumly in response to Ginger's cheerful good morning and comment about the weather. "I was meant to be going to an art show tonight too." "I'm sure it'll be fine," Ginger said breezily, wiggling the large box she held toward him. "I brought carrot cake muffins in today. Your favourite. They're still warm too." Aston's usual look of detached sullenness that he wore at all times when not interacting with guests and important members of staff brightened just slightly. As if doing a strange cake strip tease, Ginger slowly peeled the lid off the box, releasing the glorious autumnal scent of cinnamon riding on the sweet smell of carrot. "My girlfriend is trying to make me do the whole keto thing," Aston said, even as he snaked a hand out to take a muffin. "But this is mainly carrots, right? So it's healthy." "If that's what you need to tell yourself," Ginger said, not pointing out that the cream cheese icing that topped the muffins was not even remotely healthy. Leaving Aston to his denial-and-door attitude, Ginger strolled past the cafe on the route to the kitchen that meant she would be outside for the least amount of time. As she wandered along the quiet hallways, currently empty of students at 8 in the morning, she paused with a frown. Crouching, she pulled an A6 notebook, bound in red faux leather, out of one of the decorative plants. It was easy to recognise, even without opening it. Ginger had seen Callum writing in it many times before, scribbling away at lunch or during a coffee break. She assumed it was some kind of personal journal or teaching notes, and so, even though she was curious, she didn't even take a peek. Instead, she tucked it into her pocket and changed her route to pass by Callum's office, thinking she would offer him a muffin along with his lost notebook. The light was on inside, brightening the words, "Professor Callum West, Ph.D., that were painted in gold typeface on the frosted glass of the door. Rapping her knuckles quickly on the glass, Ginger opened the door without waiting for an answer. She knew at this time of day he'd be leaning back in his chair, feet up on the distinguished wooden desk, a book in one hand, and his headphones playing his favourite Rammstein songs at full volume to prepare for the day. The scene that greeted her as she stepped inside, however, was very different. It took her a moment to even process what she was seeing. Although warm with light, the room was cold. There was a patch of soaked carpet where an open window had allowed the rain to pour inside all night. The desk was in disarray. A chair had been knocked over on the side of the desk, opposite Callum's tatty black chair that he insisted didn't need replacing. In the centre of it all was Callum, dressed in the slouchy black suit from the day before, and the black lace-up shoes he once told her he'd been wearing to work every day for the last 12 years. Except yesterday had apparently been the last day. Professor Callum West was hanging from a rope attached to the old chandelier hook. To Ginger's horror, he was very much dead. Chapter 4. Ginger was still clutching the box of cold muffins when she spotted Detective Inspector Jacob Klimek making his way through the crowd of crime scene investigators. His red hair was rumpled by the wind, and his grey woolen overcoat was spotted with rain. From the smear of jam in his moustache and beard, Ginger guessed the report of the incident had interrupted his breakfast. When he saw her perched on a chair in the corner of reception, he lifted a hand in greeting. Ginger weakly returned the wave, her pounding heart rate finally beginning to slow down. Before the DI could get to her, however, he was intercepted by George Harvey, who was practically vibrating with panic. The whole school had been shut down for the day, the boarders in Melville House evacuated to the main school building, so they were out of the way of the crime scene. From Headmaster Harvey's tense whispering, it was clear that he was trying to find out from Klimek what exactly he was supposed to tell the very financially important parents of the students. Watching D.I. Klimek quickly assure the stressed headmaster, Ginger couldn't help but think of the other crime scene she had seen him at only a few months ago. He had been the DI in charge of the Arlington Manor murders that Ginger had got caught up in that August. From experience, she knew he would be finding a kind and non-condescending way to calm and placate the headmaster. She knew D.I. Klimek, or Jacob, very well. The two of them had gone to the same small secondary school in Greater Chiswick, although Jacob had been a few years ahead of her. They'd had a brief summer flirtation the summer before she went away to university in London, but they'd quickly realised they were better suited as friends. "We need to stop meeting at Creamsini's Gin," D.I. Klimek said, taking the seat beside her. "How are you doing?" His blue eyes were soft with worry, so Ginger dredged up a smile at his gentle attempt at humour. "Hey," she protested. "I've been crime scene free for nearly 2 months now. You got to give me some credit, Jacob." He patted her on the hand, then took out a small black notebook and a pen. "I know you're still in shock," he said, "but I need to ask you about this morning and about finding Professor West. Can you do that for me?"
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Ginger nodded, straightening up. Callum was her friend. She needed to be strong for him. "From the beginning, if you can," Klimek said, pen poised above the paper. And so Ginger told him everything she could remember. Recounting the details, she found herself re-examining the situation as if from afar. The timing, state of the room, Callum's body. It all felt wrong. She trailed off in the middle of telling D.I. Klimek about Callum's usual morning routine. "Something isn't right about all this," she murmured, trying to mentally zoom in on details of the room the same way she would if she was hand-painting a design onto a cake. Klimek paused, lowering his notepad as a pale and wide-eyed Aston brought over 2 cups of tea. "Of course it doesn't feel right," he said, taking a sip. "You found the body of someone you know and care about. It's going to feel wrong, Gin." Ginger watched Jacob set down his cheerful Tetley's tea mug on the small table between them, scattered with trifolds and leaflets for counselling services, a guest lecture, studying abroad, and the dates for last summer's cricket matches. Each hairline crack in the mug looked like a gaping crevasse. The cacophony of colours and fonts and photos on the leaflets was suddenly overwhelming. "Ginger?" Jacob's voice was echoing somehow, even though the reception was a small, cosy room. There was a fierce stab of heat on her thigh, and she distantly realised that her hands were shaking so hard around her mug that she'd spilled tea on her leg. Jacob carefully lifted the cup out of her death grip and began rubbing large, soothing circles on her back. "I think that's enough for today," he said. "Just breathe deeply, Gin. In through the nose, out through the mouth." Ginger did as he said, slowly managing to get control of her breathing again. "Tell me about something else," Klimek said, not stopping the circles. "Any insane cake plans? Or have you seen Ryan lately?" Although the change in his voice was subtle, Ginger knew that Jacob was more interested in hearing her answer to the second question. "Not since he got suspended from the force," she said, resting her elbows on her knees and dropping her head to take deeper breaths. "He hasn't seen our mum either. I think he's too ashamed to face any of the family, even though we barely know what happened." "Something about getting too close to a suspect." Her brother Ryan, or Valerian as he was actually named, had until recently been a detective on the force with Klimek. That was until the beginning of September, when he had been suspended, but with pay, pending an investigation into his relationship with a female suspect, who ended up being found guilty of a range of crimes. Ginger had last seen her brother a few days before his suspension. He'd come to her house clearly in distress, but had only sat in silence at her kitchen table for half an hour, ignoring a cup of coffee and a flapjack, and then left just as suddenly as he'd arrived. Clement looked somewhat uncomfortable at the mention of Ryan, as if he regretted asking now that he realised he was caught in the conversation. "You know I want him back on the force as soon as possible," he said, handing Ginger's cup of tea back to her. "But we have to make sure we go through the proper investigation process. Even if Ryan didn't mean to aid and abet her in the crimes she committed, he still engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a suspect. It makes him appear to have questionable judgment, even though you and I both know it was just a one-time mistake." "Have you told him that?" Ginger asked, taking a sip of the now lukewarm drink. "I'm guessing he feels pretty shut out in the cold right now." Clement got to his feet, tucking the notebook away into his coat. "I'm not allowed to contact him until the internal investigation is over," he said. "But if you do see him, give Ryan my regards, will you?" "Sure," Ginger said, setting aside the drink and getting to her feet. "Do you need to know anything else about Callum, or—" "I'll be in touch to call you in for a follow-up interview," Clement said, peering up the corridor toward the teachers' offices. "Right now, I want you to go home, get some rest, and do something to get your mind off this." Ginger nodded silently, her stomach tightening as she recognised the approaching rattle of a metal gurney. The black body bag on the stretcher was supposed to preserve the dignity and identity of the deceased, she supposed, watching the porters from the morgue wheel the gurney to the waiting van outside. But it only made her think more intensely of Callum. He had been so full of life and energy and personality that for her last view of him to be shrouded in black plastic felt intensely wrong. Clement gave her a final squeeze on the arm and then left her to go and speak with the pathologist about the scene. Ginger blinked away tears, crossing to the window to watch her friend be loaded into the van. A figure approached her from the side, and she glanced over to see Rhys approaching, his hands pushed into his pockets. "I'm sorry about Callum," he said quietly, standing beside her by the window. "Sudden loss is never easy to deal with. Finding someone you're close to like that. It's a shock." The way he said it, and the haunted look in his eyes made her think he'd had that personal experience. "I thought facing death with strangers was hard," Ginger said in almost a whisper. "But it's so much worse with a friend." Rhys said nothing, as if not sure how to respond. Eventually he stepped a little closer until their arms barely touched. It should have been awkward, but Ginger appreciated the show of support, inching closer to him as if Rhys was a tether keeping her from floating away. The red beacons of the rear headlights became smaller as the van wound its way down the school's drive. Soon, the storm snuffed out the light, leaving only the afterglow on the back of Ginger's eyelids. Chapter 5. "Well, everyone in the village is in shock over the whole thing," Ginger's mother Dorothy said, spooning another helping of rice and pigeon peas into her bowl. "Carolyn Frisk even went so far as to ask if you told me anything about how you found him." She snorted, brushing one of her short brown curls off her forehead. "Nosy cow." Ginger shook her head in exasperation, mopping up the remains of Colin's speciality slow-cooked goat curry with her last bite of cocoa bread. "You'd better not have said anything, Mum," she warned. "Callum was my friend. I don't want to be ambushed into a conversation in Tesco by the morbid members of your book club." "Of course not," Dorothy said, her voice rising in protest. "Callum was a lovely man and he doesn't deserve to become cheap gossip." Colin, her stepfather, chuckled beside his wife. "If you do get awkward questions," he pointed out, "you could provide them with wildly inaccurate misinformation. Tell everyone something different. Muddy the waters, so to speak." Musing as she took a sip of her wine, Ginger shrugged. "A possible plan," she said, sharing a conspiratorial grin with Colin, but it soon slipped off her face. "Work just feels strange without Callum. We'd see each other every day and now he's just, not there. He was going to make pierogies at my place this weekend as part of our experimental cooking evenings." Colin reached across the table and took her hand. "I'm sorry, love," he said. his deep, rumbling voice with its warm Caribbean accent soothing her the way it had ever since her parents' divorce when she was 15. You're going to find a lot more of those gaps in your life, and it's going to feel strange. For a little while, it's going to feel like you've had a thread ripped out of the fabric of your world, and everything is unraveling. But you'll find a way to weave it back together again. Why not try one of your complicated imaginative baking projects? Dorothy asked, crossing her gangly legs under her on the dining chair, her glass of wine held loosely in one hand. As she often did, Ginger reflected on what a wonderfully unique person her mother was. Elegant without being fussy, curious and insightful without being pushy or irritating. She had an air of being relaxed in her own skin, but not in a sloppy, uncaring way. Right now she was wearing her painter's smock over harem pants and a blue denim shirt that Ginger knew she'd owned since before either of her children were born. There was a smudge of canary yellow paint on the bridge of her nose, and she'd clearly forgotten about the pencil she'd jammed into her tangle of brown hair. I wanted to talk to the two of you about that, actually, Ginger said, picking up the dropped grains of rice from off the autumnal-coloured tablecloth. About the baking thing. Anything more specific, Ginny? Colin asked, taking a sip from his bottle of homemade scrumpy cider. Well, Ginger leaned back in her chair, nibbling on another piece of coconut bread. It's about your retirement party cake, and I don't want to give too much away, but I need some help with the recipe. Dorothy waved a hand vaguely toward the kitchen. I've got some great tricks for helping with the gluten-free baking. It's less about the gluten-free thing and more about the recipe itself, Ginger said. I had your Nana's ginger cake once, Colin. I'm trying to recreate it from memory since she didn't leave it written down. She shrugged helplessly. I'm sure it will be wonderful, Gin, Colin said, taking another drink. You've got a great instinct for ingredients and taste. Sure, Ginger said. It tastes good, but not like hers. Do you think one of your family back in Jamaica could try and remember what the recipe was? I'll send an email out to see if anyone can help, Colin said, draining his bottle. But whatever you come up with, I know the cake will be wonderful. Of course it will, Dorothy said, changing position to drape her bare feet over her husband's legs. That spread that you put on for the Bowls Club last weekend? I've been getting texts and emails about it all week. They can't wait for when you can next do it. Well, why don't I give you a preview of a creation I'm working on? Ginger said, hopping out of her chair, glad to be focused on other things. I brought a cake. I'd be more surprised if you hadn't brought one of your experiments, Colin said, gathering up the bowls. I'll get it from the kitchen. Maybe grab another bottle on your way back, my sweet, Dorothy called after Colin, a soft look in her eyes as she watched her husband. I hate to bring the mood down, Ginger said, leaning forward and lowering her voice. But have you heard from Ryan lately? Or seen him? Dorothy sighed, and Ginger felt some regret as she watched the calm and relaxation drain from her mother's face. I haven't heard from or seen Valerian in a while, Dorothy said slowly. Even at the best of times, he didn't like coming here because of Colin, and I got tired of that, so I refused to go to visit him until he came to dinner with me and Colin. I'm assuming he hasn't taken you up on the offer yet, Ginger guessed, rubbing a hand across her eyes. Why does he have to be so difficult? We're not teenagers anymore. Continuing to throw a tantrum in your 30s about your mum remarrying when you were 18 is just embarrassing. As we've both repeatedly told him, Dorothy said dryly, emptying her wineglass in one final gulp. But I am worried about him, so maybe go and check on him this weekend. Make him a cake and take it over. She held up a hand as Ginger began to protest. It'll help take your mind off the fact that Callum won't be there for experimental food night. Fine, Ginger muttered, the conversation drawing to a close as Colin returned from the kitchen. In one hand was a cherry upside-down cake, dripping blood-red syrup onto the green patterned serving plate. In the other was a bottle of wine. Let's finish this evening off in style, shall we, ladies? He said with a grin, setting down his gifts and crossing to the stereo. Soon the music of Duke Ellington filled the room with bright, brassy warmth. Dorothy got up from her chair, pulling her husband into a dance, and Ginger watched them both with a smile. The dead didn't have to be forgotten for life to go on. I thought I'd had my fill of bad stuff for this year, Ginger said, making herself an evening cup of peppermint tea as usual. I mean, when you survive the Arlington Manor murders, I feel like it uses up several years of bad luck at once, right? You'd think so. From the laptop open on the table, Maggie McFelder released a deep sigh. Yet somehow the universe didn't get that particular memo. I'm so sorry about Callum. I know he was a good friend to you when you started at the school and everyone was being weird because of, you know. The soothing tones of her friend's Scottish accent helped Ginger relax her shoulders slightly. Her friendship with Maggie, a Filipino-Scot currently working as a sound director for a theatre in Stratford-upon-Avon, had begun in the most unlikely of places. They had both survived a uniquely horrifying reality baking show that August, which had ended in several murders, and the downfall of a knight of the realm. Now the two of them talked via video often, and Maggie had even come to stay at the cottage for a weekend in September. It just doesn't make sense to me, Ginger said, pottering around the kitchen, tidying things away in her daily ritual. I know that everyone is saying Callum took his own life, but I can't help but think that's not what happened. People can be suicidal and not look like it, Gin, Maggie said gently, looking away from the screen as she tapped away at her other computer. Sorry, just making sure all the sound cues are in order. We had one screw-up last night. Let me tell you that 30 seconds of silence does not improve a black box theatre version of Henry V Part 1, where the set is made entirely of cardboard. Ginger laughed, but her heart wasn't in it. All the peace she'd managed to gather over dinner with her mother and Colin had dissipated as soon as she'd arrived home. You know, she said, pausing in cleaning and speaking straight to Maggie. I got home from dinner this evening and I found myself just staring at this scarf that Callum accidentally left behind after our last experimental cooking session. She tapped her fingernails on the mug in a random pattern of notes. He said he'd pick it up this weekend, but that's obviously not going to happen, so what am I supposed to do with it now? Maggie had stopped her work to listen. Her sweet, round face, complete with her strawberry cupcake nose stud, was so filled with sympathy and concern that Ginger had to blink back tears. I can't just leave it there, she said, wiping at her eyes. It's Callum's, but I don't know if there's someone who should get it or whether he has any family, and I know people will say to me, oh, it's only a scarf, not need to think about it so hard. But it matters because he was my friend and I don't want to always look at that scarf on my coat rack, wishing I'd been brave and found out the truth about it. Maggie sighed softly. In the background, Ginger could hear an announcement for people to begin taking their seats. You need to work, Ginger said, forcing a smile. Sorry for the word vomit. Needed to vent, I guess. Have you considered that you maybe weren't talking about Callum's scarf just now? Maggie asked, apparently uncaring of the countdown clock to curtain on the wall behind her. If you think there's something more to this, tell that hunky DI about your worries when you have your follow-up interview. You guys know each other. I'm sure he'll take you seriously. Ginger nodded slowly. I'll do that, she said. Maybe see if he'll tell me about the official cause of death. We'll talk tomorrow, Maggie said, her assistant stepping into frame. Love you, girl. Bye. The call ended, and Ginger stared at the black screen, thoughts racing. At her feet, Nina meowed insistently, butting her head against Ginger's ankles. I know, Ginger said, closing the laptop. Bedtime for everyone. Tomorrow is a whole new day. Chapter 6. For the rest of the week, Ginger tried to find some new kind of rhythm. The school reopened despite the dark pall hanging over the building. Callum's office remained off-limits for the foreseeable future, the doorway trailing morbid streamers of police tape. I hate going to my office even more now, Bonnie said to Ginger one afternoon in the staff room. Having to walk past Callum's office all closed up like that gives me the creeps. I keep expecting him to come wandering into the cafe in Melville House in search of the unsellable cake remains, Ginger said quietly, picking at the slice of homemade leek and red onion quiche she'd brought for lunch. I've closed up late twice this week because I was subconsciously waiting for him. So, can you imagine how awkward it must be for the substitute? Raquel Mitchell, the Year 8 maths teacher, asked, looking up from the essays she was grading on the opposite side of the table. Having to replace a beloved teacher who died on campus only a few days ago. Ginger closed her eyes and shook her head, banishing the memory of opening the door to Callum's office that fateful morning. "Oh gosh, I'm sorry," Raquel said, instantly remorseful. "That made me sound like a right prick, as if it's all just some petty staffing inconvenience. I'm so sorry." "Why don't you go and grab us all a mulled apple juice from the dining hall?" Bonnie suggested, cutting over the other teacher's increasingly uncomfortable rambling. "Assuming the great hungry horde of the student body didn't drink it all at lunch." "Sure," Raquel said, quickly getting to her feet. "Do you want anything from the dining hall while I'm over there, Reese?" Reese, who was sitting at the next table over, sharply looked up from his book. It was clear he had been fully immersed in its pages, and Ginger felt a moment of very specific sympathy for him. There was nothing quite as irritating as being rudely pulled out of the experience of reading a good book. "Nothing for me, thanks," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the blank-looking box of unseasoned chicken breast, couscous, and steamed kale he was making his way through. "Got everything I need right here." "Oh, surely you'd like a little sweet treat," Raquel cooed, propping one hand on her hip as she lingered beside Reese. "That looks like such a boring meal." Bonnie's face settled into an unimpressed scowl, and she rolled her eyes at Ginger, who had to smother a smile. Raquel had not been subtle in her pursuit of Reese since he started at the school that September. Her standard wardrobe of pencil skirts and warm-toned sweaters had become noticeably tighter over the past few weeks, and she now wore her black hair down in soft movie star curls instead of up in her usual severe bun. "You know," Bonnie muttered behind her hand to Ginger, "even if I hadn't had the blessing of being born gay, I'd pretend I was to avoid whatever brainwashing Raquel went through that told her this is how you start a healthy, organic relationship in the workplace." Ginger winced as Raquel leaned over Reese's table, apparently intent on seeing what he was reading, but also pushing her shoulder blades together to thrust out her chest in his direction. "Poor Reese," Ginger murmured, keeping her face turned away from the scene, although I will admit that watching his discomfort is helping me feel slightly less miserable. "Do you remember how Callum started doing a David Attenborough-type commentary whenever Raquel started bothering Reese?" Bonnie said, keeping her voice low even though Raquel had finally left the staff room. Ginger laughed, sputtering with her mouth full. The light-hearted interaction boosted her throughout the rest of the day. For once, she wasn't alone in the Melville House Cafe. Two of the full-time boarders, a set of 15-year-old best friends named Louise and Amelia, always finished early on a Friday afternoon and would come and hang out behind the counter with Ginger. "I don't know why Headmaster Harvey insists on having this place open all day during the week," Louise said, sitting on the counter and swinging her legs back and forth. "You must get bored out of your mind standing here all day." "It's actually a nice break after the madness of the lunch rush," Ginger said, continuing her test run at endeavouring to sculpt puffed rice and marshmallow into recognisable trees for Colin's cake. "And then there's the 4 o'clock rush as classes end," Amelia pointed out, pausing her task of mixing up another batch of the sticky material for Ginger, which we've got half an hour to prep for, by the way. "Ah, yes," Louise said, knocking back another shot of espresso. "The rush, when we have 6 customers during the hour rather than 2. The gentle bickering continued until the 2 girls were gathered by a group of other boarders who made up the 4 o'clock rush to go to an evening study group. Waving them off with sticky hands, Ginger put all her focus into her sculpture. It reminded her of the hours she'd spend in the sculpture studio at university, trying to translate her mental images into clay. But she'd never been happy with her attempts, always finding flaws and issues when they came out of the kiln. Once it was set by the fire, the shining idea that she had seen during the creative process seemed less important. But with baking, the effect the fire had was very different. The fire was only the beginning of the creation process. The options were, in many ways, infinite. The rice and marshmallow mixture was more like clay, but Ginger wasn't worried about the finished product. She just wanted to see how successfully the shape would hold. If she was going to make trees of any reasonable height, there needed to be some structural integrity to the mix. She had no real form in mind, just letting her hands and whims guide her. However, she soon found that the sculpture, now nearly a foot high, was beginning to take on Callum's features. Grief slowed her movements and Ginger stood back for a moment, wishing she could show her friend the ridiculous likeness and knowing that she never could. "I didn't realise you were still here, Miss Burnet." George Harvey wandered into the cafe, seeming to drag an air of gloom in with him. He took a seat at the little round table closest to the counter, taking off his glasses and letting out a weary sigh. Although the headmaster always had a look of nervous tension about him, Ginger couldn't help but notice that he looked even more stressed and exhausted than usual. "I was just finishing off a little test project," she said, pointing to the lumpy sculpture. "But you look like you need a cup of tea and a piece of cake. You're a fan of coffee and walnut cake, yes? Take a break while I tidy up." She washed her hands as she spoke, scooting the sculpture off to the side. Harvey nodded slowly, something almost resembling a smile tugging at his thin lips. "That sounds wonderful, Miss Burnet, thank you." "You can call me Ginger, you know," Ginger said, making a cup of traditional Earl Grey, the only tea Headmaster Harvey would drink. "Things don't need to be formal all the time, especially when it's just the two of us." He gave another nod, even going so far as to loosen the knot of his tie. Ginger felt slightly guilty as she watched her employer relax, because her motivations for making him feel calmer weren't entirely agenda-free. She didn't doubt that Harvey had been kept up to date on the investigation into Callum's death, and one thing she had quickly picked up about the headmaster was that he liked to feel important. As she cleaned up around him, refilling his tea twice, Ginger carefully eased information out of George Harvey. Most of what he told her was expected, that he had parents of students sending letters of concern, ranging in tone from worried to filled with rage. Journalists were calling the school, trying to dig up dirt on how and why a teacher died. He was trying to make sure all of the students were coping with the sudden loss, and he was worried the teachers' union would come after him, citing poor working conditions as the cause for Callum's apparent suicide. Ginger, who had finished closing up for the day and was now sitting opposite him at the table, nodded along sympathetically. "It can't be easy trying to balance it all and also run the school as normal," she said. "You have no idea," Harvey said emphatically, finishing off his second piece of cake. "And I've got the police hounding me for CCTV footage of the office corridor because they want to know if anyone was with Callum the night before the morning of the incident." Ginger limited her reaction to a subtle raising of her eyebrows, even though her thoughts were whirling. From the moment she found Callum, she'd had her suspicions that he hadn't died by choice. Did the police have evidence which supported her theory? Or were they just doing due diligence? "Only thing is," Harvey said, leaning in and speaking in a conspiratorial whisper, "the cameras in that hallway haven't been working properly for a week now. Damn things keep cutting in and out. So now I've got to find a way to tell the police that, without sounding like the school is unsafe. Because if I've already got Arthur bloody Amberley breathing down my neck, then all the other parents will join if they—" Ginger's ears pricked up at the sound of Arthur Amberley's name, even as Harvey cut himself off. From his expression, it was clear that he'd let slip information he'd rather keep private. Almost immediately, he got to his feet, tightening his tie once again. "I'd kindly ask you to keep this conversation to yourself, Miss Burnet," he said sternly. "No one needs to know about any of what I told you. Understand?" Ginger mimed locking her lips and throwing away a key. With a terse nod, the headmaster hurried out of the cafe, leaving Ginger puzzling over this new information. Was Arthur Amberley putting pressure on George Harvey because he was rich, entitled and bullying? Or might it have something to do with that meeting the morning before Callum died that he was supposed to have with Gus? Chapter 7. In the classic manner of mid-October, it was raining when Ginger finally made her way toward the bike rack. She pulled up the hood of her coat around her face with a shudder. Her ears were so insulated that she almost missed the sound of Reese calling her. Squinting through the rain, and against the white light of the floodlights, Ginger saw Reese waving to her from the window of a muddy 444. "Do you want a lift home?" he called, shouting against the rain. You can sling the bike in the back and stay dry. Ginger jogged over to the car, resting her forearms on the edge of the lowered window. Would you mind? I'd be willing to pay you with food. Reese began to protest, but Ginger cut him off. I know you like keeping in shape, but watching you eat the same boring thing every day for lunch is breaking my heart, she teased. Lucky for you, I was planning to make vegan, gluten-free sweet potato gnocchi with cheese sauce and oven-roasted brassicas. Delicious, easy to make, and super healthy. Reese grimaced. I don't know, he said slowly. The words gluten-free and vegan are usually warning signs for me. Ginger slapped him lightly on the shoulder. It didn't escape her notice that the muscle was solid. It's really good, I swear, she said. Just because I put butter in basically everything that I bake doesn't mean I don't know how to cook without it. Besides, she looked down, it would be really nice to have some human company. Callum and I were meant to hang out tonight and, well... The idling engine hummed, filling the long silence. Reese finally nodded slowly. He took out his phone and tapped away at the screen, then put it back in his pocket. Just needed to let my mum know I'll be home late, he explained. Now let me fold down the back seat so you can get your bike in. You live with your mother? Ginger asked, tutting, stepping back to let Reese climb out the car. Whatever would Raquel think? I'm sure she spent weeks mentally redecorating the bachelor pad she assumed you had. Reese laughed, folding down the back seats in his car and opening the boot. It's a temporary thing, he said, and she technically lives with me. Ginger raised her hands. Hey, I admire you for looking after your mum. I'll even send you home with extra food for her. Reese's eyes widened a little. How much food are you planning to make? He asked, but then carried on before she could reply. You know what? As long as you don't mind me eating your food, I'd be happy to join you for dinner. Mainly so I can meet your famous cats, just to be clear, he added with a grin. Ginger returned the grin. I've seen your distressingly boring lunches, Mr. Morgan, she teased. Let me show you how dinner is really done. Do you mind if I ask you a slightly personal question? Reese asked, rolling another strip of sweet potato gnocchi and cutting it into bite-sized pieces. Ginger scooped out the cooked gnocchi floating on top of the boiling water, tossing them into the bowl already filled with golden orange pillows. Ask away, but I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to ask about. She tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. You want to know about Arlington Manor, right? He frowned, passing her the next batch of gnocchi to cook. What? No, I've never heard of that. I was going to ask if you and Callum were maybe... more than friends? It's none of my business, he quickly added, but I figured if you were a... thing... but were keeping it on the down low, then maybe you felt like you couldn't show how much you were hurting. Reese didn't meet her eyes as he spoke, and instead fussed at his hands, rubbing the remnants of gnocchi dough. Ginger dusted off the flour on her apron and crossed to her double-wide oven, checking on the tray of roasted broccoli, leeks and spouts, seasoned with garlic, salt, pepper, thyme, and olive oil. That wasn't the question I was expecting, to be fair, she said, picking up her glass of non-alcoholic sangria from off the counter and taking a drink. But no, Callum and I were friends, that's all. We shared a lot of interests and he wasn't weird around me when I started at the school. Reese frowned and Ginger felt his eyes on her as she retrieved the nutritional yeast that she used to make the vegan cheese sauce from the pantry. Why would people be weird around you? He asked. I'm kind of new to the area, I know, but did I completely miss the fact you're some kind of local celebrity? Laughing, Ginger shook her head, starting on the sauce while the next batch of gnocchi cooked. Yes and no, she said, whisking gluten-free flour together with melted margarine to make the base bechamel. Notorious is perhaps a better term. Could you get me the soy milk from the fridge, please? Reese did so, carefully stepping around Miles, who was asleep in the middle of the floor on a spot where the underfloor heating was particularly warm. Am I supposed to keep asking questions about this? Reese asked lightly, passing Ginger the milk. Or are you trying to hint to me that you don't want to talk about it and I'm being a dullard? I don't think a teacher should be using words like dullard, Mr. Morgan, Ginger teased, slowly adding the milk to the pan and whisking the mixture into a silky white sauce. And I'm not trying to hide anything, She trailed off, using the need to fish out the cooked gnocchi as an opportunity to think. I was involved in a hostage-type situation during the summer at a place called Arlington Manor, she said eventually, holding up a calming hand as she watched Reese's eyes go wide. I'm fine now, for the most part. I've been left with a little lingering trauma and a distrust of reality shows. But I was one of the lucky ones. You're more than welcome to read about it online, but I don't really want to talk about it. Not tonight, at least. I'm so sorry, Reese said quietly, petting Nina where she was curled up on one of the chairs at the kitchen table. I had no idea you'd gone through that. I certainly won't bug you about it. His dark eyes warm with genuine sympathy, and none of the morbid curiosity Ginger usually saw when people realised that she'd been a part of the Arlington Manor murders. It made some part of her trust him more than she normally would trust someone who was, essentially, a work acquaintance. Could you get me some bay leaves, please? Ginger asked, wanting to distract Reese for a moment so she could decide, unwatched, whether to bring him in on her suspicions about Callum's death. They're in the pantry, in a glass jar with bay leaves written on it, covered by a cloth lid. The organisation in your kitchen is intimidating, Reese joked, stepping into the walk-in pantry. Is everything else in your house alphabetised? The books are arranged by colour and my wardrobe by fabric type, Ginger called, moving the sauce off the heat as the background jazz disappeared. I'm going to go and put another record on. I'll just be a second. She let her thoughts wander as she picked out a new record and put it onto the turntable. Reese certainly spent more time among the teachers and their gossip that Ginger did, even though he had started at the same time as her. Maybe he'd seen or heard things about Callum that might either support her suspicions or discount them. With Nat King Cole now filling the cottage with music, Ginger returned to the kitchen. She found Reese crouched on the floor, scratching Miles behind the ears. The bay leaves were on the counter by the stovetop. I swear I didn't invite you over to just talk about doom and gloom, she said, tossing 2 bay leaves into the pan of sauce and moving it back onto the heat. But did anything about Callum's behaviour strike you as odd in the past few weeks? Reese moved to sit cross-legged on the floor, allowing Miles to climb onto his lap. I didn't know Callum well enough to know if he seemed different, he said slowly. But every other teacher I've heard talking about it said they didn't see it coming at all. Ginger kept whisking the sauce, shaking in the nutritional yeast to add a cheesy flavour. You know, I saw him only a few hours before what people think he did. He was still wearing the same clothes the next morning when I found him. He didn't go home, but... She stopped whisking, catching her emotions. He seemed fine, Reese. Surely if he felt so hopeless that there seemed like no way out, we would have been able to see it. Right? People are very good at hiding their true feelings, Reese said gently, continuing to pet Miles. Even those in the most terrible pain can appear fine to others. I mean, my dad was sick for a long time and I didn't know until he only had a few weeks left. That's hard to hear, Reese, I'm sorry, Ginger murmured, turning off the heat to the oven. Reese shrugged. I'm dealing with it, he said, looking up at her. And having my mum live with me until she decides where she wants to live next has been good for both of us, I think. But I called him every week, Ginger. We'd meet up every few weeks. Our relationship was strong. But I still didn't know the pain he was in. Hell, my mum lived with him and she didn't know long before I did. Ginger nodded, then turned away to take the vegetables out of the oven. She sometimes forgot that not everyone had experienced murder up close and personal the way she had. People were more likely to think that Callum had simply hidden away his struggles and finally lost the battle. But some part of her knew that couldn't be the case. The open window, the chaotic room, and his behaviour during their last interaction told her that there was something more sinister and completely unknown at hand. Perhaps it was better to not share her worries with someone like Reese. She did, however, know someone she could ask about these kinds of things. Tomorrow she would make a social visit. Facing Reese again, she made sure to wear a warm smile. I think we need to lift our spirits up, she said brightly, holding out the steaming tray. And the best way to do that, I find, is with good, hearty food. Are you ready to eat? Chapter 8. The next day, Ginger loaded up her car with a travel tub of leftover dinner from the night before, as well as a large lemon meringue pie. The rain clouds which had been plaguing the sky on and off for the past week had finally been cleared by a brisk wind. The sun was gold and warm, the air was crisp and cold, and Ginger was going to see her brother. Plugging in her phone to the sound system, Ginger selected her folk-punk playlist and sped off into the bright, breezy day. With Mumford and Sons at full volume and the fresh autumn air blasting through the window to tousle her hair, Ginger didn't feel as directionless as she had the night before. Although Valerian was currently not working for the police due to his suspension, Ginger still suspected he would have an ear to the ground on a case as close to home as Callum's. The tiny village of Briarbank, where her brother lived, was only about half an hour from her cottage in Little Chiswick. It was a good distance to prepare for what Ginger knew would likely be a difficult conversation. By the time she pulled onto the gravel drive, Ginger felt ready. As she climbed out of the car, she spotted Valerian through the side gate to the garden. He was smoking, wandering around barefoot on the unkempt lawn, wearing a set of sweatpants and his dressing gown. "Hey, stranger," Ginger called, closing the car door with her hip since her hands were full of food boxes. "I come bearing gifts." Valerian took a final drag of his cigarette, then tossed it away into the grass. His ash-blonde hair looked dirty even from a distance, and as he strolled over to open the garden gate for her, Ginger could see his eyes were red and sunken. "Didn't think you were coming until this afternoon," he said, giving her a quick side hug before leading the way into the house. "I hate to break it to you, Ryan," Ginger said, towing off her tennis shoes by the door. "But it is the afternoon." Ryan cursed softly, pouring himself a cup of what Ginger was certain was cold coffee from the cafetiere. "Thought I'd finally got my sleeping schedule back in order. I only woke up like 20 minutes ago." His voice was gravelly from sleep, and she suspected lack of use. "Well, I brought food," Ginger said, setting the boxes down on the cluttered breakfast bar. "And conversation, since it sounds like you need it." "Hey," Valerian said, eating a spoonful of beans straight from the tin. "I'm doing great, thank you. Really been working on myself, you know. And the house too." "I can tell," Ginger said dryly, looking around at the dishes piled in the sink and the tumbleweeds of dog fur gathering in corners. "Have you at least been taking Archie for walks?" At the sound of his name, Archie the Alsatian came trotting through from the living room, fluffy tail wagging. "It's basically all I ever do," Valerian said with a grin, hopping up to sit on the breakfast bar. "Both Archie and I are turning into cross-country runners." Ginger raised her eyebrows, rinsing out a mug in the sink and setting the kettle to boil. "Well, you maybe could have directed one of those runs by Mum's house at some point in the last 2 months, don't you think?" Valerian's face immediately shuttered, and Ginger braced herself for things to get awkward. "Yeah, you really don't need to bring up the stuff with Mum," he said tersely. "That's between me and her and that guy." Ginger took a bracing breath, the familiar annoyance rising. "That guy has been married to our mother for nearly 15 years, Ryan. Why do you insist on being such an ass to him? Colin has been nothing but kind and generous to us." She was so expecting a fight that when Valerian only sighed, rubbing at his eyes with the heels of his hands, Ginger was caught off guard. "I don't really want to talk about this, Gin," he said wearily. "Just leave it, okay?" "Mum's worried about you," Ginger said, more gently this time. "That's all. And honestly, so am I. Since you got put on leave, I haven't seen you, barely heard from you. I'm sorry about Callum, by the way," Valerian cut in, genuine remorse on his face. "I know the two of you were pretty good friends, and I meant to call you when I heard about what happened, but—" He trailed off, clearly not having an explanation that was suitable. "Well," Ginger said slowly, knowing she needed to approach her next words carefully. "Maybe you can make it up to me by helping me out with something." A look of wary curiosity settled on Valerian's face, and he narrowed his greenish hazel eyes. He knew what was coming. It was the same expression he would take on when they were children and she had come to him asking for some help with homework or to borrow his bike. "Depends what you need help with," he said cautiously. If you need me to drive 2 hours again just to pick up some fancy cake ingredients, I'll kick you out of my house, and I'll be keeping the food." "Nothing like that," Ginger said, aiming to be as nonchalant as possible. "I just wondered if you could get any info about how the investigation into Callum's death is going." She rushed on as she saw her brother's eyes go wide in disbelief. "I was the one who found him, okay? And even though everyone is asking like it's an open and shut case of suicide, I don't think it's as simple as that, Ryan. I need to know if Jacob and the detectives assigned to the case are thinking the same thing or not." "Are you actually insane?" Valerian scoffed, leaving his seat on the breakfast bar to pace the kitchen, hands on hips. "I'm already suspended, Gin. Poking my nose into cases that aren't mine when I'm under investigation would not make things any better for me." Ginger grimaced, having to think quickly. Ryan had a point. She needed something to sweeten the deal. "I just want to know if they think it's suicide or not," she pleaded, clasping her hands. "If you can find someone who will answer that one question, I will clean this whole disgusting house for you." "It's not disgusting," Valerian protested, immediately kicking a mouldy takeaway container across the floor. Ginger pulled a face of distaste. "You sure about that? Dad would ground you forever if he saw the place like this." "And if I wasn't in my 30s, Valerian said dryly, ruffling a hand through his greasy hair. "Fine," he conceded. "I'll see if I can get some idea of their current suspicions from someone." Ginger tackled him in a hug and was slightly shocked by how skinny he'd become. "All right, that's enough," he said, squirming free of her hold. "But I'm specifically saying it's you who wants to know." "That's fine," Ginger said. If D.I. Klimek brings it up in our follow-up interview on Monday, then at least you'll know your informant is a tattletale." "Let's not call them an informant, okay?" Valerian said, searching his pockets and then the kitchen for his phone. "It's just a friendly chat between colleagues." "Oh," he held up a warning finger. "I might need to lay it on kind of thick about how traumatized and paranoid you are thanks to the Arlington Manor thing to guilt my guy into giving me the info. I'll just say it's crucial for your peace of mind." Ginger groaned. "Fine. I can deal with getting weird pitying looks from one person at the station when I go in." Valerian finally found his phone under a stack of unopened letters, tossing it triumphantly from one hand to the other. "Better get to work in here, Ginger Snap," he said, looking far more cheerful than when she had arrived. "You clean, I'll call." He jogged upstairs, already tapping away at his phone. Ginger looked around at the mess and dirt, sighing as she realised that she might have offered too much by saying she would clean the entire house. "I played myself, Archie," she said to the Alsatian, who was licking an unidentified stain on one of the kitchen tiles. "But I guess there's not much for me to do about it now." "Well?" She rolled up her sleeves. "Except clean?" It was dusk by the time Ginger arrived home. She was sweat-stained, dusty, and exhausted, but the notes Valerian had scribbled on the back of an envelope were worth the grime she had banished from his house. Nina and Miles were both mewing insistently as she came in through the door. Yes, I know, I'm late feeding you," Ginger said, trying to walk to the kitchen without tripping over the 2 cats weaving between her legs like a portable slalom. "It's been a busy day for me, okay? All you two did all day was sleep." Nina leapt off to the side, trotting back to Ginger with her favourite squeaky mouse clamped firmly between her needle-sharp teeth. It was as if she was pointing out that she had done plenty of important playing as well as sleeping that day. Ginger chuckled, preparing food for the 2 cats before sitting down at the kitchen table to reread Valerian's notes again. He hadn't been able to get much out of the sympathetic contact he had on the case, but what he had got only complicated Ginger's theories more. "Case is currently being treated as suicide," she murmured, reading aloud to help herself decipher the sprawling handwriting. However, the toxicology report revealed a high dosage of prescription painkillers in Callum's blood. Due to the amount found, there is the possibility he might have been unconscious or possibly dead prior to the hanging. She paused, thinking back to what she'd seen in the room that awful morning. There had appeared to her to have been some sign of struggle, but with the window left open, it could also have just been the storm tossing things around. "The pathologist wasn't much help, Nina," Ginger said. Listen to this. Initial autopsy couldn't fully ascertain if the cause of death came from the rope or from painkillers or a combination of the two. Best guess is that, at the very least, the two things happened in close succession. They're getting a second post-mortem done to see if they can figure out the order of events. Nina didn't look away from her food. Neither did Miles. Poor Callum. Ginger laid down the envelope, then gave a bitter laugh. Why couldn't he have written a note like they always do in films? Nina gave a little trill, licking her bowl clean, and then trotting out of the kitchen. Miles followed, the two of them following whatever unknown cat purpose had spurred them into action. Ginger didn't think much of it until the two of them returned, dragging her work coat along behind them. "What on earth are you two doing?" she asked, jumping to her feet and trying to pick up the coat. But Nina refused to let go, and Miles very insistently tried sticking his head into one of the pockets. A moment later, he dug out a small, red notebook. "You've got to be kidding me," Ginger whispered, kneeling to pick up Callum's notebook. "How did I forget to give this to the police?" For a moment she hesitated to open it, feeling she was invading her friend's privacy. Even if Callum had written about his plans to end his life, if he hadn't put the notebook in a visible place, then he clearly didn't want anyone to read about them. But then again, what if the notebook had been moved by someone? What if Callum had left it in view and someone had moved it? Miles meowed at her in annoyance, batting a paw at the book. All right, Ginger said, lifting it out of his reach and opening it. "I'll have a look, nosy." As soon as she opened the notebook, however, Ginger was faced with an entirely new problem. "Of course he wrote it in code," she sighed, flicking through the illegible pages. "Nerd." Defeated for now, she closed the book and put it on the table. "I'll take it with me to my interview with D.I. Climac," she said to the cats, scooping up the coat and draping it over the back of a chair. "Although, maybe it would help if I broke the code for them first." Chewing her lip in thought, Ginger eyed Callum's notebook. "I was a friend of his," she reasoned aloud. "So I'd have a better chance at cracking it than the police who didn't know him at all, right?" But neither cat was interested any longer and were now abusing the squeaky mouse with gusto. Ginger chuckled, shaking her head. She was beginning to make herself dinner when her email alert sounded on her phone. "Perfect," she whispered, quickly checking the contents once she saw the email was from Colin. In the email was what Colin assured her was the closest to his grandmother's recipe for the ginger cake that they were ever going to get without her. Several aunts, cousins, and two of her ex-husbands had chipped in what memories and guesses they could offer of the recipe. It wasn't perfect, but Ginger immediately felt better, having even a vague roadmap to follow to sticky, spicy perfection. Her exhaustion was immediately forgotten. There was baking to be done. But she couldn't help that her gaze drifted every now and again to the red notebook on the table. Chapter 9. While Sunday morning meant either a sleep-in or a church service for many, for Ginger it meant an early morning preparing vast amounts of goodies for an afternoon tea spread at her mother's bowls club. The responsibility had fallen to Ginger quite by accident. In September she'd gone through a scone phase, sweet, savoury, experimental, and every combination of the three possible. It reached a point where she, her friends and family couldn't stomach another mouthful of scone. It had been Colin who suggested to Ginger that she send the latest batch of creations with him and her mother to their Sunday afternoon bowls club at the local recreation centre. The treats had been a hit, and Ginger had been invited to put on a full spread the next week. The recreation centre treasurer, Rebecca Palmer, had even offered Ginger a small stipend to pay for ingredients. This led to Ginger giddily announcing to all and sundry that she'd booked her first paid catering job. Several weeks on, and the shine had rubbed off the experience a little. Loaded up with a dozen different plastic boxes, each containing different delicate but delicious treats, Ginger fought back a yawn as she drove the short trip to the recreation centre on the edge of Greater Chiswick. The building had once been a barn, but had been repurposed several years before as a community space. The weathered grey stone was often adorned with chalk drawings done by the kids from the after-school club, which met there on Wednesdays, and the sturdy exposed wooden beams inside were used for suspension by the Monday aerial silks class and Thursday's artistic shibari class. On Sunday and Tuesday afternoons, however, the space was reserved for bowls. As Ginger pulled into the car park, she spotted Colin's car already there. Slipping into the spot next to it, she opened the boot and gathered up the first batch of boxes. "Hello, all!" she called as she pushed open the front door with her foot, struggling to peer over the top of the boxes to see exactly who she was addressing. "Do you need a hand, Ginger?" The voice was that of Becky, who, as well as being the treasurer, was also the caretaker on a Sunday. "Much appreciated," Ginger panted, passing off several of the boxes to Becky. The older woman gave a warm smile, her grey hair combed into a flawless bob as always. "Why don't you go and get the rest?" she suggested. "I'll put these in the kitchen for you and then get out of your hair so you can set everything up." When Ginger returned with the rest of the boxes, she found the others in the kitchen as promised. Becky had also left out a stack of stainless steel trays, each prepared with a patterned paper doily. Listening to the companionable background noise of the bowls game going on in the main hall, Ginger let herself get lost in her favourite part of Sunday, laying out the food. She always allowed her creativity to really run wild, loving the gasps of delight and amazement from everyone as they saw the afternoon tea spread. With Halloween on the horizon, Ginger had decided to go for a tastefully spooky but mainly autumnal theme. Most of the members of the Bowls Club were independent residents of the retirement village between Greater and Little Chiswick, and Ginger suspected that ghosts and ghouls and little devils would not be appreciated by that demographic. Still, for those who enjoyed a bit of a spook, she'd made cute little macarons decorated to look like pumpkins, some complete with jack-o'-lantern faces, soft, chewy gingerbread in the shape of bats, bones, gravestones and cute ghosts, inhabited a tiny edible graveyard with dirt made from crushed cookies and decorated with buttercream and fondant icing. There were mini pumpkin pies, slices of crisp rosemary focaccia to dip into mini cups of winter vegetable soup, cheese scones, and slightly spicy chicken and roasted butternut squash pastry parcels. For the sandwiches, she'd decided on a dainty version of a Sunday roast. Using fresh bread that she picked up from the local artisan bakery, Ginger took thin slices of fresh beef, slathered in English mustard and roasted slowly, and layered them with thin, crunchy slices of roasted beetroot, parsnip and sprouts. Horseradish added a burst of heat that could be cooled with cups of mulled apple juice. "You absolutely outdid yourself today, Gin," Dorothy said, giving her daughter a hug. "Adorable and delicious. I took so many photos to put on Facebook." Ginger silently cringed. As grateful as she was to her mother for the free marketing, the photos rarely portrayed the full range of detail and quality of the creations. Scrolling through 10 slightly out of focus, badly lit photos of one of her cakes that her mother had taken made Ginger die a bit inside. However, she knew it was all meant with love, so she summoned up a grin. "Thanks, Mum," she said, returning the hug. "And if anyone asks about me making something for them, you know where to send them, right?" "Your Instagram page for examples and your website for details and prices," Dorothy responded automatically. "And I don't give out your mobile number or personal email to just anyone who asks." "Atta girl," Colin said, patting his wife on the shoulder like she was a show pony. "You've come so far from having a password that is 1234. Ginger looked on fondly as her mother and Colin descended into playful bickering. She'd never understood the umbrage that Ryan had taken to Colin. Sure, she knew that her brother worshipped the ground their dad, Ian, walked on. He'd followed him into the police after all. But Colin made their mum happy, something Ian had openly admitted many times that he hadn't been able to do for most of their marriage. But Ryan had certainly inherited Dorothy's stubborn nature. He and Colin had been at some form of loggerheads ever since they met. Still, Ginger couldn't help but wonder if she might be able to convince Ryan to come to Colin's retirement party. Maybe the promise of food and his clear need for human interaction would be enough to make him begrudgingly accept. The food was soon eaten, and Ginger waved goodbye to the Bowls Club for another week. "Do you need a hand clearing up, sweetheart?" Dorothy asked from the doorway. "Colin and I can stay for a few minutes to help tidy up." Ginger waved her mother off. "It's fine, Mum. she said. "It'll only take me a few minutes to load all this into the dishwasher here and get the empty boxes back to my car. You go home, have a nice evening with Colin." Dorothy blew her daughter a kiss. "All right then, sweetheart. See you soon." Left in the quiet, slowly cooling hall, Ginger enjoyed the feeling of a job well done. Satisfaction warmed her heart as she hummed through the process of cleaning up. Carrying the now empty boxes, Ginger poked her head around the door of the little office near the main doors. "I'm off home, Becky," she said. "Just letting you know, I turned off all the lights in the hall, but there's still one on in the kitchen." "Thank you, Ginger," Becky said softly, only briefly glancing up from the pile of papers she was leafing through. "The money for next week is on the table there by the door." Balancing the boxes on her hip, Ginger snaked out a hand and picked up the envelope. "See you next Sunday." Becky gave a brief wave, engrossed in whatever she was working on. The light was just starting to leave the sky as Ginger stepped outside. The few clouds in the crisp, cold air looked black against the riot of violent reds. "Red sky at night, shepherd's delight," Ginger murmured, leaning back on her car after loading the boxes into the boot. Although who knows if there are even any career shepherds left. Getting into the car, she put on the soundtrack from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Right now, in that moment, Ginger allowed herself to feel happy, knowing that if she was right about Callum's death, then there were a lot of very difficult days ahead. Chapter 10. Ginger hated being late. Hunched grimly over the wheel of her car, she flicked a glance at the clock, racing against time. Smoothly rising up and down through the gears, she navigated the narrow, winding country roads around Little and Greater Chiswick with an ease that spoke of years of practice. Whipping around the corner onto the drive of Chiswick Academy, gravel spun from under the tyres as Ginger accelerated toward the school buildings, which were backlit by the early morning sunshine. Swearing under her breath, Ginger scrambled out of her car and toward the school. All the students were already in class, a sign of just how badly she had messed up her timing. "Of course, the one time I actually sleep through the night, it makes me late for work," she muttered. In her defense, the power had cut out in the middle of the night. Not only had her phone, which had been charging, died and left her without an alarm, but when she'd raced downstairs, already half an hour behind schedule, she'd found a growing pool of water coming from the defrosted freezer. It wasn't even quite 9 a.m. and it was already shaping up to be one of those terrible, horrible, no-good days. Taking a shortcut between Melville House and the neighbouring Dymock Poets wing of the library, Ginger hurried through one of the many little gardens hidden away in the school's labyrinth. "Don't test my patience, Harvey." The angry shout brought Ginger to a halt, as surely as if she was a fish caught on a line. Panic washed through her like acid, turning her bones to liquid, threatening to make her vomit. The shadowed memories of Arlington Manor wrapped around her in a smothering blanket. For a moment, the voice sounded like Hatherton and Ginger was once again surrounded by the haunted walls. Taking deep breaths, Ginger fought through the panic, reasoning that it was impossible for Hatherton to be here at Chiswick Park. Cocking her head to listen more closely, she heard the stammering voice of the headmaster coming from a half-open window on the west side of the courtyard. Although she couldn't initially make out the words, instinct told Ginger to get out her phone to record the conversation, just in case. Her worries about being late to the kitchen evaporated, all at once unimportant as she crept within earshot. "I'm already doing everything I can," Ginger heard George Harvey say, "but Gus has not upkept the high standards of the academy. I've been ignoring the trouble he's been causing for a while now, and—" "You don't use my boy's name and trouble in the same sentence, understand?" the other speaker growled. Now underneath the window, Ginger flinched as she recognised the sharp tone of Arthur Amberley. He was known around Little and Greater Chiswick as a notorious snob and bully, acting as if he owned everything and everyone around him. Ginger had only interacted with him in person a handful of times, but she'd heard endless tales of his rages and entitled behaviour that came from knowing he had enough money to buy his way out of practically anything. Now, even though she couldn't see from her crouched hiding spot beneath the window, She could practically hear Arthur pushing into Headmaster Harvey's personal space with a threatening finger. "Mud doesn't stick to the Amberleys," he said in a viciously cold voice. "One way or another, we come out of any situation smelling like bloody roses. Always. Now you make this problem disappear, or you're going to have bigger problems than some namby-pamby Liberal teacher being found dead in his office." Ginger stayed crouched beneath the window, heart thundering in response to the anger in Arthur's voice. She thought again of the chaos in Callum's office, and the rage in the voice of the Amberley patriarch just now. Who knew what a man like Arthur Amberley would do to preserve his pride? She felt sick to her stomach as she realised that it wouldn't be ridiculous to consider that Arthur had arranged what happened to her friend. Her thoughts were shattered by the crash of a slamming door. Inside the office, she heard George Harvey let out a shaky breath followed by a groan, and what was probably his head coming to rest on his desk in either exhaustion or frustration. From the nearby car park, the throaty roar of an engine filled the air. Running back along the path to the car park she had just taken, Ginger arrived just in time to see Arthur driving a huge, brand-new black Range Rover, sending gravel spinning up from its tyres. She grimaced, praying that he didn't meet a horse rider or dog walker on the narrow country roads. Watching Arthur's Range Rover turn out of the gates at the end of the drive, Ginger barely thought about the fact that she was now very late for work. All she knew was that she needed to talk to Gus. She needed to find out what trouble Arthur was so eager to keep away from his son. Whatever was going on with Gus was the only thing she knew that connected Callum to Arthur Amberley and his threats to the headmaster. Since she wasn't police or a teacher, perhaps she could convince Louise and Amelia to help find a way to get Gus to talk to her. Later that afternoon in the teacher's lounge, Ginger sidled up to Reese with the box of cake she'd brought that day. "Can I tempt you with a sweet treat?" she cooed, batting her eyelashes as she performed a parody of Raquel's behaviour. Laughing, Reese nearly choked on a piece of chicken. "Sorry!" Ginger winced, dropping the box on the table and patting him firmly between the shoulder blades. "Let me get you some water." "I'm fine," Reese choked, his face a startling shade of red but slowly managing to breathe normally again. "You're not going to kill me that easily." "Well, of course you run the risk of choking when you're eating something that dry and plain," Bonnie commented, setting down her steaming bowl of roasted pumpkin soup and taking a seat opposite Reese. "I don't know how you eat the same boring thing every day." Reese grinned sheepishly. "Not all of us have Ginger's cooking skills," he said. "This way I can cook a whole week of lunches in half an hour on a Sunday afternoon. A tray of chicken breast in the oven, make a bowl of couscous and steam the kale." He leaned back, spreading his hands. "Boom, done." Ginger took out the box of rice, roasted winter vegetables and feta, all doused in sweet chili sauce that she'd brought for lunch, and waved the tantalising mix in front of Reese. "You might be saving time, but at what cost? At what cost?" There was a flash of hunger in Reese's eyes. "What is that?" he asked, leaning closer. "Beetroot? Is there cumin in there?" "And you say you don't have cooking skills," Ginger said, impressed, taking back her meal. "I think you're selling yourself short." Bonnie patted her stomach. "Give it a few more months and Gin will teach you how to put some meat on those bones of yours." "Why would he want to change a single thing about that wonderful physique?" Raquel said, catching the tail end of the conversation as she approached the table, carrying her lunch from the dining hall on a tray. Today the maths teacher was wearing a form-fitting dress in deep maroon, completed with a brown leather belt and court heels. Her sleek dark hair was up in a high ponytail that showed off her doe eyes and excellent cheekbones. For just a moment, Ginger felt awkward and messy in her food-stained apron and faded black denim dungarees with her hair pulled back into a sloppy braid. Ginger and Bonnie exchanged subtle eye contact to express their annoyance as Raquel took a seat beside Reese. It escaped no one that she scooted her chair closer to him than needed, ensuring their arms brushed together. "You and the other kitchen staff did a fantastic job with lunch today, Ginger," Raquel said, picking up her fork. "Freshly made cottage pie, oven-roasted sprouts, and perfectly fluffy Yorkshire puddings. I'm amazed you have enough time to hang around in the staff room as much as you do when you help make meals like this every day." Ginger only replied with a weak smile, pretending she was too busy chewing to speak. Bonnie, however, narrowed her eyes at the subtextual snub in Raquel's words. Ginger saw the pale blue of her friend's eyes seem to darken with annoyance. Rhys looked between the three women, drawing his eyebrows together. It was clear he sensed the sudden tension but wasn't quite certain of the source. Sam Collins, the short, portly English teacher from Liverpool, dropped into the seat beside Bonnie at the round table, and Ginger breathed a sigh of relief. The man was nearly incapable of silence. She wouldn't have to worry about making conversation for the rest of her lunch break. Thanks to Sam, the table as a whole was soon engaged in light-hearted, casual conversation. They hit all the small talk classics: weather, commuting conditions, what people had done that weekend. Ginger gradually zoned out, instead replaying the conversation she had overheard earlier over and over again in her head. How could she find a way to speak to Gus? Assuming he would even talk to her. At 18 and already an adult in the eyes of the law, he was a year older than most of the pupils, so at least she wouldn't feel like she was trying to coerce a minor or anything. However, she doubted it would be as easy to loosen the Amberley boy's tongue as it had been Headmaster Harvey's. Something more than cake and tea would be necessary. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to get Gus Amberley out of my classroom. For a fraction of a second, Ginger feared that she'd spoken some of her thoughts aloud. Then she realised it was Sam speaking to Rhys, and she tuned back into the conversation. "You say that like he spends any time in the classroom," Raquel said dryly, "and yet Harvey still has us mark him as present on the register for some reason." "The reason is because his father re-roofed the chapel last year," Bonnie pointed out, "and because Amberley has supposedly promised to donate a whole $1 million to the renovation fund if Gus graduates." "You gotta love being held hostage by the renovation fund," Sam said cheerily, continuing to inhale a corned beef sandwich of terrifying size. "How much of a free pass does this kid get?" Rhys asked. "Because I gave him detention for this afternoon. Will I be able to follow through on that?" "Kid never seems to mind showing up for detention," Bonnie said, pushing back from the table. "Probably to put off going home for as long as possible." Ginger watched Rhys frown in concern. "I just don't think sitting in an empty classroom will help get him more engaged, but I don't know what else to do with him," he said. "Well, if you figure something out, let the rest of us know." Bonnie patted Ginger on the shoulder. "Right now, I need to go and prep my classroom. You still want to meet me and Mariah at the pub this evening, Gin?" It was Bonnie and her girlfriend Mariah's 1-year anniversary, but since Bonnie wasn't out at work, she was keeping it vague. Ginger nodded, but was only half listening as a plan began to form. "Sure. The Fox's Den? About 8? Bonnie shot her a thumbs up as she left. Immediately, Ginger leaned toward Rhys. "I might have something you could use for Gus's detention," she said, nervous about the reaction the actual teachers might have to her idea. "I'm scrubbing the grills in the kitchen until 6. Maybe Gus could help with that instead of sitting in a classroom?" Rhys tilted his head in thought, then slowly nodded. "I've got some marking to do. I could sit in the cafeteria and work on that while the two of you clean." He grinned at her, his mind obviously made up. "Thanks, Ginger." Ginger smiled back at him, satisfied that not only was Raquel now wearing an expression of very sour grapes, but that this could be her chance to ask Gus some questions. Chapter 11. By the time Rhys brought Gus to the kitchen, Ginger was already clad in a heavy-duty apron and elbow-length rubber gloves, her flyaway wisps of hair secured by a hairnet. "Hello, you two," she greeted the pair with a grin that felt forced, hoping neither would pick up on her nerves. Her afternoon had been spent picking the brains of Louise and Amelia. The two friends were tapped into all the gossip that Chiswick Academy had to offer. From them, she had gathered that there were whispers going around that Gus was supposedly selling drugs to some of the older students. The girls didn't know exactly what kind. All they knew was that there was a little copse of beech trees behind the stable block where Gus supposedly did his deals. The information wasn't much, and it would be easy for Gus to deny it, but Ginger hoped it would be enough to get him to begin talking. Not that she was planning any kind of blackmail or attempts to leverage the knowledge. All she knew was that the post-mortem had found prescription painkillers in Callum's system, when he'd never made any mention to her of needing medication of any sort. Although she didn't like to even consider it, if Gus was dealing drugs, that could include pills. Maybe Callum had been searching for a way to deal with the stress of his job. Maybe he'd relapsed into an old addiction she didn't know about. Ginger doubted she was going to get any solid answers from the boy. Perhaps, if she was lucky, she could get enough of a hint that it would give her a new lead to follow. Watching Gus out of the corner of her eye, Ginger was only half listening to Rhys. It had been some time since she had seen the amberly heir up close. He didn't at all match her hazy memories formed by the times they'd briefly crossed paths in and around the village. At 18, he was already as tall as Rhys, and was skinny as a rail in the way that boys on the cusp of adulthood often were. His blue eyes were dull, ringed with dark circles, and his curly brown hair looked grimy. His whole persona radiated an energy of secrecy and boredom. From the way Gus had his shoulders hunched forward, gripping the strap of his rucksack with one hand, it was obvious he wasn't looking forward to the task. However, the fact he had showed up at all was promising. "So I'll just be out in the dining hall marking essays if either of you need anything from me," Rhys finished, patting Gus on the shoulder. "You follow Miss Burnet's instructions, Gus. You get to leave either at 6 or when the job is done, understand?" "Got it, Teach," Gus said, giving a laconic thumbs up. "Love that you're taking advantage of the fact that I'm no longer a minor to put me to work." Rhys rolled his eyes good-naturedly at Ginger, then slipped out from behind the counter and into the empty dining hall. "It's not the most pleasant job in the world," Ginger said, offering a smile as she passed Gus an apron and a pair of gloves. "Still, it beats sitting in an empty classroom for 2 hours, bored out of your mind." "I'd prefer the boredom," Gus said flatly, taking the gear. "Now I'm going to have to go home smelling like the grease trap at a McDonald's." "It's not so bad," Ginger replied, picking up the scraper she'd been using to dig out the collected grease and food scraps. "And many hands make light work. Rhys, Mr. Morgan did say you could leave when the job was done or at 6. Maybe you'll be able to go sooner than you think." Gus' only reply was to grunt and toss his bag to the side. "Mr. Morgan," he called, "I need to take a piss before I start. Do you need to chaperone me or what?" A chair in the dining hall squeaked as it was pushed back, and Rhys leaned over the counter a moment later. "It's only to make sure you don't skip out on detention," he said, almost apologetically. "We'll be back in a minute or two, Ginger." As soon as they were out of sight, Ginger's gaze drifted to the boy's bag. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, then stripped off her greasy gloves and scampered over to the bag. As she unzipped it and began to riffle through the mess inside, Ginger felt a slight twinge of guilt. She was invading Gus's privacy, that was undeniable. But there was also a thrill of excitement in her stomach, the same kind she would get trying to sneak out of the house as a teenager to go to a party when her parents were asleep. The interior of the bag was a mess with no order or placement. Food-stained textbooks clung stuck together for safety, and old, sticky snack wrappers carpeted the bottom. Even as her fingers sank into the mouldering remains of a banana peel, Ginger was grateful for the mess. It meant she didn't have to worry about putting everything back as she'd found it. Her time was limited, and she searched through the bag frantically for anything that could possibly be the trouble that Arthur Amberley threatened George Harvey to keep quiet. Flicking through Gus's school notebooks, she only found sparse lesson notes and endless doodles of the same vague face shape. However, a small black pocket notebook yielded something more interesting. The lines were filled with a jumble of letters and numbers that Ginger swore looked identical to those in Callum's notebook. Taking a few hurried photos on her phone, Ginger stuffed the notebook back in the pocket where she'd found it. As she did so, her fingers felt the texture of a smooth plastic baggie. Even before she took it out, Ginger knew what she would find. Sure enough, the small, resealable bag contained a variety of brightly coloured pills. She took a photo, wanting to conserve the evidence. It appeared the rumours about Gus's illicit activities were true. Ginger didn't have time to think about the implications of finding drugs beside a notebook filled with the same code as Callum's personal notebook. Her sharp ears picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. Stuffing everything back into the rucksack, Ginger hurriedly pulled on her gloves and returned to her place at the cooker. By the time Rhys and Gus stepped through the kitchen's double-swinging doors, she'd managed to slow her panicked breathing to something that appeared natural. For the next few minutes, she and Gus worked alongside one another in complete silence, although Ginger's thoughts never stopped whirling. She wanted to ask Gus about the notebooks, the code, and Callum, but how could she do it in a way that would encourage him to answer? "So, Gus," she began, sloughing off another scoop of grease into the large plastic bucket set between them on the floor. "How are classes going?" "Did you drive here today, Ginger?" Rhys asked, leaning over the counter. "If you brought your bike, I'm happy to give you a lift home again. It's just started pouring with rain again, is all." Ginger looked back at him with a tight smile. "No, I drove, but thank you anyway." "Oh, sure, of course." Had she imagined the disappointment in his voice? Ginger wasn't sure. "Well, keep at it then." Rhys patted the counter in a quick rhythm, then returned to his table. "He's so into you," Gus muttered, wrinkling his nose as he dug out another lump of foul grease. "I was embarrassed for both of you watching that." "Don't be ridiculous," Ginger said, using the rim of the bucket to scrape grease off her glove. "We're just colleagues." She paused as a thought occurred to her. Professor West and I were very good friends, though. If she hadn't been closely watching Gus's face for some kind of reaction, she wouldn't have noticed the involuntary tightening of his jaw and the sudden bout of several swift blinks. "He was a really great guy," she continued, returning to work but still watching Gus from the corner of her eye. "Did you have him for many classes?" "Just English," Gus replied, voice flat, "and he was my personal tutor." "Lucky you," Ginger said, and meant it. "I know how much he cared about all of his students. We used to do these experimental cooking evenings on Fridays or Saturdays, and most of the time he'd be bragging about how so-and-so had done on a test or who had applied for universities or... Nice to know he droned on as much outside of class as he did during class, Gus sneered, but there was no real malice to the words. Guy didn't know how to shut up. Cocking her head, Ginger noted that he was overly focused on the task at hand now. He didn't want to look at her or talk to her, but it wasn't just young adult attitude. Gus now gave off an air of tense nerves. "I'm sure he had his moments of quiet," Ginger said carefully. "That he had his secrets." "How's the manual labour going?" Rhys called from the counter, his voice overly chipper. "I almost wish I was in there helping instead of marking 20 essays on Allied subterfuge during World War II. "We're over halfway done," Ginger called back, swallowing her irritation at the continued interruptions. "Just knuckling down and getting on with it." "Hint taken," Rhys said, raising his hands in surrender. "I'll return to pointing out that Wikipedia is not a suitable source." Rolling her eyes ever so slightly, Ginger began scrubbing down the stovetop. "Do you ever wonder why schools are so obsessed with vilifying Wikipedia as a source?" she asked with forced lightness. "Callum used to say that..." Gus flung down the scoop with a clatter. "Why are you so desperate to talk about a dead teacher with me?" he hissed. "This could count as traumatizing me. I'll need to go to the counsellor and you'll end up fired." Twisting her mouth in thought, Ginger leaned against the cooker. "If that did happen," she said slowly, "then I might have to tell Harvey that you're dealing on school grounds. The oak tree cop's out by the stables, right?" A flash of panic replaced the spite in Gus's eyes. "What do you want?" he said tightly. "You want to get in on it? To buy?" "Everything all right back there?" Rhys asked, coming to hover by the counter once more. Sounded like a bit of a ruckus. "It's all good, Mr. Morgan," Gus said, keeping his voice bland and respectful. "I just dropped something." As Rhys returned once more to his table, Gus gave Ginger a stare burning with irritation. "Well?" "I want to know if you ever sold to Callum," Ginger said simply. "Looks like he had some pretty heavy-duty painkillers in his blood when he died. You help him get those? That little baggie of yours looked like it might have some prescription pills in the mix. Gus scoffed, pulling off the gloves. You're not pinning some old guy's suicide on me, he snapped. And you're not going to say a thing about this, or else you'll have to tell everyone how you went through my stuff. Throwing the apron and gloves to the floor, he snatched up his rucksack. We're done here, he said, then stalked out of the kitchen. Ginger watched him go, not sure what answer was hidden in Gus's actions. What was clear was that he was hiding something that connected him to Callum, and she was going to find out what that was. Did he walk out on you? Rhys asked, breaking through her thoughts. He shook his head, hands on hips. Unbelievable. Not answering, Ginger turned back to the cooker and continued to clean. Chapter 12. The next day, Ginger didn't spend her lunch break in the teacher's lounge as usual. She had an interview with D.I. Clemek, which began at noon, and she didn't know how long it would take. She'd explained this to Headmaster Harvey, apologising that she wouldn't be able to open the Melville House Cafe after lunch as usual. He waved away her attempts, however, clearly eager to be as accommodating as possible with the investigation. If D.I. Clemek feels it's necessary for you to go in and talk about Callum's unfortunate passing, Harvey said, uncomfortably avoiding the word death, then the Academy will of course be as flexible as necessary to make sure you can be there. Ginger had nodded slowly, looking around the interior of Harvey's office. It was meticulously tidy, but not in a way that suggested Harvey was a naturally neat man. The strict placement and cleanliness of everything instead felt as if he was expecting a military-grade inspection any minute. It was the room of a man who felt continually watched and tried to present what he thought people wanted. The only reason she was thinking again of the headmaster's office was because D.I. Clemek's office was very much the opposite. Papers crashed in haphazard waves across the desk, the shelves, and even the chair meant for visitors. 3 mugs filled with varying levels of stale coffee huddled by the keyboard. Clemek's 2 computer monitors were ringed with halos of yellow post-it notes, each blazoned with scribbled words and lots of question marks. The walls, painted the same dingy green as the rest of the police station, carried a few mismatched picture frames containing certificates, photos of formal police events, and one photo of a group of sheepdogs Ginger knew belonged to Jacob's father, Martin, who was a farmer over in Oxfordshire. In the midst of it all was D.I. Jacob Clemek himself. Although at work, Jacob had tossed his jacket off to the side, ignoring the coat stand in the corner, and was in only his shirt sleeves. The neutral grey-green tie around his neck was loosened, and he was part way through eating a hefty sausage and egg sandwich. "Ginger!" he exclaimed, setting down his meal and hurriedly wiping his mouth and fingers on a paper napkin. He sounded so surprised to see her that for a moment Ginger was concerned that she'd got the date or time wrong. It was very possible that the desk sergeant had been so distracted by the box of freshly baked dark chocolate and banana muffins Ginger had brought with her that he'd forgotten to correct Ginger's mistake. But then D.I. Clemek got to his feet and quickly moved papers off a chair for her. "Sorry about the mess," he apologised, setting aside the remnants of his lunch. "It was meant to be an admin day for me, but I've been behind since first thing." An unsecured file in his hands fell open, sending papers skittering across the floor. Clemek sighed heavily, cursing under his breath before crouching to tidy the mess. Ginger grinned, joining him on the floor to help. "Just one of those days, huh?" "You've no idea," he said, taking the papers from her. "This case with Callum just keeps getting more complicated, so I hope you can clear some things up for those of us working the case." "How so?" Ginger asked, only allowing mild curiosity into her tone and holding out the box of muffins as a distraction. "I'd suggest taking 2 of these, since as soon as I leave them out in the main office, it'll be like vultures descending." He did so, setting them beside his sandwich. "We learned from Callum's doctor that he had a painkiller prescription while he waited for surgery on his knees." Clasping her hands tight together, Ginger bowed her head. "I didn't know about that," she said softly. "He never mentioned he needed surgery." "Honestly, Gin," he admitted, leaning back with a sigh, "it's beginning to look more and more likely that Callum West wasn't entirely responsible for his own death." Although she'd had her suspicions, to have someone else voice similar concerns gave her a mixed feeling of relief and gut-wrenching grief. "What's led you to believe that?" she asked, not bothering to hide the tremble in her voice. It wasn't just D.I. Klimek sitting in front of her, it was her friend Jacob. He sighed. The second autopsy showed that Callum was most likely already deceased when the rope cut off his airway. Something about the bruising of the trachea and the damage to the lungs not being that of someone who died of asphyxia, which means someone must have staged the scene that you walked in on. Ginger nodded slowly. "So what do you want from me?" "I need you to tell me everything you remember of the office when you first arrived," Jacob said, pulling his keyboard closer. "Any detail could be of great help to us." And so for the next half an hour, Ginger gave every detail she was able to recall. Jacob would often stop her to ask clarifying questions. Was the window completely open, or only partially open? Was the fallen chair close to Callum, as if he had kicked it out from underneath him, or was it out of his reach, as if there had been a struggle? After a while, Ginger needed a break. Having to relive the same horrifying moments over and over again in excruciating detail drained her of all energy. "Did you find Callum's pills in his office?" she asked when Jacob returned with a cup of tea for her. "If he took them, then you'd think they'd be around the office, and if someone else gave them to him, then they would probably have left the pills behind to make it look like it was self-inflicted." She took a sip of tea. "If the prescription was legitimate like you said it was, there would be no reason for someone to take them away from the crime scene." Jacob frowned, deep in thought, as he took advantage of the break to finish his sandwich. "I don't know if any pills were logged into evidence," he said, typing briefly and examining the screen. "Nope. No pills and no pill bottle were logged. We've got our suspicions about that, though." Ginger's thoughts flicked again to the pills in Gus's bag. "Really?" she asked cautiously. "You think maybe I wasn't the first one to arrive in Callum's office after all?" Jacob shrugged. "We found some prints on the desk that were fairly fresh. They belonged to a student with a few cautions given for alleged drug-related reasons, so we're trying to get permission to search his locker. But Harvey, the headmaster, is making it a bureaucratic nightmare. Says both sets of prints were from a parent-teacher meeting a few days before, and that we have no reason to invade a student's privacy like that." There were enough pieces of the puzzle in Jacob's explanation that Ginger was able to put the picture together herself. She'd bet money that the prints belonged to Gus Amberley. "I imagine Arthur Amberley is doing everything he can to block you too," she asked, taking a casual drink as she watched Jacob for his reaction. His eyes widened and then narrowed, and he sat up straighter in his chair. It was clear she'd guessed correctly. "How did you know about the Amberley connection?" he asked quietly, giving her a piercing look. "That's been kept quiet. It certainly wasn't passed on to your brother in that little favour he called in at the weekend to get some information for you." Ginger flushed and gave a sheepish grin. "Ah, you know about that." "Of course I do," he said, slipping back into Klimek the detective rather than her friend Jacob. "What are you doing poking about in this investigation, Ginger? Why do you know about Gus?" Ginger trailed off. She didn't entirely know the answer to the question. Why was she doing her own investigation? Shouldn't she leave it to the police? She trusted Jacob and knew he'd do a good job, so why couldn't she ignore the questions burning in the back of her mind? "Callum was my friend," she said slowly, not sure where she was going with the explanation, but knowing whatever it was needed to be said. "We might not have been friends for long, but he was there for me through the aftermath of the Arlington Manor stuff." Jacob's eyes softened and he leaned toward her, listening. "He never treated me like I was made of glass," Ginger said, holding back tears as she remembered their evenings filled with food, laughter and music. "What happened at the manor made me feel completely powerless, but also made me feel guilty that surviving made me feel empowered too. He helped remind me that wasn't true. I found my autonomy again with his help. And now it looks like someone stripped him of his autonomy and his choice, stripping away this life." She took a shaking breath, wiping her damp cheeks. "I feel like I owe it to my friend to help find out what happened to him." Jacob didn't speak for a while, observing Ginger over his steepled fingers. "Why do you suspect Gus Amberley is involved in this?" he asked softly. Ginger bit her lip, wondering how much she should tell the DI. Should she mention the notebooks? But she didn't know if they were connected. Presenting it as evidence risked making her look paranoid and would destroy this small scrap of involvement that Jacob was offering. So she stuck with what irrefutable evidence she had. Taking out her phone, she showed Jacob the picture of the baggie of pills she'd found in Gus's rucksack. Then she played the conversation between Headmaster Harvey and Arthur Amberley that she'd overheard. Jacob listened carefully, his lips pursed in thought. "I'm not saying Gus and his father are responsible," Ginger said, putting away her phone. "But I think there's some unanswered questions that Arthur is eager to keep quiet." "Nah. What you showed me will be enough to get us an official search warrant," Jacob replied, already typing in the request. "Thank you for your help, Ginger. I'll be in touch." Recognizing the dismissal for what it was, Ginger got to her feet and gathered her things. Walking out of the police station, even though she knew she'd done the right thing, she felt as if she was dragging a cloak of guilt behind her. Chapter 13. "You seem a little distracted, love. Everything all right?" Ginger blinked, quickly looking over at her mother. Despite her heavy mood, she had gone to dinner at her mother and Colin's house. Although, now she was wondering if that had been a mistake, considering the concerned look Dorothy was giving her. "I'm fine," Ginger said with a quick smile. "Just a bit tired." Dorothy gave a look that showed she was unconvinced by Ginger's assurance, to say the least, but she returned to her bowl of slow-cooked chili brisket with rice and all the trimmings. Colin did quite the opposite. He narrowed his golden brown eyes at her in the way that made her feel like an open book. "Stop trying to get into my head," Ginger complained playfully, waving her fork at her stepfather. "I'm fine. Just got a lot going on right now to think about." "Oh, did you get another cake order from someone?" Dorothy asked, sprinkling grated extra strong cheddar over her meal, followed by some cool, crunchy cucumber. Ginger took a sip of her non-alcoholic mojito that Colin had made, then shook her head. "I've got a christening cake to do this evening for someone who got in touch via Facebook, but other than that, my only project is for Colin's party." "I actually had a couple of people from the Bowls Club reach out to ask if you did any kind of private catering," Colin said, pausing as he took a bite of the succulent, perfectly cooked beef brisket. "You know Gerard Wilkes?" "He runs the tile and flooring company out on the business estate," Dorothy cut in. "When we redid all the floors in the house, he gave us a wonderful deal." Colin and Ginger shared a quick smirk. Dorothy's knowledge of the local people was famously encyclopedic. "Anyway," her stepfather continued, exaggerating the word, "he said that the kind of spread you did this weekend is exactly what he wants for a Christmas party he's having with a bunch of the local businesses. Not a huge number of people, maybe 30 or 40. Shall I give you his contact info?" For the first time that day, the grin that burst onto Ginger's face was genuine. "Yes!" she squeaked, doing a little dance in her chair, matching the beat of Flogging Molly's song, "May the Living Be Dead," in our wake. "Yes, yes, yes. Do you have any idea how lucrative Christmas parties can be if you get a name for yourself?" Immediately her thoughts ran away with her, imagining the little bakery and cafe she one day hoped to own. She'd take on the creative and crazy cake orders that no one else would tackle. The bakery would sell bread and pastries and cakes by the slice or whole. The teas and coffees would be from specialist small businesses, and all the furniture would be from local carpenters. This party could be the beginning of it all. "I popped round to your place the other afternoon just to borrow some gardening things from the shed," Dorothy said, delicately dabbing at her mouth with a sheet of kitchen roll. To anyone else the word sounded innocuous, but Ginger was pulled from her daydreaming. She narrowed her eyes at her mother, immediately suspicious. "What did you do?" Ginger asked slowly. "You're being far too nonchalant right now." "She's been meddling again," Colin warned, chuckling when his wife elbowed him roughly in the side of his broad chest. "I've been doing no such thing," she said indignantly. "All that happened was that I got chatting with your neighbour, Mr. O'Malley, and he said that you'd had some company the other night." Groaning, Ginger moved her bowl aside and collapsed face first onto the table. "Are you kidding me?" she mumbled into the placemat. "I'm nearly 29 years old, Mother, and yet you're still creeping around trying to find out if I'm dating someone as if I was 15 again." There was a brief pause. Ginger could hear Colin struggling to silently contain his laughter. "So you are dating him?" Dorothy asked. Colin's laughter bubbled out of him like a well of warm treacle, and Ginger growled in frustration, tugging at her hair. "Well, it's just that as well as Mr. O'Malley, I was chatting with Mrs. Winston. You know, the old dear who volunteers on Mondays at the RSPCA charity shop in Greater Chiswick. And she said she'd seen you and the same young man cycling to the academy together every day it wasn't raining." Glaring up through her feathery bangs at her mother, Ginger snorted. "All three of you are nosy busybodies. His name is Reese, he's the new history teacher at the academy, and our route to work just happens to merge through town, that's all." "And dinner?" Dorothy asked, eyes gleaming like a shark that had caught the scent of blood in the water. Colin was still helplessly chortling to himself as he got up to change the music. "He gave me a lift home because it was raining, and I'd cycled in that day. I offered him food as a thank you." Ginger sat up and pressed her hands to her flushed face. "You're the worst sometimes. You know that?" "I know," Dorothy said cheerily, refilling her daughter's glass. "Now tell me all about this, Reese. The new history teacher, you say?" Ginger could already see the gossip mill running away with whatever details she gave, so she swiftly changed the subject. "Speaking of history," she said, pointedly ignoring her mother's irritated scowl and exit to the kitchen to get the pie Ginger had brought with her. "Do either of you know anything about code breaking or word puzzles?" "I can't manage the crossword in the paper, love," Colin said, settling back into his chair, leaving one muscled, tattooed arm draped over the back. "Why do you ask?" Suddenly, Ginger found herself scrabbling for an excuse, not wanting to reveal anything to do with Callum's notebook or the photos she'd taken of Gus's book. "It's just a little challenge Reese gave me," she said, wincing as all she could come up with was the previous topic of conversation. "He's testing out something for a lesson plan about code breaking, so he gave me this note to decipher." "Can't help you there, I'm afraid," Colin said, turning to Dorothy as she returned to the table with pie, plates and forks. "Are you any good at... what was it, Gin?" "Riddles?" "Codes," Ginger corrected. "Like the kind Alan Turing broke during World War II by building what was basically the first ever computer. It was in that Benedict Cumberbatch movie we watched a while ago." "Oh, I do love him," Dorothy said. "Wasn't he good in the BBC Sherlock series?" Ginger sat back, satisfied that the conversation had been sufficiently derailed. Her mother had a mild to severe obsession with Benny Batch, as she would call him, and among the rest of the family it was a forbidden topic at risk of having to listen to Dorothy ramble on for hours. Colin gave her a dark and dirty look to which she could only shrug apologetically. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The topics of Reese and code breaking were definitely no longer on her mother's mind. They were still very much on Ginger's, however. Although she'd only been using him as a cover, she began to wonder whether Reese actually might be able to help. She had no idea what code Callum and Gus had used in their writing, but unless they'd invented it, the cipher would be out there somewhere. And she was betting a history nerd like Reese would be able to help her find it. Codes followed Ginger into her dreams that night and floated in front of her eyes. By the time she crossed paths with Reese the next day, Callum's notebook felt as if it was burning a hole in the pocket of her coat. As soon as she drew closer, however, her train of thought finally switched tracks. He hadn't shaved, the extra layer of stubble giving him a more roguish look than Ginger was used to seeing. It looked good on him, she decided. "What happened to your face?" she asked, staring at the messy scratches spread over one of Reese's cheeks. He drew even with her, slowing his pedalling to match her pace. "I fell on my cross-country run," he said with a sheepish grin as they cycled through the village together and took the road toward Chiswick Academy. "Spent my life running through the wilds of Wales without so much as turning an ankle. Then I fall flat on my face on a flat woodland path. "You're truly elegance personified," Ginger teased, leading the way onto the gravel drive. Their jovial moods quickly dissipated when they saw the flashing blue lights of several police cars parked in front of the main school building. Ginger felt a sinking sensation in her gut, and the cloak of guilt settled heavily across her shoulders. She had some idea of what this might be about. Giving one another a tense look, they sped toward the school. Not bothering to lock up their bikes, Ginger followed Reese into the school, almost jogging to keep up with his long strides. There was a crowd of whispering students crowded in the hallway that contained the rows of lockers with their dark, polished wooden doors and brass fittings. Several constables were trying to herd the children away, but the mass of people wouldn't move. Headmaster Harvey's voice, raised high in panicked indignation, soared over the whole scene. Reese was tall enough to see over most of the crowd and had the authority of a teacher to clear a path to the front. Ginger delved off in another direction, spotting the familiar puffball hairstyle of Amelia and Louise's long blonde braids. "What's going on?" she murmured, sidling up behind the two girls and keeping her voice low. "The police are searching Gus Amberley's locker," Amelia said tightly. She gave Ginger a stare that for the first time was riddled with distrust. "Did you tell on him? Because if you did, you risk getting me and Lou labelled as snitches and teachers' pets." The two girls moved away, leaving Ginger at a loss for words. It was then that a break appeared in the crowd, and she watched as two uniformed officers escorted Gus away in handcuffs. George Harvey followed, holding up his phone to allow Arthur Amberley, on speakerphone, to threaten the most brutal legal action imaginable. Ginger caught the barest glimpse of an orange pill bottle in an evidence bag before she locked eyes with Gus as he passed. The look he gave her was knowing and weary rather than angry, but it still cut Ginger like glass. It was clear that Gus knew it was her who had reported him, and even though she knew she'd done the right thing, seeing the boy led away didn't bring her any sense of satisfaction. With the drama over, students dispersed in several directions, either to classes or following Gus out to the police cars. All at once, Ginger was alone in the hall. As if drawn by some invisible string, she approached Gus's locker. D.I. Klimek's question about why she insisted on her own investigation hovered disapprovingly in the back of her mind as she hurriedly searched the locker. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. Flicking through the pages of Gus's code-filled notebook, she risked pulling Callum's red notebook from her pocket to compare the two. "Like looking in a mirror," she murmured. When placed side by side, it was obvious that both Gus and Callum had used the same code. Part of her argued that she should turn the notebooks over to Jacob and his detectives, but how could she explain them? She had no idea what the code was or how to break it. Bringing Jacob another problem to solve was only going to muddy the waters of the investigation further. Stuffing both books back into her coat pocket as she heard footsteps approaching, Ginger hurried toward the kitchen. Before she handed over the notebooks, she needed to know what the code was and how to break it. Chapter 14. "Got anything interesting going on this evening?" Ginger asked, as she handed Reese his cup of green tea with honey. It was early afternoon on Wednesday, and Ginger was doing her shift in the Melville House Cafe as usual. As Reese lingered at the counter, letting his tea steep for the few minutes required, she told herself that her offer wasn't entirely self-serving. True, she wanted to pick the Welshman's brain about the code in Callum and Gus's notebooks, but she also genuinely enjoyed his company. He wasn't as lively a conversationalist as Callum had been, and he knew nothing about jazz. But he was eager to learn cooking skills from her, and they made each other laugh. "I'm actually free," he said, scooping out the used tea bag and dropping it into the food waste bin by the counter. "My mum is staying at my aunt's place in Cardiff for the night, so I was only going to go home and fall asleep in front of the telly." "As delightful as that sounds," Ginger said, sliding a large white chocolate cookie, placed on a napkin, across the counter to him. "I can offer you feline company, mulled apple juice, and a lesson on how to make that flavourless excuse that you call lunch actually taste of something interesting." Reese tapped his chin in thought. He still hadn't shaved because of the cuts on his face, and the stubble was already approaching the beginning of a beard. "Your offer is compelling," he said, still pretending to think about it. "Will you let me watch while you practice for your stepfather's insane cake?" "Deal," Ginger said with a grin. "I'm taste-testing dirt combinations for the base tonight." "Delicious?" Reese questioned, picking up the cookie. "Is there a particular kind of topsoil you prefer to eat?" She laughed, enjoying the grin he gave at her response. "It's not actual dirt, silly," she said, shaking her head. "It's all edible. You'll see this evening and I'll need help tasting, so take it easy on the cookies." "Huh?" Reese looked at the cookie in his hand as if surprised to see it there. "Oh, this isn't for me. Raquel said she wanted one, so I'm dropping it by her classroom on the way to my next lesson." Ginger was surprised at the stab of emotional pain that pierced through her belly. It almost felt like jealousy. But why would she feel jealous that one of the cookies she had made was being hand-delivered to Raquel? Raquel with her steady career, her intelligence, and her form-fitting skirt and sweater combos. By Reese? Hadn't Ginger herself sat at dinner last night and insisted to her mother that she and Reese were just friends? There was nothing to be jealous about. Reese wrinkled his nose as he continued looking at the cookie. "Not a fan of white chocolate myself. Used to love it as a kid, but I've had it cut out of my diet for so long now it tastes kind of bad." His eyes widened as he recalled that Ginger was the person who had baked the cookies. "Not that I think that your baking tastes bad. I meant, I'm going to go." Chuckling, Ginger waved him off. "I'll meet you by the bike rack later." The rest of the afternoon passed in the usual way. A steady trickle of students and staff, with occasional bursts of activity as different classes ended. It was only when Ginger glanced up at the clock, after dealing with the 4 o'clock rush, that she realised Louise and Amelia hadn't come to join her as usual. As she cleaned up the cafe alone, Ginger couldn't help but linger over the memory of the distrust she'd seen in the two girls' eyes after they guessed that she was the one responsible for Gus's arrest. But it had been the right thing to do, surely. Not just for Gus's sake, but for everyone else's. He'd had Callum's prescription painkillers in his locker. Who knew who he was going to sell them to? And maybe Gus could help Jacob with the case. If he could, then Ginger told herself that any fallout was worth it. At the sharp sound of insistent clicking, Ginger shook off her thoughts and turned. Standing on the other side of the counter was the tall, lean figure of Arthur Amberley. Despite being in his 60s, his posture was ramrod straight. Just like every other time she had crossed paths with the Amberley patriarch, he was dressed in a perfectly tailored tweed suit. Today it was a military green shade, the weave pattern almost invisible. As she was sure Arthur had intended, it gave him an air of unquestioned authority. However, she couldn't help but think that his chosen style also made it look like he was playing the part of the wealthy country squire, as if trying to exist in a time long gone by sheer force of will. He scowled at her, the action causing his neatly maintained salt and pepper moustache and beard to twist. "You should always be prepared to serve a customer, girl," he snapped, pulling out a golden pocket watch to obnoxiously check the time. "Some of us have important places to be." His tone and manner sparked Ginger's temper as surely as if he'd dropped a match into a pan of alcohol. With exaggerated regret and a saccharine-sweet tone, she said, "The cafe is actually closed, Mr. Amberley. So terribly sorry about that." The look of shock, followed by rage, brought Ginger more satisfaction than she would ever admit to anyone. "There's a vending machine down the hall if you want a drink," she said, still using the overly polite tone to grind in her position of momentary power. "So, unless you decide to actually do your job and serve me," he snarled, gripping the edge of the counter until his knuckles turned white, "I'll tell the headmaster about your rudeness and get you fired in a heartbeat." "Like father, like son," Ginger muttered to herself, half turning away. "What did you say?" Arthur snapped, reptilian green eyes flashing. Knowing she was walking the edge of Arthur genuinely following through on his threat, Ginger gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "What can I get for you?" she asked. "He threatened to get you fired because he wanted a decaf Americano," Reese asked. Disbelief and amusement mingled in his voice. It was after dinner, which had been a flavourful, pleasantly spiced version of Reese's usual lunchtime meal of chicken, couscous, and kale. Sipping on his glass of mulled apple juice, Reese remained seated at the table. Nina curled on his lap while Ginger circled the kitchen island to examine her various combinations of possible topsoil. She'd selected a record at random, while Reese loaded the dishwasher and soft piano jazz floated like perfume through the cottage. "I can't tell you how much I hated having to give in to him," Ginger admitted. "For just a second I thought I held the power in the situation, but then I remembered that Harvey would have sided with Arthur without a second thought. Gus got arrested on school grounds, so I imagine the headmaster is at the top of Arthur's shit list right now." "That would be putting it mildly," Reese said, tickling Nina under her chin while she purred like a chainsaw. "On my way out to meet you at the bike rack, I passed Harvey's office and overheard the two of them arguing." "Well?" He paused to think. It was less an argument and more Arthur Amberley tearing the headmaster a new one. Pressing down experimentally on the final dirt sample, this one made of oats, sugar, cinnamon and butter, Ginger carried the tray of ramekins over to the table. "I feel sorry for Harvey," she said, shooing miles away from the little dishes when he sniffed too closely. "How many other heads of Chiswick Academy have had to deal with the death of a teacher and a student being caught with drugs all within the same month?" "I'm going to hazard a guess and say none," Reese replied with a wave of the teaspoon Ginger had handed to him. "Which one should I start with?" "Any of them," Ginger said, scooping Miles up like a baby and then letting him drape around her shoulders. "I've got a range of textures and flavours. Hopefully I can put them on top of one another like sedimentary layers. It'll be like several cheesecake bases stacked on top of one another, and then the cake on top surrounded by the trees and all the forest details. Or something like that." Reese, she realised, wasn't really listening. He was deeply engrossed in the little dish of crumbled dark chocolatey cookie flavored with powdered sour cherries. "I think I could eat my body weight in this one," he said, taking another spoonful with a chuckle. 15 years ago, I would probably have meant that literally. "Try this one," Ginger said with a grin, pushing another toward him and offering a fresh spoon. "It's ginger and lime, a little sweeter, but not cloying." Reese's eyes widened and he hummed in appreciation as he dissected the flavours. "Tastes like key lime pie without the cheesecake part." "Exactly," Ginger slid the next ramekin toward him. "For someone who apparently only eats for the fuel, you're really good with flavours and appreciating food." "How did you make that taste like tiramisu but also a cookie?" Reese said, as if to prove her point, then shrugged in answer to her question. "I was a comfort eater as a kid, until I realised that the best way to stop being bullied for being the fat kid was to stop being the fat kid. Also, I watched a lot of cooking shows with my gran in the years before she passed. It was something we really bonded over, even if neither of us could make most of the stuff." He tried to keep his tone light, but Ginger could tell that her innocuous question had accidentally struck some very personal chords. Nina could apparently sense it as well, as she rested her head in the crook of Reese's elbow and wrapped her front legs around his forearm. For a second, Ginger saw him tense, no doubt expecting a sharp, playful bite to follow, but the cat only purred more loudly. "Is she hugging me?" Reese asked, wide-eyed. Stroking Miles where he was still perched on her shoulders, Ginger nodded with a soft smile. "She is indeed. Nina can be a little hellion, but she's also very intuitive. She used to do this for hours when I was getting used to being alone again." "Did you used to share in your previous place?" Reese asked, dipping back into the dark chocolate and cherry. It was Ginger's turn to avoid eye contact. "No," she murmured. "I was originally a tenant here, but the house became mine when the owner passed away." Out of habit, her gaze shifted to the living room. All at once she remembered the scenes of suffering that she had been witness to in that room. Had all that pain been worth the house she'd inherited? "I'm sorry," Reese murmured. Pulling her thoughts away from the past, Ginger gave a weak smile. "It's fine. Everything worked out for the best in the end." An awkward lull fell as the two of them randomly picked at the different samples, the piano music tinkling away in the background. I was actually hoping you'd be able to help me with something this evening, Ginger said tentatively. It's kind of a weird request, but I think you'll be interested in it. For a moment, something flashed across Reese's eyes that she couldn't quite decipher. I'll help if I can, he said, sounding strangely guided. He didn't think she meant... No. She felt herself flushing regardless and quickly hurried on. It's a code that I'm trying to break, she said, trotting out her planned story. It's an old family heirloom, a diary, but it's written in some sort of code. I wondered if you knew anything about that kind of thing. You mentioned at lunch once that you wanted to do a whole lesson arc on codes and code breaking, but Harvey vetoed it. I could have a look, Reese said, seeming to deflate momentarily before giving a smile. Can I see it? Ginger had thought about this. Although Reese was new to the faculty, he would certainly recognise Callum's notebook. She couldn't give it to him. I've only got photos and scans, I'm afraid, she said, making a mental note to ask if she could use her mum's scanner the next time she was at her house for dinner. Not long after, Reese said he should probably be getting home. Something awkward had slipped into the evening without Ginger noticing. When she offered to drive him home so that he didn't have to cycle in the dark, he politely declined, saying he had his lights and high-vis gear. Waving him off from the door, Ginger felt the two cats come and cuddle up beside her legs, one resting against each ankle. Men are weird, she muttered, to which both cats mewed in response. Chapter 15. The next day after work, Ginger joined Bonnie and her girlfriend Mariah at the Fox's Den in Little Chiswick. It was Thursday, which was pie and mash night in the charming, old-fashioned pub, and the place was packed as usual. Stuart Mill, the owner, was the third generation of his family to run the Fox's Den. With a smile, Ginger watched Stuart move among his regulars with cheer and aplomb, her crossed arms resting comfortably on the slightly sticky surface of the heavy, dark wood table that was no doubt older than her. "How's things over here, lovelies?" Stuart asked, pausing by the booth the three women inhabited. "Did you get your food yet, or are you still waiting?" "We've been fed, Stu, don't fret," Bonnie said, patting her stomach. "Still knocking it out of the park with those beef and ale pies that use your own ale, even after all these years." "What do you mean, even after all these years?" Stuart asked, taking fake offence. "Are you calling me old, Bonnie Nat?" Ginger grinned, taking a drink from her pint of Stu's famous pear cider as Bonnie tried to formulate an answer. "She wouldn't dare," Mariah said, placing a restraining hand on her partner's shoulder. "Just because you remember when Methuselah was a boy doesn't mean you're old, Stu." His eyes narrowed and he was clearly searching for a comeback, his bushy white eyebrows and moustache twitching with amusement. "That's what we young people call a burn," Ginger chipped in, before descending into helpless laughter along with Bonnie and Mariah. "I'll ban all three of you from my pub," Stu threatened playfully, his blue eyes twinkling. "You'll have to go and drink the swill that Alistair sells over at the Split Oak. You wouldn't dare banish 3 members of the entirely mediocre quiz team currently sitting in the middle of the leaderboard?" Bonnie asked, gesturing to the large blackboard behind the bar that bore the names and scores of the current quiz season. "Without us," Ginger said in a conspiratorial whisper, "the average age of your clientele goes up by about 40 years. We're the only thing giving this place a young, hip vibe." "Yeah," Mariah added. "Do you really want Grubby Gary to be the face of youth in the Fox's Den?" All 4 of them glanced furtively over to the corner table, where a greasy, twitchy man, in perhaps his early 40s, was nursing a large pint. As they watched, he tipped the remnants of a bag of pork scratchings into his mouth, but most of them missed, instead showering his face and neck with grease and salt. "All is forgiven," Stu said gravely, looking away in disgust as Gary pulled a stray scrap out of the patch of chest hair crawling out the top of his polo shirt. "I'll even bring you all a refill. Same again, ladies." "You're a god amongst men, Stu," Bonnie said. "I'll come and help carry." Still laughing, Ginger was left with Mariah and was about to compliment the other woman on her quick wit when she overheard a scrap of conversation from a nearby table populated with 3 grizzled old farmer types. "Yep, "Did you hear that the Amberley lad got released without being charged with anything?" One of them, wearing a mud-flecked tweed flat cap, said. "A mate of mine who knows one of the arresting officers said that they found bags and bags of all kinds of dodgy things in his locker up at that fancy school. And he walks free? Unbelievable." Ginger frowned, glancing at Mariah, who was also subtly listening in. "Guess that's the perk of being an Amberley," another grunted, scratching at his thick brown beard. "When you've got that much money and fancy London connections, you can get away with pretty much anything you please." "Thought he might actually get taught a lesson this time," the third one, the oldest of the three, added. "He used to go tramping around my woods all the time with some girl or a group of troublemakers, leaving cans and rubbish and cigarette butts everywhere. Tried to get him charged for trespassing, but the boys down at the station said there was nothing to be done about it and to just put some fencing up." "Yeah, why should you pay out of pocket for fencing when they could have just dealt with the boy?" the first said, grumbling something else into his beer that Ginger couldn't make out. "Better yet, make the father pay for it and the boy build it," the third one said, his voice rising with indignation. "If Arthur Amberley is the kind of man to pay his way out of problems, then he can damn well pay me for a fence that I apparently need because of his son." From there, the conversation veered off into the failings of today's youth, and Ginger stopped listening in. "Charming," Mariah said, rolling her pale brown eyes. "Forced manual labour will definitely help solve problems with addiction, self-worth, and parents who are emotionally distant or borderline emotionally abusive." Mariah was currently completing a doctorate in psychology, focusing on childhood and teenage experiences. So, even though Ginger wasn't sure if Mariah had met Gus Amberley, she trusted the woman's judgment. "I saw the two of you being nosy from over by the bar," Bonnie said quietly, returning with a tray bearing 3 pint glasses. "What caught your ears?" In low tones, so as not to be overheard by the table in question, Ginger explained what she and Mariah had overheard. Bonnie frowned. "I'm not really surprised," she admitted. There were murmurings in the break room that apparently stemmed from Aston in reception, that Harvey and Arthur Amberley had gone down to the station with a fancy lawyer and threatened to raise hell. She placed an arm around Mariah's shoulders, then took a long drink from her glass. "But Gus will still be suspended for having illegal substances on campus, maybe even expelled unless Arthur writes a larger check than usual." Guilt crawled up Ginger's spine like a cockroach. If Gus got expelled, it would be because of her. The fact that he'd been released suggested he had nothing to do with Callum's death. There were better ways she could have handled it, rather than immediately telling Jacob and getting the police involved. Perhaps she'd been going about this all wrong. Why didn't she just ask Gus about the notebooks and the code? Any chance of him speaking to her about it now was gone. All she could do was apologise to him, and maybe beg for answers about the code. She'd go to the Amberley house tomorrow after work. Maybe she'd leave early, telling Headmaster Harvey she had another interview with D.I. Klimek. Bonnie and Mariah continued chatting in quiet tones, drawn into their own world in the way that couples often were. Resting her chin on her hand, Ginger stared miserably out at the rest of the pub. The warm, polished wood and glowing brass fittings didn't provide the usual feeling of comfort and familiarity. The chatter of people was all at once too loud and grating. Her desire to socialise had evaporated like water from a bain-marie, boiled away by her dejection and regret. A deliberate movement caught Ginger's focus, and she realised that she'd been staring into the distance for quite some time. Blinking, she saw Becky from the recreation centre wave at her again, although the gesture was very tentative and uncomfortable, as if she wasn't used to being acknowledged in public. The half-eaten, mushed-up meal in front of her and the several empty pint glasses, accompanied by the frown on her face, radiated such an air of anxious sadness that Ginger could almost feel it. Her gut instinct was to walk over and share a few words to try brightening Becky's day. But the thought of trying to force cheer into her voice for the other woman's sake when she herself felt like hiding away from the whole world was just too much. So instead, she just returned the wave, then began gathering her coat and bag. "You heading off?" Bonnie asked, sitting up straighter. "It's not even 9 yet." "I'm just feeling kind of tired all of a sudden." Ginger slipped into her bottle green woolen coat, buttoning it up against the chill outside. The knee-length, almost military-style coat was one of her favourite pieces of clothing, a treasure she'd found in a charity shop the previous winter. She'd dyed it herself, exchanged the dull black buttons for bright gold, and added several tasteful brooches to the large triangular lapels. "Do you want us to walk back with you?" Mariah asked, delicate eyebrows drawing together in concern. "You seem a little out of sorts. Maybe we could all use some tea and a chat." Ginger forced a laugh, internally wincing at the idea of trying to explain her current thoughts and feelings to anyone. "I'm fine," she assured them. "I was just up late last night. Miles threw up on the rug." Silently, she offered an apology to her best boy for maligning his character with a lie. "Besides," she added, winding her self-knitted scarf around her neck, "it's cold and damp out there. No need for you two to walk all the way to my place with me and then come back here again. Stay. Enjoy yourselves." Waving her friends and Stuart goodbye, Ginger weaved between the clustered tables and stepped out into the drizzling evening. Pulling the folds of her scarf up to her nose, Ginger began walking at a brisk pace along the quiet road that led back to her cottage. It was only about a mile or so, and the road was flat with minimal potholes. She'd be snuggled under her duvet, a cat on either side of her, and sipping from a cup of tea in about an hour. "Ginger?" Looking up, Ginger saw Reese stooping slightly to try and get a better look at her face. "Hi." She waved, not slowing her pace, keeping her face mostly hidden. But Reese intersected with her path, and Ginger reluctantly came to a stop. She didn't want to be rude, but she really wasn't feeling like talking right now. "I just wandered into town to pick up a curry for my mum and me," he said, a royal blue scarf complementing the light brown of his growing beard. "You should try Blue Balti sometime," Ginger said, shuffling in place to make it clear she couldn't stand and chat. "Best place in the area." "Will do." He gave her a quizzical look. "I'm not keeping you from something, am I?" "I just need to get home to the cats," Ginger said, circling around him and speaking as she backed away. "I'll see you tomorrow, though." "By the way," he called after her, "I haven't made any headway on the notebooks yet, but I'm hopeful I'll have something in the next few days." "You're a star." She gave him a thumbs up, swearing to bring in something tasty just for Reese the next day as an apology for her terseness. But then she let all thoughts drift from her mind, enjoying the safety of the dark, the small noises in the hedges of nocturnal creatures, and wondering what she was going to say to Gus. Chapter 16. It was a cold, clear day, with the first frost of the year clinging to burnished berries in the hedgerows and gilding the bright leaves recently fallen from the trees. The kitchen manager on duty that day, Pat, readily agreed to let Ginger leave early, not knowing the police interview was a fake excuse. "It's a Friday," she said, loosely shrugging her broad shoulders. Pat was a prop forward for the county's all-women rugby team. "As long as you bake all the stuff we'll need, I'll have one of the kitchen staff run the cafe for the day." The honeystone buildings of Chiswick Academy glowed like gold in the autumn sunshine, the many windows winking knowingly at everyone who approached up the drive. Pointedly, ignoring the gilt balanced on her handlebars, giving her a judgmental look, Ginger left at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was quite a journey to the Amberley residence, even though Ginger took the cut-throughs and walking paths that crisscrossed the patchwork quilt of farmland surrounding Greater and Little Chiswick. By the time she arrived at the imposing iron gates, Ginger was glowing with sweat. She could feel her face was flushed from the exercise and the cold air, the tip of her nose tingling. Staying astride her bike but with one foot on the ground for balance, Ginger studied the gates in front of her and the house that she could glimpse beyond. The tarmac drive cut directly through the middle of an artificial copse of pine trees planted in regimental lines on both sides of the drive. Around the base of the trunks tangled bushes, briars and rogue deciduous trees planted there by renegade birds. Beyond the pine copse, unrolled, perfectly maintained lawns were kept so clipped and green, Ginger almost mistook it for artificial grass. The house itself looked similarly staged and stylized, as if it had fallen straight out of a period drama. The walls were all built of the local creamstone, but had weathered with time and age to a grey hue. All the windows were finished in the traditional diamond leading, and the front door, from what Ginger could tell, was constructed from heavy aged wood and metal studs. Backing away from the gates, Ginger looked around, trying to figure out a way to get to the house. The gates themselves were built into two imposing stone columns, the one on the right-hand side bearing the small metal plaque of an intercom that no doubt connected to the house. Ginger suspected, however, that she would not be granted entry. Instead, she began looking for another way in. On either side of the gate were thick, spiny hawthorn hedges, so pushing through that way was impossible unless she wanted to be torn to shreds. Dismounting from her bike, Ginger began walking the property line of the Amberley estate. The place looked like a fortress from every angle, and she began to understand Gus's need to escape however he could. The trail was so narrow and overgrown she almost missed it. But then she crouched and saw a clear, beaten path through the old matted grass and dead nettles of the undergrowth beside the perimeter fence. At first glance it looked like a trail made by wildlife, a route that badgers, foxes, rabbits, deer and ground-dwelling birds used. It was only when she saw the recently made set of human footprints in the mud that Ginger began to wonder if it wasn't only wildlife that was using this path to sneak in and out of the Amberley estate. Hiding her bike in the undergrowth, Ginger began creeping along the path, her stomach prickling with the nerves that came from being somewhere she knew she shouldn't be. "Let's just hope Arthur's country squire routine doesn't include a shotgun," she muttered to herself, pushing aside a branch. Soon she found herself in front of a tiny gap in the hedge. Around the base of the bushes were sodden, dirty drifts of cigarette butts, telling Ginger that this was Gus's chosen smoking spot. Shimmying through the gap, Ginger preemptively pulled out Gus's journal. Not only did the journal give her a reason to come to the house, she hoped it would maybe be a peace offering to Gus. Of course, she'd already made scanned copies of all the pages for Rhys and perhaps D.I. Klimek when she had some concrete evidence of what the writing meant. Venturing out of the trees on the inside of the fence like a nervous rabbit, Ginger stepped onto the driveway as close to the gates as she could. If someone was watching from the house, she didn't want to be seen meandering across the lawn like she owned the place. When she reached the imposing door, flanked by two stone greyhound statues, Ginger tried to steady her anxious breathing as she pulled on the chain of the old-fashioned doorbell. She jumped backwards as there immediately came a cacophony of barking from inside, echoing off stone walls. A voice spoke a few sharp words that were muffled by the heavy wood, and then the handle turned. The door opened to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman with long blonde hair tied up in a perfect sleek ponytail. She was wearing expensive gym clothes, but had a tumbler of what Ginger guessed was probably alcohol. "How did you get in through the gates?" she asked in a voice as cold as the ice in her glass. Although her glowing skin and pleasingly symmetrical face made her age nearly impossible to determine, thanks to several hours of Instagram stalking and wading through the mire of online gossip publications, Ginger knew this was Gus's mother, Ivy Amberley. Now in her late 30s, she was an ex-model who had become Arthur's third wife at only 20, despite him being 25 years older than her. Ivy had given birth to Gus just over a year later, but from the endless gossip articles about her, it seemed she had no interest in motherhood. Ginger only realised she'd been staring without saying anything when Ivy snapped her fingers impatiently at her in an action identical to the one her husband had made at Ginger only a few days before. "Hello?" Ivy asked. "I said, how did you get in?" She gave a frustrated sigh. "Did Gus leave the gate unlocked again?" Grabbing at the lifeline, Ginger nodded fervently. "Yes, they were open just a little bit when I arrived, but I closed them properly behind me." "That bloody boy," Ivy muttered, taking a sip from her glass. "Well, who are you? What do you want?" "I'm actually here to see Gus," Ginger said, glancing behind Ivy into the expensively furnished house. Two greyhounds and a large Alsatian were sprawled on a large rug in the entrance hall. "He left something of his behind at the school, and it seemed like it was important." "What is it?" Ivy asked, leaning against the doorpost. "Did you find the Valium prescription he stole from me?" Gina's eyebrows twitched upwards in surprise before she could stop the movement. No, she stammered. It's a notebook. Ivy drained her glass. You came all the way here from the academy to bring my dropout son one of his class notebooks? No, it's a different one, Ginger began, but she was cut off by a furious shout from behind her. What in the devil are you doing at my house? Whirling on the doorstep, Ginger saw Arthur Amberley marching across the lawn. For a horrible moment, she thought he had a shotgun broken open over his arm, but when he drew closer, she saw it was only a walking staff. She's here to return something of Gus's from school, Ivy said, her body language changing as her husband approached. She stood up straighter and her blue eyes froze into something even more cold and distant. Gus doesn't need anything else from that useless school, Arthur growled, thumping the base of the staff down onto the gravel. Whatever it is, I don't care. Get off my property. Ginger opened her mouth to argue, even as she felt her hands begin to shake, but one look at Arthur Amberley's face made the words die in her throat. She was suddenly painfully aware that she hadn't told anyone that she was coming here. Do I need to make myself clear? He snapped, stepping even closer to Ginger. Or do I need to drag you off my land myself? She flicked a panicked glance toward Ivy, but found the other woman giving her a flat, uninterested stare, as if she'd given up questioning Arthur's behaviour a long time ago. I'll go, Ginger said, unable to stop her hands from shaking. It's fine. I'll go. Backing away, hands still raised, Ginger didn't fully turn her back on the couple and their brittle, beautiful house until she was halfway up the drive. At any moment she expected to hear claws on gravel as Arthur set his dogs on her. But she reached the gate unharmed, finding it open and waiting for her. As soon as she stepped through, the sensors registered her exit and silently swung closed. Ginger heaved a sigh of relief, dropping into a crouch as she went dizzy. Taking several deep breaths, her vision slowly cleared and she remembered that she needed to retrieve her bike. Pulling out her phone as she stumbled back into the undergrowth, Ginger debated who she should tell about her current situation. Her brother would either be furious or threaten to destroy Arthur. Telling Bonnie would make things even more complicated at the school than it already was. She couldn't tell Reese for the same reason. Finally, Ginger found her thumb hovering over Maggie McFelder's number. They hadn't spoken for a week or so, since Maggie was rushed off her feet planning a new stage production, and Ginger didn't like to bother her. But this seemed like something Maggie would understand. After going through the events of Arlington Manor together, Ginger suspected that Maggie would always be the one she turned to when things got weird in the unpleasant kind of way. Before she could call, however, Ginger let out a shriek. A darkly dressed, hooded figure was watching her from the thickest part of the tangled, twisted hedge. Chapter 17. If I didn't know you had the hots for Mr. Morgan, I'd think you had a thing for me, Gus said blandly, not moving from his thorny perch in the hedge. Ginger, still trying to calm her pounding heart, leaned back against a tree on the opposite side of the path. Gus's cigarette glowed red briefly as he inhaled, the burning light making the whites of his eyes glow within the dark depths of his hood. For a moment, the young adult had the visage of an ancient death mask or the Grim Reaper himself. Perhaps it was the presence of Halloween just around the corner, but the sight sent a cold claw trailing down Ginger's spine. She shivered, pulling her denim jacket tighter around her. I don't think your father likes me, she said, ignoring Gus's opening comment. I only came all the way out here to return something that belongs to you. How very thoughtful of you, Gus replied sardonically, tapping the ash off his cigarette. Did you find my dignity where I lost it by my locker? Been looking for that. Wordlessly, Ginger removed the black notebook from her inner pocket and held it out. The change in Gus's body language was immediate. Eyes narrowing, he dropped the finished cigarette, grinding it out in the mud with his heel. Exhaling one last cloud of smoke into the cold air, he extricated himself from the little divot in the hawthorn hedge where he'd been sheltering. Like a suspicious fox, he approached her in small steps, slowly reaching out for the notebook, as if he expected her to snatch it away. His fingers hovered over the cover when he looked Ginger in the eyes. You're the one who told them about the drugs? It was phrased as a question, but there was no uncertainty in his voice. He knew. He just wanted confirmation from her. Ginger nodded slowly. Maybe it was wrong of me, she said, shrugging, keeping the notebook held out to him. But Callum was my friend. Is it so wrong that I want to find out what happened to him? Gus closed his hand around the notebook and she let it go. Yeah, he muttered, rubbing his thumb across the cover. He was a pretty great guy. It's messed up what happened to him. Happened to him? Ginger asked, being careful but unable to ignore Gus's choice of word. But he caught on immediately, shoulders curling forward like a bull preparing to charge. I'm not saying I did anything, he said harshly. And I don't know anything. The police know I've got nothing to do with this, so don't try to turn me in again. Ginger knew that she should back down, or else she risked antagonizing Gus even more. Although only 18 and skinny, he was still taller than her, and she had no idea what he would do out of panic. It was like she was staring down a wild animal that she'd accidentally cornered. But there was a gleam of something in his eyes, a pain to unburden himself that she couldn't ignore. The code that you write in, Ginger said, surprised at how calm her voice sounded. Callum used the same one in his journal. I'd see him writing in it some evenings when he came to dinner at my place. The question caught Gus off guard. His hunched shoulders lowered, and he gave her a quizzical look. Callum told you about the con? He asked. It was Ginger's turn to be surprised. A con? What on earth would Callum and Gus have been planning together that constituted a con? A little, she said vaguely, sidestepping his question so she didn't reveal that she actually knew nothing. He was going to teach me how the code worked, but... well... Ginger wasn't sure what it was, but something changed in Gus's face. Maybe not respect, but some kind of stubborn barrier had been removed. He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from the front pocket of his threadbare black hoodie. Watching him, Ginger found it difficult to believe that this was the son of a millionaire. Gus offered her the packet, but Ginger shook her head. Is the con what he was trying to have a meeting with you about the day before he died? She asked as he lit up. Gus snorted. That was just about my stupid grades, even though I've been failing pretty much since I came back to school. He studied the cover of the notebook again. Honestly, I should have been kicked out ages ago, but between my father bullying the headmaster and Dr. West, Callum refusing to let me crash and burn, there I stayed. You ended up almost doing me a favour. There was a moment of quiet as Gus continued to smoke, and Ginger tried to process everything he'd just said. Was it enough of a favour to ask why Callum's painkillers were in your locker? Ginger asked quietly. I'm guessing he didn't give them to you. Gus shrugged, kicking at an exposed root. Well, it's not like he needed them anymore. Ginger felt as if she'd been kicked in the stomach. You were the first one to find him, she said distantly, and you didn't tell anyone. You said to the police that you didn't know anything. Gus's face shuttered like a house locking down for a storm. It was my father who said I didn't know anything, he said, pointing toward the shape of the house crouched behind the trees. And he said that even though he should have been in the room with me for that dumb parent-teacher meeting, maybe he was the one who hung the body up and took the 2 mugs from the desk and trashed the place. Maybe he was the one lying to the police. I didn't say anything. Are you seriously trying to argue that lies by omission are a less serious kind of lie? Ginger asked, incredulous. You have to tell the police what really happened. Gus laughed in a way that sounded like he had broken glass in his throat. Do you really think my father would let me do that? Mud doesn't stick to the Amberleys, even mud thrown within the family. Ginger swallowed her anger. She had to convince Gus to do the right thing and tell D.I. Klimek what he'd seen, because she had been right. There was more to this than suicide. Gus, she said, taking a careful step forward, you have to tell the police about all of this, about the notebook and the con, and that you were the first one in Callum's office that morning. You have to tell them everything. He chewed on his lip, considering her words, and Ginger tasted the slightest hint of hope. Augustus! Arthur's voice came thundering across the lawn and through the trees. Augustus, get back in this house immediately! Bitterness filled Ginger's throat as she watched a wave of hopelessness crash over the man who was barely more than a boy in front of her. I don't have to do anything, Gus said, his voice suddenly a snarl, and you need to stop poking your nose in where it shouldn't be or else you'll risk getting hurt. He took a threatening step toward her, pointing aggressively. In her panic, Ginger saw Leo Hatherton Smythe for half a moment, and she stumbled backwards into the undergrowth. She gasped, ankles twisting in the mud and weeds, before plunging down into a drainage ditch filled with putrid water and moss-covered branches. Gus remained as a dark silhouette at the top of the bank, but he stayed only long enough to hurl the notebook away into the tangled undergrowth and then disappeared from sight without a backward glance. Slipping and sliding as she got to her feet, Ginger winced. Her left ankle was less than pleased with the fall. Fishing her sodden phone out of her pocket, she groaned as the screen flickered madly, and then died. "Guess I'm biking home, wobbly ankle and all," she muttered, glancing up at the darkening sky and then clawing her way out of the ditch. Rain began to fall along with the evening gloom while Ginger was still cycling home. The pain in her ankle had only become worse, and her pace slowed to a crawl. "What an absolutely fantastic day," she grumbled, pushing on through the rain, her high-visibility jacket flapping weakly behind like a sad cape. Lost the notebook. Made sure Gus will never say anything to the police. Become Arthur Amberley's personal nemesis and twisted my damn ankle. Rain dripped off the end of her nose and Ginger wanted nothing more than to be by the fire with her cats. She heard the car coming up behind long before the headlights threw her shadow out ahead of her. It sounded like it was coming fast, and Ginger desperately looked around for somewhere she could pull over. But the country lane was narrow, hedges rising high on either side. The car wasn't slowing, and Ginger began to fear that they hadn't seen her even though she was wearing reflective clothing. Seeing a gateway up ahead, she tried to pedal faster, hoping the car would slow long enough for her to pull in. With a roar like a wild beast, the large car came surging past her just before she reached the gate, going well over the speed limit. The wing mirror caught Ginger on the shoulder, sending her sprawling off her bike into the gateway and into the mud for the second time that day. Panting with shock, Ginger looked up just in time to see the number plate of the retreating car glowing in the dark. The vanity plate was one she'd seen before. AMB L3Y. What frightened her more than anything was that she couldn't be sure whether it was the father or the son who had run her off the road. Chapter 18. "What the hell happened to you?" Bonnie demanded the following Monday, marching across the car park as soon as she spotted Ginger climbing out of her car. Grimacing, Ginger pointlessly tried to move her hair in front of the scrapes the tarmac had left on her face and neck. "The cat's got a bit rowdy," she offered weakly. Bonnie narrowed her eyes and grabbed Ginger's arm. Yelping in response, Ginger watched as her friend pushed up the sleeves of her maroon sweatshirt that had been hiding the various other bruises and scratches that had developed over the weekend. Holding up Ginger's arm accusingly, as if shaming a cat for bringing a bird into the house, Bonnie asked, "Are you really going to blame this on your two little angels?" "No, I'm not," Ginger muttered, trying to ignore the curious stares and snickers of laughter from passing students who were watching the interaction with amusement. "So, are you going to tell me what actually happened?" Bonnie demanded, heading to her first class of the day, dragging Ginger with her. She couldn't tell the whole truth of the matter, so Ginger settled on a half-truth. "I went cycling on Saturday," she said, ignoring the dull ache that still flared in her ankle every couple of steps. "Came off my bike into a ditch that killed my phone, then nearly got run over by some idiot driving too fast down a one-lane road." Bonnie muttered something under her breath that Ginger was fairly sure violated every tenet of the Academy's morality clause and also brought the correctness of free speech into question. "Why didn't you call and tell me about this?" she asked sharply, her temper as bright as her auburn hair. "I would have been there in 10 minutes to help patch you up." Carefully, Ginger disentangled herself from Bonnie's grip. "Mainly for this reason," she said, keeping her voice gentle. "I was tired and shaken up, Bon. I just needed to be on my own." Pursing her lips, Bonnie pulled her out of the bustling hallway and into a quiet study nook built into one of the ground floor's big bay windows. "Why do you always do this?" she asked, confusion in her voice as well as accusation. "Something bad happens to you and you withdraw from everyone, even those who want to help you." Taking a deep breath through her nose, Ginger avoided her friend's eyes, looking out of the window and out across the clipped green lawns of the academy. "You did it after that mess this summer," Bonnie said, an unusual note of hopelessness in her voice. "And now you're doing the same thing with Callum." "Everything was fine," Ginger replied, weary. "I just needed to deal with it alone. That's not uncommon." "Why won't you let anyone help you, Gin?" There was a pleading note to Bonnie's voice that grated on her nerves. All she wanted was to go to the kitchens and get on with her work. "Because there's nothing that I need help with," Ginger snapped, caught off guard by the wave of frustration. "Christ, Bonnie. Can I get on with my job, please? If I wanted someone to pointlessly fuss over me, I'd have gone to see my mother." Several students passing by looked over, their curiosity drawn by her harsh tone. Startled, Bonnie took a step back, hurt blooming on her face like a bruise. Immediately, Ginger felt the scorpion sting of regret in her throat. "I'm so sorry," she said, reaching for her friend's hand, but Bonnie moved out of reach, backing into the quieting hallway. "Go and get on with your job then," she said, tone flat. "The job you've got because I fussed and worried about the fact that you hadn't left the house in a month." Her mouth, so commonly stretched by a smile, twisted into a sneer of disappointment. "But sure, you don't need any help. Got it. Go and get on with the job you definitely got all on your own. I've got a class to teach. Excuse me." "I didn't mean it like that," Ginger pleaded, following her friend as she began to stalk away along the corridor. "You're my friend, Bonnie, and you know I appreciate everything you've done to help me. I just don't need help right now, that's all." "Hey, Ginger!" Reese waved to her from further down the hallway, his class material tucked under one arm. "Come and find me at lunch. I think I might have the beginning of some answers about that thing you asked me to help you with." "Oh, so you asked the hot Welsh guy to help you with stuff, but not me?" Bonnie asked, incredulous, flinging her arms wide. "While I approve of you finally having a fling instead of moping over the London leech you dumped, I'm not thrilled it's at the sake of our friendship." "Sorry, did I do something wrong?" Reese asked, a puppy-like expression of confusion on his face. "What happened to your face, Gin? Are you okay?" "Not now, Reese," Ginger and Bonnie exclaimed in unison. He raised his hands, backing away. "Not my business. Got it." At that point, the PA system crackled to life and George Harvey's voice echoed throughout the school. "All staff and students please proceed slowly and calmly to the chapel for an emergency assembly." Bonnie and Ginger exchanged a concerned look, their argument momentarily forgotten. "That doesn't bode well," Bonnie said, hurrying to her classroom. "I'll see you over there. Make sure all the kitchen staff know." In less than 10 minutes, the entire student body and faculty of Chiswick Park Academy had filed into the huge ornate chapel on the north side of the campus. Ginger stood with the rest of the kitchen staff in a back corner, feeling as if she needed to squint to see Headmaster Harvey where he stood in front of the microphone on the dais. He cleared his throat nervously, the sound explosive in the cavern of the chapel, only amplified by the sound system. Everyone winced, the sudden noise not doing anything to settle the undercurrent of anxiety humming between all those in attendance. "Today, I am devastated to announce some deeply sad news," George Harvey began, an audible quiver in his voice that was exacerbated by the echoing acoustics of the chapel. There was a ripple of whispers and muttering among the gathered students. It was clear to Ginger that she wasn't the only one who immediately assumed that someone else was dead. Her stomach dropped. The question now was who had joined Callum on the list of those the school had lost that month. The headmaster shuffled anxiously, gripping the lectern. "We received word this morning that Gus Amberley, known to many of us here at Chiswick Park, was involved in a car accident sometime on Friday night and passed away in the early hours of Saturday morning." The whispering of the students in the enclosed space sounded like wind whipping through tall grass. It should have been a comforting association, but it only made Ginger feel as if she was being stalked. Gus had been driving the car that nearly hit her on Friday night when she was cycling home in the dark. She was certain of it. But she couldn't help but wonder if the tragedy that had stolen his life was a genuine accident or a last resort to escape his father's reach. Headmaster Harvey continued talking, the words buzzing like flies in Ginger's ears. All she could see was the deep hopelessness in Gus's eyes when he heard his father call for him. She remembered the miserable little pile of cigarette butts beside the cold, spiny hedge. The fact that Gus preferred such a spot over the luxurious house he lived in said so much. She closed her eyes, heart aching with grief for the person that Gus wouldn't get the chance to become. Students and staff are encouraged to speak to the counselling team if they feel that they need support during this difficult time, Harvey said, gesturing to the small group of counsellors dressed in their usual muted colours and floaty clothes. We will be planning a special fundraiser in Gus's honour to support the local ambulance service. More announcements will be made about that in the coming week. The announcement ended with the organist playing a mournful but tender piece on the gleaming organ at the front of the chapel. Everyone filed out, sombre and quiet, all whispering halted momentarily. Ginger saw the teachers huddle together at the front of the church, talking in hushed tones to Headmaster Harvey. Many were visibly distraught, which Ginger found curious considering how vocal many of them had been about their dislike for Gus. Reese stood apart from the others, hands in his pockets, head bowed in thought. He was the only one that Ginger believed to be genuinely upset by the news. Ginger thought again of the last time she had seen Gus, the rage and despair that had rolled off him in waves as he flung the notebook away. The notebook had meant something to him, something that connected him and Callum in some way. There was no way for her to revisit the questions with Gus now. The notebooks and their mysterious code was the only connection Ginger now had to both of them. She needed to go and find that notebook. Chapter 19. Although not scheduled for any kind of meeting or interview with D.I. Klimek, Ginger drove straight to the police station after work ended. It was a beautiful evening, a rich golden sunset bathing the world in glittering light. But she couldn't appreciate the sight. With so much tragedy and so many questions filling her mind, the splendour of the year's dying dance seemed unimportant. The station was bustling when she arrived, which was unusual for both the time of day and the sleepy rural station as a whole. Ginger waited by the front desk, which was temporarily unstaffed, wondering what had created such a stir on a Monday evening. However, one of the interview room doors opened further down the corridor, allowing the ice-cold tones of Arthur Amberley to whip through the police station, and Ginger then understood. The son of one of the richest men in Little and Greater Chiswick had died unexpectedly. Of course the police were going to be working double time and bending over backwards to do everything they could to keep Arthur Amberley from setting his team of shark-like lawyers on the investigating team. Ducking into the closest bathroom, Ginger held the door open a minute crack, watching as the Amberley patriarch passed by with his entourage. He looked as polished and stiffly formal as ever, his suit this time a gunmetal grey with a blue herringbone pattern. Ivy, trailing behind her husband, was almost unrecognisable as the sleek, elegant woman Ginger had faced off with only a few days before. Her expression was blank and vacant, eyes bloodshot and slightly unfocused. As she walked past Ginger's hiding place, it was obvious that she was having some trouble walking in a way that suggested she was under the influence of something strong. At least one of Gus's parents was grieving for him, Ginger thought. For all the failings that had been luridly splashed across gossip rags and tabloid newspapers, there was no denying Ivy was devastated at the loss of her son. As soon as the couple had exited the police station, Ginger emerged from the bathroom breathing a sigh of relief. Coming face to face with Arthur Amberley was the last thing she felt prepared for right now. "Ginger? What happened to you?" She turned to see Jacob walking down the corridor, shirt sleeves rolled up, carrying a folder stuffed with papers. He looked haggard, and she suspected the large mug of coffee in his hand was not going to be the last of the day. "That's actually what I came to talk to you about," Ginger said with a weak grin, then held up her bag. "I thought you all might appreciate something to eat down here. Leftover quiches from the cafeteria today." "You're my favourite person, have I mentioned that?" Jacob said, ushering her through into the break room. Several officers looked up from their phone, magazines or conversations, curious at the civilian intrusion. "Ginger brought dinner," Jacob said, taking the large Tupperware box from her bag and setting it on the cluttered worktop beside a rather dingy microwave. He waved to a young man who looked like puberty was a fresh memory and tossed him a £20 note from his pocket. "Rich, go grab a couple of bags of chips from the chippy, will you? Then everyone can eat when they need to." "Grab me a battered sausage while you're there," said one of the constables. Ginger sort of recognised him as another regular at the Fox's Den. Soon there were calls for other extra orders, overwhelming poor Rich. Jacob, however, only mouthed an apology to the boy before leading Ginger out of the break room and through the bullpen to his office. "Now," he said, guiding her to a chair, "you're going to tell me why you look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards." "I will," Ginger said, wincing in pain as she settled back into the chair. "But for that to happen, I need you to tell me the licence plate number of the car Gus Amberley was driving when he died." D.I. Klimek frowned, steepling his fingers under his chin. He fixed Ginger with an intense stare, but she held it calmly. "Why would you need to know that?" he asked. Looking down at her lap, Ginger picked at a patch of dried pumpkin pie filling on the leg of her black jeans. "Someone nearly ran me over on Friday night and I think it might have been Gus Amberley," she said quietly. "I couldn't tell the type of car, but I saw the number plate." "Which was?" Jacob prompted, sliding his notepad across the desk to her. Taking his pen, Ginger quickly wrote down AMB3RL3Y, then passed it back. The DI didn't need to say anything for her to know that her hunch had been right. It was the car that Gus had crashed, meaning it had been Gus who had run her off the road. Jacob sat back. "Do you want to tell me why you think Gus Amberley would want to run you over mere hours before he crashed his car into Pennyman Pond?" With as much detail as she could, Ginger told Jacob about the events of Friday afternoon and evening. It was, of course, a slightly abridged version. She didn't tell him about the code, only saying that it was a personal journal of Gus's that she had wanted to return to him. "Why take it to him personally?" Jacob asked, pausing writing his notes. Surely the school would have returned it to him in due course. Biting her lip, Ginger quickly tried to think of an excuse that didn't make her sound creepy or suspicious. In the end, she decided a half-truth was better than a full lie. "I felt bad," she admitted, meeting Jacob's eyes so that he could see that she meant it. The kid was so close to graduating from school, and maybe finally getting out from under his father's thumb. But he lost that chance because of me, because I reported him. Jacob put down his pen and leaned forward. "You do know you did the right thing, don't you?" he asked, then sighed. "Look, I shouldn't tell you this, but—" Heart pounding, Ginger cocked her head in a wordless question. She dared not say anything. It would only take one wrong word to remind the DI that he was breaking protocol to speak to her about an open investigation. Getting up from his desk, Jacob closed the door fully, then turned back to her with a serious expression. "What I'm about to tell you hasn't been made public. The only reason you are hearing a word of this is because I trust you to not breathe a word of it to anyone." "Of course not," Ginger murmured. She hoped he couldn't see how tightly she had her fingers tangled together. The DI sighed. "We found trace fibres and DNA on the rope from Callum's crime scene, which is a match for Gus." Swallowing hard, Ginger processed the news, feeling as if her throat was sealed shut with flour paste. Jacob trailed a finger along one of the picture frames on the wall, cleaning away the dust. "Of course, we haven't made any formal accusations yet. However, considering the evidence that we found in the car with Gus, we're reasonably confident that he was involved in the death of Callum West in some way." "You're sure it's Gus?" Ginger asked, although her voice sounded very far away to her own ears. "What about Arthur?" Jacob frowned. "What about Arthur?" For a moment, the word sat on the tip of her tongue. She could tell Jacob about the conversation she'd had with Gus about how Arthur was the one to tamper with the crime scene. But she'd then have to explain about the journals and confess that she'd been doing more of her own investigating. Instead, she just spread her hands wide, as if gesturing to the obvious. "He's a bully who's obsessed with protecting his family's reputation," she said. "Don't you think he's worth looking into?" "What I think," Jacob said wryly, "is that Arthur Amberley is an extremely wealthy, influential man who can make my life infinitely more difficult than it already is. Going poking around asking him accusatory questions 2 days after his son's suicide is only going to make things worse." Frowning, Ginger asked, "So it wasn't an accident like everyone has been saying?" Grimacing, Jacob returned to his desk. "Saying it's an accident is the official statement, but his toxicology report was a buffet of pills. Pretty clear he intended to crash. Plus," he clicked around on his computer for a moment, "we found a note in a waterproof bag stapled to his clothes. Ah, here." He peered at the screen, squinting slightly. "Yes, I remembered right. It mentions West by name." An emotional weight pressed down on Ginger's shoulders like a sack of flour. Perhaps Gus had been lying to her face, saying his father was involved. She certainly had no reason to trust him, considering the mounting evidence. But there were still so many pieces missing from the puzzle. Her gut instinct told her that there was more to this picture than any of them knew. A sharp knock snapped Ginger out of her thoughts. One of the detectives from earlier peered around the door, looking for Jacob. "I've got Arthur Amberley on the phone again, threatening all kinds of bullshit. You're the only one who seems to be able to make him see sense. Shall I transfer him to you?" Jacob hurried to his feet. "I'll come to you. My desk phone keeps playing up, and this is not a call I want to drop out on us. If there's nothing else you need, Gin, you can see yourself out, right?" He looked back at her from the doorway expectantly, obviously mentally planning what he would say to the Amberley patriarch. Ginger nodded, making moves to gather her things. "Absolutely. And I'll give you a call if I think of anything else that might be important." "Fantastic," Jacob said, patting the door frame twice as he exited. "You're a star!" As soon as Jacob and the detective were out of sight, Ginger tiptoed behind the desk. She wanted to see Gus's note for herself. Jacob's monitor screen was dark, and for a second Ginger worried he had locked it as he left. But after twitching the mouse, the screen came to life once more, a photo of the note exactly where Jacob had left it. Her stomach squeezed and twisted like a piping bag of choux pastry with no escape as she leaned in close to read the smudgy writing. If she was caught now, her friendship with Jacob would do nothing to save her. It took her brain a few seconds to puzzle out the slightly smeared words, but then it all clicked. The words burned into her memory. Ginger hurried out of the office, waving goodbye to the desk sergeant as she left the police station. Once back in her car, she pulled out a scrap of paper and a pen, writing down the words Gus had apparently chosen as his lasting legacy. "I'm sorry about Mr. West and even more sorry about Zoe. It's all my fault. I wish I could bring them back." Ginger tapped the pen against her teeth, mind whirling. Who the hell was Zoe? Chapter 20. "Ryan, do you remember working on any cases that involved someone called Zoe?" Ginger asked her brother. Valerian glanced over at her, pausing his digging to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Gee, that really narrows it down," he said dryly, plunging the blade of the spade back into the soft, damp earth. "Is this Zoe on the force, a victim, a suspect?" They were both in Ginger's garden working together to dig out the dead summer flowers and vegetables from the raised bed set around the lawn. She had called in sick that day, saying she needed to recover from her fall before returning to work. While Ginger wasn't exactly in the level of pain that she claimed she was, it wasn't inaccurate to say she wasn't in a suitable state to work. Her joints ached, and she felt bruised in several places. The hospital at the weekend had assured her there was no internal bleeding or bruising to her organs, but that she would feel less than stellar for the next week or so. But her mind was in more of a mess than her body. So Ginger had called Pat, who was in charge of the kitchen, secured a sick day, then lured Ryan to help in the garden with bribes of food. The end of October was drawing near, and the air had a true bite to it for the first time. Frost clung to leaves and coated blades of grass in silvery armour. Delicate icicles swan-dived off the roof gutters, defying gravity until the sun returned them to liquid. Ginger tossed a dead aubergine plant into the bucket they were using for garden waste. "I don't know what her part in it is," she admitted, rubbing her cold nose until it tingled. "From the bit of context that I have, my guess is victim of some sort. Either a victim of harm or false accusations or something, and it's probably going to have been within the last 8 to 10 years. Glancing up, Ginger found her brother was giving her a withering stare. "If I had anything more specific, I'd tell you," she protested, immediately defensive. "Do you even have a surname for this Zoe person?" Ryan asked, exasperated, pulling out the tangled remains of sugar snap peas. The shovel rose and fell, slicing the clumped earth into smaller and smaller chunks. It was mesmerizing. Ginger couldn't help but watch, her thoughts churning away in the background. For this unknown Zoe to have been mentioned in Gus's note, she either must have been incredibly important, or he must have done something awful to her. Could Zoe be family, maybe? A childhood friend or old girlfriend? Perhaps someone from school? This would be the kind of gossip she was certain Louise and Amelia would know about. However, the two girls continued to give her the cold shoulder whenever they crossed paths at the academy. It stung Ginger more than she liked to admit, considering they were two 15-year-old girls and she was a woman staring 30 in the face. But she was fond of the pair, and it appeared that rejection didn't get easier with age. "I can go through my old notes if you'd like," Ryan offered, bringing Ginger back into the present. "Can't make any promises, but I'll see if the name jumps out from anywhere." "I'd appreciate it," she said, rocking back on her heels and looking up at her older brother. "Can I ask how the whole internal investigation is going?" It was a sore subject, she knew, but Ginger was worried about her brother. Having his career and reputation called into question after a suspect, who turned out to be guilty, manipulated him to fall in love with her, was taking a toll on him. Ryan jammed the shovel into the wet earth a little harder than necessary. "Not much that I can talk about," he grunted. "But every new detail I learn makes me feel like even more of an idiot for not seeing what her game was." Rummaging through the soil, he pulled out half of a Victorian-era brick that had once been used to build the high wall that surrounded the cottage garden. "You need to get more mulch into these beds if the base rubble layer is starting to show up," he said, making it clear in the typical Valerian way that he wasn't going to say any more about the investigation. Ginger took the lump of brick, tossing it into the bucket they'd set aside for rocks and rubble. Standing, she patted her brother on the shoulder, leaving a smear of mud from her gloves. "I'll go and make some tea to warm us up," she offered, "and I've got some focaccia I baked last night that will go nicely with the butternut squash soup I've got in the fridge. Sound like a good lunch to you?" Ryan grinned at her, the lines around his eyes carved deeper than usual by sleepless nights. "Make my tea a hot chocolate and it sounds absolutely cracking." "Do you need me to come down there and keep an eye on you?" Maggie was using her disapproving voice and Ginger cringed. "I was going to call you so that someone knew where I was," she said sheepishly, putting down the paintbrush she'd been using to paint the tiny fondant icing models of woodland creatures she had made for Colin's cake. "But then I fell in a ditch and my phone drowned." "Telling me where you were wasn't going to be of any use, you daft girl," Maggie yelled from the other side of her kitchen on the video call. "I'm over 2 hours away. How exactly did you think I was going to help you if you actually needed it?" Ginger rolled a spare fondant eyeball back and forth across the table. "Because I knew you wouldn't judge what I was doing," she said, as Maggie returned to sit in front of the camera again, a glass of wine now in hand. "You mean you knew I couldn't actually stop you, unlike the people close to you who would, rightfully so, be worried about your safety and whether or not you're breaking the law by poking around like that," Maggie contradicted, the new silver ring in her left eyebrow lifting as she raised a brow. Her words stung and Ginger sat back, frowning and crossing her arms. "I thought you of all people would understand why I'm doing what I'm doing," she said flatly. "Why I'm trying to find out the truth of all this." Maggie sighed. "But I don't understand. That's the point, Gin," she said wearily. "I thought you were just helping that hunky DI because Callum was a friend of yours, But now you're skipping work and going off to do investigations of your own. Are you really saying that the whole Arlington Manor thing has turned you into a sleuth? No, Ginger protested. Not at all. I'm just trying to make sure that if I bring something to D.I. Clymek, I mean, that it's something useful. And snooping through his files to find that poor lad's suicide note was doing that how exactly? Maggie asked. Look, I love you, Ginger, but what you're doing here doesn't exactly look good. Ginger flicked the ball of fondant away, irritation burning like lemon juice in a cut. I wasn't snooping. It was just there, she said, guilt making her tone sharp. She hadn't just seen the picture in passing. It had been an active choice to look on D.I. Clymek's computer. Maggie was right. What had started as trying to solve the coded notebooks was rapidly spiralling out into her own private investigation.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
I'm just worried for you, Maggie said, tone gentler. This has been a rough few weeks for you. Her friend's brown eyes were soft on the screen, and Ginger smiled weakly, rubbing at the grazes on her forearm. I know, Mags. She picked up the little badger she was currently painting and held it up to the webcam. But I swear I'm not just snooping around clues. The decorations for Colin's cake are nearly done. A grin of delight pushed the apples of Maggie's cheeks into full bloom. Oh, look, a wee little thing, she squealed. You'd better not let anyone eat him, Gin. I want him all for myself. I can't make any promises, Ginger laughed, although it felt forced after the previous heavier topic. You'll just have to make sure you come to the party to pick it up yourself. I've made sure I've got someone to cover for me that night, Maggie assured her, taking another drink of her wine. I'm not missing out on seeing this insane baking creation in person. In the background in Maggie's flat, a smoke alarm started screeching. Maggie swore, leaping her feet. I forgot about the cookies, she yelled. I'll call you back later. Before Ginger could even say goodbye, the call ended and she was left staring at a blank black screen. At her side, Nina mewed, placing one paw delicately on her thigh. Thanks, sweetie, Ginger murmured, petting the soft grey-blue fur behind the cat's ears. You and Miles are always the best company anyway. At the sound of his name, Miles lifted his head curiously from his chosen dozing spot in front of the oven. Before your egos get too big, you're also both terrible goblin children to run screaming around the house when I'm trying to sleep, Ginger reprimanded lightly, taking up her tiny paintbrush again to continue bringing the currently plain, white woodland creatures to colourful life. Nina shook her head, ears flapping like tiny bat wings, then began to clean her paws, unbothered by the critical feedback. Quickly, Ginger was lost in the creative process. All the questions and doubts and fears didn't matter while she was creating. All that mattered was dipping the brush into the careful mix of edible paint powder and alcohol she was using to decorate the creatures, then adding another line or patch of fur or the twinkle of an eye. The knock on the front door was unexpected, jolting Ginger from her serene headspace. Both of the cats wound around her ankles as she wandered through the warmly lit living room and over to the door. Squinting through the panel of frosted glass at head height on the door, Ginger tried to get some idea of who the vague figure outside was. As she did so, she nudged the handle with her hip. Although quiet, it was enough noise to draw the figure's attention. I come in peace, they called from outside. Instantly, Ginger recognized the voice and flung open the door. A moment later, she was bundled up in her father's arms, the familiar scent of pine aftershave and his leather jacket filling her nose. Hello, Ginger Snap, Ian Burnet said, grinning down at his daughter, teeth shining out of the dark cloud of his beard. Fancy some company for dinner? Chapter 21. I didn't know you were back in the UK, Ginger said, delighted as she ushered her dad inside. Do Mum or Ryan know yet? I saw Ryan this afternoon and he didn't mention anything. He's my first stop tomorrow morning, Ian said, towing off his tan lace-up boots and taking off his well-worn leather jacket. Only landed at Bristol Airport a few hours ago and you were the closest on my route. And there I was thinking it was because I'm your favourite child, Ginger said dryly, draping his leather jacket over a chair near the fire to dry up the layer of rain on the slick, deep brown surface. But no, it was just geographical location. Don't forget that it's also about food, Ian pointed out, playing along. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, but would it really matter if I had? Ginger called back over her shoulder, already moving into the kitchen. I'm assuming you haven't. Not since the airport in Edinburgh, Ian replied, shrinking his lanky height down into a crouch as Nina and Miles trotted over to him, mewing in delighted recognition. I'm so hungry that these two little goblin creatures are starting to look like excellent appetizers. Ginger laughed, rummaging through the fridge to see what quick meal she could make for the two of them. Were you up in Edinburgh for a case, or just another one of your spontaneous trips? After serving for many years in the police, her father had struck out on his own as a specialist investigator for police misconduct cases. He wasn't particularly popular with the more corrupt precincts or those who were known to use excessive violence, but Ginger knew that Ian only found their dislike amusing. He faced it the same way he faced his wilderness trips, with a light-hearted joviality underpinned by an iron will and sharp intelligence. It was both, he said in response to her question. I was invited to advise on a case, and I fitted in a quick mountain climb while I was there. You know, I'm amazed Mum stayed married to you for as long as she did, Ginger teased, getting out the necessary ingredients for a Spanish omelette. She's such a homebody, and you can't stay in one place for more than 5 minutes. I guess it really should have been a warning sign when you spent the whole of your honeymoon in the hospital with a broken leg after doing cliff diving the first day in Portugal. Ian chuckled, rolling up the sleeves of his navy blue knitted jumper to wash his hands. For a while we were good for each other, he said, drying them on the tea towel covered in tiny cartoon cats. I helped her push her boundaries and she helped me be less flighty. He shrugged. But it was only for a season, and then we both moved on to what we needed next. Picking up a knife, Ginger's father stood beside her to help chop garlic, fresh rosemary and thyme, red onions, red and yellow bell peppers, potatoes, and vibrant spicy chorizo. Once she began to fry off the sausage and vegetables, he retreated to the table to chop a fresh salad for them both. They chatted easily as they cooked, catching up on several weeks' worth of news and opinions. Ginger found herself talking in more detail about Callum's death than she had with anyone else. It's not just that I can't shake the feeling there's something more complex going on that no one's figured out yet, she said, expertly flipping the crisp omelette out of the pan onto a serving plate. But also, I miss my friend. A lot. And I hate having this feeling that someone did this to him. These are all understandable feelings, Gin, her father said, pouring them both a large glass of water, each with a slice of lemon. Do you know how many grieving people I've met who have said almost the exact same thing? How many people have the same questions? Ginger wanted to ask how many of those people began their own investigations into the case, but she didn't. Not only was she sure her father wouldn't approve of her endeavours, but as DI in charge of the investigation, Jacob had bent and ignored some aspects of protocol for her. If that came out, it would require an investigation into his conduct. The last thing Ginger wanted was to repay Jacob's trust with such a stain on his record. Instead, she changed the subject. Just for a little while, she didn't want to think about the mess waiting for her outside the walls of her cottage. It had been weeks since she last saw her father. She was going to enjoy the quality time. I take it you're back in our neck of the woods for Colin's retirement party? She asked, handing Ian a knife and fork as she sat opposite him. I know both he and Mum are looking forward to seeing you. It's certainly one of the reasons. I also promised Colin we'd head out to the archery range for a few hours next time I was in the area, so we're going to do that tomorrow afternoon, he said, taking a bite of crunchy steamed runner beans and fluffy omelette. But my main reason for visiting was that I wanted to come and see how you and Valerian are doing. It's been a rough few months for both of you. You know he had his being collared Valerian, Dad, Ginger reminded him, spooning some fresh tomato salsa onto her platy. He's been going by Ryan since he was 12. Ian rolled his eyes and Ginger sighed, knowing what he was going to say next. She mouthed along in perfect coordination as he spoke. When he shows some basic respect to Colin, and by extension to the decision your mum and I made, Ian said, punctuating his point with sharp jabs of his fork in the air, then I will be happy to respect his wishes and refer to him as Ryan. As long as he continues acting like a petulant child, I will refer to him by the name given to him in childhood. A+ parenting there, Dad, Ginger said dryly. I also think it's ridiculous that he still won't treat Colin like family, especially when you and Colin and Mum are all so chill about it. But it doesn't really help calm the emotions of the situation when you blatantly butt heads with Ryan. The only one causing an issue is your brother, Ian said pointedly, giving her a firm look that had been his greatest weapon when she was a teenager and had no doubt made many suspects sweat nervously on the other side of the interview table. Now, however, as an adult, Ginger only chuckled slightly and rolled her eyes. I'm sure your house is in need of a good airing since you've only been in it about 5 days in the last 6 months, she said. I can maybe come by tomorrow evening and help you straighten the place up. The conversation moved on from there, father and daughter reminiscing over family memories, past holidays, and plans for Colin's imminent retirement party. They closed the evening out by the fire, drinking cups of fresh mint tea with freshly cut leaves from the large plant Ginger kept in a large terracotta pot by the patio doors. From the record on the turntable, the hum of a double bass thrummed through the air, mingling with the soft crackle of the fire. Nina and Miles both clambered up onto Ian's lap, piling on top of one another as they cuddled into him. If I didn't feed them, these 2 little ruffians would abandon me to live with you in heartbeat, Ginger said, shaking her head with a smile as she took a picture on her phone. Shall I put this in the family group chat so everyone else can die from the cuteness, or do you want to surprise everyone in your own time? Ian chuckled, scratching Miles under the chin. Send it, he said, draining the last of his tea. Spread the good news. I'll reply to the messages when I get back to mine. Are you heading off then? Ginger asked, recognizing her dad's usual subtle signs of imminent departure. I'll get the leftover omelette for you, so you have something for breakfast tomorrow morning. She hugged him goodbye at the door a few minutes later and stayed on the doorstep watching until the leafy darkness of the hedgerows and the winding road swallowed the red taillights of his old green Land Rover Defender. Back in the living room, Ginger found the 2 cats curled up together in the patch of warmth where her father had been sitting. She laughed softly to herself, returning to the worn but comfortable red corduroy armchair pulled close to the warmth of the fire. Ginger allowed herself a few moments of staring into the flames, inhaling and exhaling slowly, enjoying a sense of calm that she hadn't felt in quite some time. Picking up her laptop from the side table, she opened it, intending to finish her research into the materials she needed for the base support of Colin's cake. But an email from Reese, sent to her inbox only 10 minutes before, caught her eye. Frowning, she checked the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Why was he emailing her so late? The subject line was an incomprehensible jumble of letters, but as soon as she clicked into the email, Ginger's heart began to pound. The large zip file attachment caught her eye first, but then she read the one sentence Reese had written in the body of the email. I cracked the code, and from what I've read so far, we should probably talk. Chapter 22. Ginger swallowed, feeling as if her throat was slowly being squeezed closed. It hadn't occurred to her until now that Reese, upon breaking the code, would then be able to read enough of the pages to gather context. That's a problem to be dealt with by future Ginger, she muttered to herself, downloading the zip file and opening it. Inside were several large voice files, as well as several text documents and images of the page scans she had sent to Reese. Her face warmed by the fire and her own excitement, Ginger opened the first of the text documents, skimming through them, finding the first one to be from Callum's journal and the second one from Gus's notebook. The sentences felt awkward and blocky, as if words were missing or in the wrong order. Scrolling back to the top, she found a note from Reese that she read out loud to Nina and Miles. Did the best I could with the transcribing. A few of the scans didn't come out very well, meaning I couldn't make out some words, she said, reading quickly, eyes jumping ahead to further on in the note. Couldn't figure out what some symbols meant, and the syntax is also weirdly coded, but I think you can get the basic idea. Ginger paused, seeing the final few words carried the same tone as the line in the email. If these pages are what I think they are, then we need to have a talk, she said slowly, shame sitting like a rock in her stomach as she sensed the betrayal in Reese's words. I don't like being lied to or used. I very much hope that isn't what happened here. Nina's ears twitched as Ginger let out a sound between a groan and a sigh. Miles rolled over, blinking open his working eye to stare sleepily at Ginger. I think I messed up here, kids, Ginger said, resting her chin in her hand. With Reese, with the notebooks, with taking advantage of Jacob's trust. It feels like some stuff is about to hit the fan. The two cats only stared at her, their eyes like molten gold in the firelight. Miles blinked slowly, the lid of his blind eye taking a fraction of a second longer to move up and down than the other, then returned to his nap. Nina, however, held Ginger's gaze. She looked ancient and regal, draped elegantly over the tasselled red velvet pillow, as if she carried the spirit of an ancient queen within her. I guess you're right, Ginger said softly, not looking away from her cat's eyes. I took risks, and if I have to face the consequences of that, then that's what I'll do. All that matters is that I know I did all of this with good intentions. The anxiety about what tomorrow could hold melted away, and her resolve hardened like sugar after being exposed to the heat of a blowtorch. Returning to her laptop, Ginger began to read. She only got a few lines in before she had to get up and hurry to her bedroom to find Callum's notebook, where she had hidden it away in her bedside table. Rushing back to her seat, she opened the book to the same page as the one on the screen. With the code broken, she was quickly able to translate it in her head at will. The notebook all at once became a connection between her and the friend that she had only got to have for such a short time. Immediately she was hooked into the world as seen through Callum's eyes. Her gaze flew over the pages. She skipped past sections that were just records of his day-to-day or random notes about shopping lists and times of faculty meetings. But she lingered over the more personal notes and entries. Callum's voice was so clear in the writing, even in the strange echoes of the code. But there was more than just insight into her friend's thoughts about the Academy's faculty and students. Miles blinked awake, watching Ginger's lips part in surprise and her eyes open wider and wider as she read like she was gulping down water after a long day in the sun. Ginger put aside Callum's journal and clicked into Reese's translation of the few pages she'd scanned of Gus's notebook. She swore quietly under her breath, running a hand through her hair in frustration. Zoe Palmer, she murmured. Thank you, Callum, for the surname. The fire crackled in the grate, keeping the room cosy and warm while Ginger disappeared down an internet rabbit hole. After over an hour, just after the charmingly ornate wooden cuckoo clock on the chimney breast announced midnight, Ginger sat up straight so quickly that Nina and Miles, who had been sleeping all this time, startled awake. Simon! Why did I have to try and give the notebook back to Gus? She growled to herself, haphazardly setting aside the laptop and scrambling to her feet. Hurrying over to the coat hook and grabbing her hiking boots off the shoe rack, Ginger kept up her mumbled monologue. Meh. If it's written in code, Ginger, then it's probably going to be kind of important, and that might be a piece of evidence you'd want to hold on to for the police. But no, I thought a digital scan would be enough and wanted to go and give it back. So now I have to go out in the dark to look for it in a ditch, to prove Gus actually wrote all of that down himself. Snatching her car keys off the nail in the wall by the door, Ginger wound her scarf around her neck with the other hand. I'll be home soon, she called back to the cats before closing the door behind her. Nina and Miles blinked slowly at each other, listening as Ginger drove away. Then Nina yawned hugely, licked her brother's ear once, and then the two of them settled back down to sleep, unworried about the erratic behaviour of their human. Chapter 23. As she approached the Amberley estate, Ginger slowed her car to a crawl, turning the headlights down to their dimmest setting. Through the gates, she could see that the driveway leading to the house was lined with dimly glowing spotlights set into the ground. The woods surrounding the drive, however, were great slabs of forested darkness. Parking in a small passing spot a few hundred yards away from the gates to the Amberley estate, Ginger allowed her eyes to adjust to the night until she could vaguely see the world around her. Looking for a needle in a haystack feels like an easy task right now, she murmured to herself, taking her phone out of her jacket pocket and turning on the flashlight feature. Shivering as an unexpectedly icy breeze leapt over the hedge and pounced on her back, Ginger crept along the broad verge. She understood a little what the small creatures of the night must feel like going about their nocturnal business. No doubt the voles, mice and rabbits that frequented these hedgerows and fields knew well the tense, jittery sense of feeling watched. At any second, she expected the sound of barking dogs flooding toward her, or the cruelly gripping hand of Arthur Amberley to clamp down on her shoulder. Ginger made sure her phone flashlight only pointed at the ground to illuminate her steps and allow her eyes to maintain their night vision. Her nerves jangled like coins in her pocket as she paced up and down the verge, searching for the narrow track that led to the secret side entrance into the estate. If I can't find the path, how the hell am I going to find a notebook? She muttered to herself, for a few horrible minutes wondering if she'd got the wrong place in the hedge, or had indeed completely misremembered where the path was. As was often the case with things in Ginger's life, she eventually found what she was looking for by almost total accident. Tripping over a rock that the flashlight didn't point out to her, Ginger went sprawling belly first into the long, wet grass, the phone tumbling from her hand. With a grunt of effort, she pulled herself to her knees. Crawling toward the beacon her phone was casting up into the night sky, she couldn't help but admire the way the artificial white light turned the falling raindrops into liquid diamonds. As she did so, her gaze drifted, and Ginger found herself staring at the overgrown opening of the track. The black space beyond yawned open like the mouth of a dragon. "Eureka," Ginger whispered, wiping the mud off her phone. "Now for the part that's actually supposed to be difficult." Ears straining for any hint of noise from the house, Ginger began the laborious process of trying to find the notebook that Gus had tossed away into the greenery several days before. She had a vague idea of the direction it had gone, but even in the daylight, the area of scrubland would be a challenge to search. At night it was close to impossible. Soon, Ginger's feet were numb from the cold mud and water that seeped into her boots. The creepy feeling of cobwebs in her hair made her shudder several times, and she was certain her face was grazed in certain places from hawthorn spikes and sharply jutting tree branches. But nevertheless, she continued looking for the plain black notebook among the fallen branches and leaf mulch. She was so focused on the task that when her phone began to vibrate with an incoming call from Reese, Ginger almost dropped it in shock. Staring at the name on the screen, she allowed it to buzz several more times without answering. Should she even answer? It was after 1 o'clock in the morning. There were very few reasons a guy who was sort of a friend who you also flirted with called at a time like this. Considering the note in the email that Reese had sent earlier, Ginger was reasonably confident this wasn't a booty call. However, that meant he probably wanted to know about the notebooks now. Ginger didn't feel like dealing with that topic either, but the longer she stared at Reese's name on the screen, the more her guilt grew. Impulsively, she answered the call, pressing the phone to her ear. "Hello? What are those notebooks, Ginger?" Reese's voice didn't sound entirely steady, and it took Ginger only a few seconds to realise he wasn't entirely sober. "And be honest," he said, followed by a scuffle in the background as if he had knocked something over. "Because they're not historical documents, I can tell you that." "Are you sure you want to try to have this conversation right now?" she asked carefully, stepping deeper into the rough tangle of trees to shelter from the rain. "You don't sound in the best state." "It was only half a bottle of wine," Reese said, indignant. "I split it with my mum over dinner, so there's nothing wrong with me. Stop trying to change the subject with your alluring voice." At that, Ginger raised her eyebrows, unable to halt the amused smile that tugged at the corners of her mouth. "You think my voice is alluring?" she asked, allowing her tone to be lightly teasing. There was silence on the other side of the call. Ginger could just hear unsteady breathing. "I'm even more certain that we shouldn't do this tonight, Reese," she added gently. "You'll probably end up saying things you'll regret. I'll tell you all about the notebooks when it's not the middle of the night and you're sober." "I just can't believe you lied to me," Reese said, his voice so quiet that Ginger could barely hear him over the relentless tapping of the rain on the foliage above. "I thought we got on really well and, well, I like you. Was it all just so you could use me as your own personal codebreaker?" "I was nice to you long before the notebooks," Ginger pointed out, leaning back against a gnarled damson tree, rubbing a hand over her tired eyes. "Reese, this really isn't a good time." She let out a yelp of shock and pain as something struck her sharply on the head from above. "Ginger?" Reese said, his previous hurt tone immediately replaced with concern. "Ginger, are you okay?" Ginger, rubbing the sore point on her head, didn't answer straight away. Even when she pulled away her fingers to find them marked with blood, she didn't say anything. She could only stare, dumbfounded, at the black notebook on the leaf-strewn ground in front of her. "Drink some water and get some sleep. I'll call you back," she said vaguely to Reese, ending the call before he could protest. Picking it up, she shook her head in amazement as she flicked through the code-filled pages. Apparently, Gus's throw had been luckier than he had been in his entire life. Not only had the book seemingly got stuck in a tree rather than tumbling into the water-filled ditch or the soggy leaf cover, but the thick, hard-cornered cover had protected the pages from the worst of the weather. Some of the edges of the pages were rain-damaged, but the bulk of the book was untouched. Silently thanking whatever trickster wood sprite had thrown the book at her head, Ginger began picking her way through the bushes and briars back to the faint path that would lead her back to her car. It was only by chance that she looked over into the forested portion of the estate. When she did so, however, Ginger instantly turned off her phone flashlight and dropped into a crouch. The light of another flashlight was moving in a straight line across the lawn of the Amberley estate. Ginger's gut fear that it was Arthur Amberley was discounted by the fact that the vague figure was moving with purpose toward the house rather than away from it to investigate the border of the property. What was even stranger was that all the lights in the house were off. A bad feeling began to grow in Ginger's stomach as she crept over to the gap in the fence, watching the circle of light veer around the side of the house and eventually disappear from her view. Conflict raged within Ginger as she stood in the gap in the hedge, 1 foot up on the rain-soaked rail. Nothing good came from strange figures with flashlights snooping around houses at night. Well, except for her, she wasn't planning anything nefarious. But if she made any kind of report, that meant she'd have to explain why she was snooping around the edge of a private property in the dark. Her mind was made up for her the next instant, however, as there came a muffled explosion, followed by the gasping roar of a large fire bursting to life. One of the external buildings bloomed into a blaze as Ginger watched, mouth open in shock. Backlit by the fire, she saw a dark figure dressed in a long, dark coat and Wellington boots, running away from the source of the explosion, disappearing into the cover of night surrounding the rest of the estate. "Guess it's time to face those consequences," Ginger muttered, tucking the notebook inside her coat and dialing 999. "Hello? I need the fire service, please. There's been an explosion at the Amberley estate." Chapter 24. There was a knock at the cell door before the lock rattled, but Ginger was already awake, although it was perhaps more accurate to say that she hadn't actually gone to sleep in the first place. The police had been hot on the heels of the fire service, and Ginger had soon found herself handcuffed in the back of a squad car. The immediate suspicion, and the one she had expected them to have, was that she had been involved in the arson attempt somehow. This wasn't helped by the fact that Arthur Amberley, as soon as he saw her among the response team, started spewing every wild accusation that flew into his head. The solid white door with its narrow viewing slot swung open, revealing D.I. Jacob Klimek. His face was tense and stern as he looked at her. Ginger felt like she was trapped under a grill, unable to escape his scorching gaze. The worst part of the early hours of the morning had been sitting in an interview room with Klimek. He'd definitely been very much a detective inspector and not her friend, as she haltingly told him about the notebooks and the code, explaining why she had been out at the Amberley estate at that time of night. It hadn't taken long to clear her of starting the fire in the garage that had destroyed Arthur's prized collection of cars, but Ginger still felt sick to her stomach. She'd watched Jacob's eyes harden as she made her confession, and it was clear that their many years of friendship meant little to nothing now. She had shattered his trust like a sheet of sugar glass, and now she was left with only useless fragments. "An interesting choice for your one phone call," Klimek said flatly, stepping aside to reveal Ryan hovering awkwardly behind him. Ginger didn't point out that Rich, the constable treated as the station dog's body, had actually granted her 2 phone calls. The first one was to call her neighbour, Mr. O'Malley, to ask him to feed Miles and Nina their breakfast. She'd asked Ryan, who was her second call, to come and bail her out. "We'll need to talk to you again soon, Miss Burnet," the desk sergeant said, none of the usual warmth in his tone. Her brother didn't say anything, just beckoned her with his head. Ginger could tell how uncomfortable he was to be back in the station in Greater Chiswick, the place where he'd been a prized detective until only a few months before. Rubbing the grit from her dry, bloodshot eyes, Ginger got up from her hunched seated position on the concrete shelf, topped with a foam pad that served as a bed in the cell. Her legs were numb with cold, and her hands were still smeared with mud from digging around in the dirt the night before. Neither she nor Ryan said a word to one another as they went through the process of collecting her belongings and leaving the station. It was only when they were both sitting in Ryan's muddy blue Honda that he spoke. "What were you thinking, Ginger?" he asked, his voice hard and flat. Ginger stared at her lap but could see in her peripheral vision that her brother was gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles had gone white. "There are so many things they could charge you with," Ryan snapped, wrestling to get the car into gear before roaring out of the police station car park. "Obstructing the course of justice, withholding information, interfering in an investigation." "I was just trying to help," Ginger said quietly, scraping blood from the wound in her scalp out from underneath her fingernails. "I thought it would be more useful to take the notebooks in when I could actually tell Jacob what they meant." She winced as her brother barked a harsh laugh. "Oh, you don't get to call him Jacob anymore," Ryan said, fair brows drawn tight together in a scowl. "You lost a friendship today that's been alive since you were in your teens. The only version of him you'll be interacting with now is the coldly polite D.I. Klimek. I've seen that look on his face before. It was when I was being escorted from the station after being suspended." Ginger subtly gripped the handle of the car door as Ryan accelerated along a sweeping corner. "What was so important, so precious in those notebooks that you risked all of this?" he asked, a note of genuine bafflement floating to the top of the anger like oil on water. "What possessed you to hold on to them and go stalking around the Amberley estate?" "Because Callum and Gus's deaths are connected, and it's not because Gus killed Callum like everyone thinks," Ginger burst out. "And I've been trying to find the evidence to give to Jacob because coming to him with just random suspicions wasn't going to do anything." She was expecting a look of disbelief from her brother, but it was curious instead. "You sound pretty sure of yourself," he said eventually, loosening his death grip on the wheel. "Why don't you tell me what you think you know while we go and pick up your car from the verge you dumped it on?" And so Ginger did just that. "It all started with Con," she said, quickly pulling out her phone and wiping water stains off the screen so she could get to the email that Reese had sent the previous night. "A con?" Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow but keeping his eyes on the road. Ginger shook her head. "That was the mistake I made too when Gus said something about it," she said. "But it's not a con. It's CON, which stands for Club of Nerds." "Which is?" "It was a club based around code writing and code breaking that Callum put together a few years ago to get students involved with language and literature in a more unique and fun way." Ginger scrolled as quickly as she could through the text document on her phone. "But according to the notes Callum made, there were only ever 2 members in addition to himself." "One of which was Gus Amberley," Ryan guessed, veering sharply around a pothole, jostling them both. "Remind me how you passed your driving test?" Ginger asked dryly, finding the correct portion of Reese's translation and refreshing her memory. "So, yes, one was Gus Amberley. The other is who we can only assume was the previously unknown Zoe named in Gus's note." "So who is she?" The Honda was now barreling down the quiet road toward the Amberley estate. Ginger could just see a slim twist of smoke still painting grey brushstrokes across the blue autumn sky. Turns out Zoe is Zoe Palmer, she said, returning her attention to the phone. I spent a while last night digging through online news archives, Facebook, well, all the social media actually, but all I could find were a few online articles that mention a girl of the same name dying in a suspected suicide 2 years ago, this coming November. Ryan gave her another questioning look. Should I be concerned that you've got a corkboard covered in notes and pushpins and red string hidden somewhere in your house? Because to me, it sounds like all of this is circumstantial at best. What if I told you that Zoe was found in Pennyman Pond? Ginger asked. The same place Gus was found. Okay. Ryan thought silently for a minute. But that doesn't really support your theory that Gus didn't kill Callum and then himself. In fact, I'd say most of this argues against you. Holding up a finger to pause his questions, Ginger scrolled frantically. See, that was what I thought until I read these 2 parts. One was from Callum's journal and one was from Gus's notebook, but both mention this half-brother of Gus's who Arthur cut off a few years ago for, get this, selling illegal prescription drugs. You're saying someone showed Gus the ropes in that particular business venture? Ryan hummed in thought. Still not sure how this is meant to clear any of the questions up. I wish I could show you the whole document, Ginger said, frustrated. From the pages that Reese was able to decode. Reese? Her brother flicked a look at her. The hunky new history teacher up at the academy. Ginger did a double-take at his choice of words, but Ryan merely shrugged. Hey, you know I swing both ways, he said easily. Besides, those were the words of the woman in the corner shop when I was getting cigs the other day. This tall, fit-looking guy came in and she got herself in quite a state. His mouth twitched into a smile. I bet Mum has been a nightmare if you and this Reese have been spending any time together. Giving him a sideways glance, Ginger said, I thought you were angry at me. You moving on to the good cop part of the routine now? Slowing for a corner for once, Ryan didn't immediately reply. I'm not saying that I think you're right, he said carefully. In fact, I think your theory has more holes than my shoes after Archie gets hold of them. But? Ginger encouraged. But I don't think what you're saying is completely impossible either, especially since these notebooks seem to throw all the spanners in the works. He began to slow as Ginger's little car came into view, parked where she had left it the night before. And if I know you at all, I know you're not going to leave this thing alone even after a night in the cells. Probably not, Ginger admitted with a casual shrug that was totally at odds with her pounding heart. There are questions that need answering, and I don't think anyone else is going to be looking at them. Parking on the opposite side of the road and turning off the engine, Ryan sighed and leaned back, closing his eyes. I'd rather not have to pick you up from jail again, he said, eyes still closed. So I guess I'm now supervising you on this wild goose chase. After hours of being in crushingly low spirits, Ginger began to feel the slowly spreading warmth of hope and gratitude. It was like she was a cold metal mould being filled with molten chocolate. I don't have one of those boards with random news articles and photos and all the red string, she said with a grin. Want to go and make one? Chapter 25. Let's try this one more time. Ginger put her hands on her hips, distractedly blowing a strand of hair out of her face. Turn me to the left a little bit, Maggie said through the speakers from her kitchen in Stratford-upon-Avon. You two dragged me into this insanity, so you can at least make sure I can see the board properly. Ryan obliged, shifting the angle of Ginger's laptop where it was placed on the coffee table. Much better, Maggie said, tipping out a fluffy ball of bread dough onto the work surface in front of her. Now let's see if we've gathered all the evidence that we have available. You two put half of the detectives I know to shame, Ryan said, nibbling on a piece of sticky sweet ginger cake from one of his sister's test bakes. It's honestly slightly terrifying. Ginger flapped a hand at him to be quiet as she endeavoured to keep her focus. The large whiteboard on its wheeled frame usually lived in the garage, waiting for when she needed to plan out a particularly complex cake build. Now, however, it sat in the living room partially blocking the door to the stairs. The whole surface of the board was covered in the handwriting of both Burnet siblings. There were notes, lists, sprawling arrows, question marks, and several aggressively circled points. Random groups of dots punctuated various places on the board like sporadic stick and poke tattoos. "Take it from the top, Ginger," Maggie said. "Are we still going with the theory that Gus is the linchpin of all of this?" "He's the only one with a connection to all the people we've identified as being involved," Ryan pointed out. "Even if Ginger's theory is right and he didn't commit murder, or manslaughter, or kill anyone at all, Gus still seems to be at the centre of the web." Miles and Nina watched intently, ears pricked with interest, as Ginger stepped up to the board. Tapping a finger on her lips, she pressed the lid of the capped pen to Gus's name. "Gus Amberley, son of Arthur and Ivy Amberley," she said, quickly pointing to the two other names. "He was classmates with Zoe Palmer. The two of them were in a class together with Callum West 2 years ago." Nina tilted her head in concentration as there were 2 more quick taps on the board. "That was the year Callum formed the Club of Nerds, right?" Ryan asked, flipping through the large notepad he was using to translate portions of code. "And there's an entry he made that says he formed it specifically to try and get the two of them more interested in their class." He leaned in front of the laptop's camera. "Remind me, Maggie, did you find anything interesting on Gus or Zoe's social media?" "From what I could find on Gus's Instagram and Zoe's old account, the two of them became pretty good friends," Maggie said, looking at the screen briefly before going back to kneading the dough. "A few photos of them trying to look grungy in the way only rich kids do, and they tagged each other in a lot of posts up until the August before Zoe's death in November. Neither of them posted much after August. There's just one photo of Zoe that she posted in October, where she looks like a completely different person." "So what we don't know," Ginger continued, looking back at her brother and Maggie on screen to confirm that she was still on track, "and what the journals don't tell us is what happened between the end of August and the beginning of November. I'm guessing nothing good if Zoe committed suicide in November," Maggie pointed out, placing the soft, stretchy dough into 2 loaf pans. "Callum says in his notebook that Gus was taken out of school by Arthur around the same time to go on some internship in Hong Kong," Ryan said, dryly putting air quotes around internship. "We all agree that internship in this case most likely either means rehab or getting Gus out of the country because he was implicated in Zoe's death somehow," Maggie asked, dusting flour off her hands. "But if Arthur took his son off to rehab and away from an unexpected death once before, wouldn't he just do it again?" "Maybe he didn't have time before Gus took matters into his own hands," Ryan suggested. "It was only a few days between Gus being detained for possession and him driving himself into Pennyman Pond. Or what if Arthur couldn't stand Gus dragging the family name through the mud again?" Shaking her head, Ginger chewed on the cap of the pen. "Arthur is an explosively violent man. I wouldn't be surprised if he was involved in one or more of the deaths we're looking at. Or maybe there's someone else entirely who hasn't come onto the police's radar yet," Maggie suggested, her Scottish accent getting thicker as she began to speak faster. "Don't forget that there was the figure Ginger saw the night the fire was set at the Amberley estate." "Did you tell Klimek about that?" Ryan asked Ginger, making a note on his laptop. Ginger nodded, adding, "unknown arsonist" to the whiteboard, surrounding it in question marks. "Pretty sure the officer who arrested me didn't believe a word of it," she said, "but there were no traces of the accelerant used to set the fire anywhere on my skin or clothes. So I'm pretty sure Jacob has discounted me as an arsonist, though who knows. Don't forget about the half-brother and one of Arthur's supposed sons that Gus mentions in his notebook a few times," Maggie reminded them. "The one we're pretty sure is dealing out of Bristol. Is that what it says on the board, Valerian?" Wincing at the use of his full name while looking through the notes again, Ryan ended up shrugging. "If it's on the board, it must mean I found out about it at some point," he said. "But who knows where it is in all this mess?" With a trilling sound, Miles rolled over onto his back, front paws dangling over his chest. The motion made a crinkling sound and revealed a sheet of paper pinned under the fluffy form. "Ah, yes," Ryan said, picking it up. "This is the one. Thank you, Miles, you furry paperweight." Flattening out the paper, he quickly skimmed his writing. Gus only refers to him as Si, says they met at a party and hit it off when they realised they were half-brothers. Lots of stuff about how terrible Arthur is as a father and human being, that he refuses to formally recognise Si as his son. And then some really sad stuff about how even though he lives in the same house as Arthur, Gus feels like he might as well be unrecognised. I found the half-brother, Maggie said, now much closer to the camera as she quickly typed something. Or his Facebook account anyway. He was on Gus's friend list, Simon Amberley. She winced. 26, lives in Yate, no listed employment on his profile. From the look of his posts, Simon isn't shy about how much he hates Arthur. Does it look like he hates Arthur enough to deliberately screw Gus up with drugs? Ginger asked, thinking of the photo used for Gus's obituary in the local paper. It had clearly been taken a few years before, but the difference was staggering. In the photo, Gus was dressed in an expensively tailored black show-jumping jacket and white breeches, mounted on a handsome bay horse. Gus was beaming with pride, his face rosy with health and joy. There was no hint of the shadow of a person he would become in only a few short years. "It's some pretty vicious stuff," Maggie said, mostly incomprehensible ranting about how he's been screwed over by everyone in his life and how no one is loyal anymore, that and a weak meme game. Ryan's phone buzzed with a text, the vibration making Nina flick one ear toward the sound. Ginger and Maggie kept talking while he quickly checked it. Ginger watched her friend frown. "His most recent post is a news article about Gus's death," Maggie said, nose wrinkling in disgust, but the only comment he's put with it is several laughing emojis. "Seems like a charming, empathetic individual," Ginger said dryly. "Guess he really must be Arthur Amberley's son." She turned back to the whiteboard as her brother set down his phone. "Didn't we figure out that Callum started writing about whether or not he should refer Gus to a counsellor at around the same time that Gus first mentioned Simon?" Ginger asked the room at large, pointing to 2 dates contained within a definitive circle. "Do we have enough evidence to reasonably argue that Simon might be the reason Gus started on a downward spiral?" "There's very little about any of this that is reasonable," Ryan said, voice suddenly flat as he rubbed a hand across his eyes. "But if you lean into pure conjecture, you could say that there's possibly some connection there, even though it could easily be presented as circumstantial." Turning to her brother, Ginger frowned. "Why the sudden cold feet?" she asked. "You've been on this like a bloodhound with a scent all day." "I was meant to be the sceptical one that Ginger brought in to be the voice of reason," Maggie chimed in from the laptop. "But I'm sold pretty hard on this now. Don't start switching sides now, Val. Not when we're all finally riding the same brain train." "Are you deliberately getting my name wrong just to annoy me, or is it just a joke?" Ryan snapped, getting to his feet. "Because this whole thing seems like a joke to the two of you, running around shoving your noses into police work, causing problems at every turn." Ginger pressed her lips into a hard line as she saw Maggie flinch at the unexpected tirade. "Do you mind if I put you on mute for a minute, Maggie, my lovely?" she said, crouching in front of the laptop and giving her friend an apologetic smile. "I need to talk to my brother." "You take your time," Maggie said archly, raising her hands in surrender. "But just make sure to tell him that I forgot which short version of his name he preferred and that he shouldn't be so touchy about it." "I think he heard that," Ginger said, looking back to where Ryan was standing in front of the board, shoulders stiff with tension. "Good," Maggie said, narrowing her eyes and raising her voice. "Then he'll also be able to hear that whenever he's ready to remove the stick he's got shoved up his arse, the scarecrow from the field next to your house needs it back." With that parting shot, Maggie muted herself, and Ginger did the same. "There's only one thing that makes you rude and irritable so quickly, which means there's family tension brewing," Ginger said, sitting on the floor with her back against the armchair. Nina immediately hurried over to curl up in her lap. "Question is whether it was Dad or Colin who texted you just now." "It was neither, and I don't want to talk about it," Ryan said stiffly, turning away from the whiteboard with a flat expression. You'd better have got everything you need from Callum's notebook because I'm going to drop it at the station for D.I. Climec like we were told to do several hours ago. Are you stepping out of the investigation? Ginger asked, confused at the sudden change in her brother. We were finally getting somewhere, Ryan. Come on, don't leave me and Maggie to do it on our own. I'm back to being angry with you right now, he replied, ignoring her plea as he grabbed the notebook and headed for the front door, and angry at myself for indulging you all day. Well, make up your mind, Ginger snapped, getting to her feet and forcing Nina to leap away. Either you think I'm mad for thinking all of this, or you think we might, just possibly, have something here. Something that could mean an 18-year-old doesn't have to be remembered as a drug dealer who killed his teacher before committing suicide. Ryan didn't reply, shrugging on his coat and slamming the door behind him. He left Ginger looking around at the evidence of hours of work, but with nothing to show for it, except for the tears of rage in her eyes. Chapter 26. The next morning, after several days of calling in sick because of sleuthing and arrest-related reasons, Ginger finally dragged herself out of bed. Although sleep had only come in quick snippets, often filled with dark and confusing nightmares that sent her jerking upright in bed drenched in sweat, she couldn't miss another day of work at the academy. However, the moment she stepped into the building, Ginger sensed that it had perhaps been a mistake. Every student that passed her in the hallways gave her a sharp look. None of the teachers hurrying by her to their classes gave their usually cheery, "Good morning?" Not even Bonnie, who Ginger briefly caught sight of while crossing through the back courtyard, waved as she would have only a few days before. It felt as if there was a spectre stalking her every step, intent on driving away everyone around her. The strange aura continued when Ginger stepped into the kitchen. There was a subtle air of tension strung between each of the chefs, hospitality staff and porters, like an invisible laser field Ginger couldn't possibly navigate. Less subtle was the cardboard crate set in the centre of her workstation. Crossing the kitchen to stand in front of it, with a sinking feeling in her stomach, Ginger frowned as she dug through the items. It was filled with all her personal belongings that she used in the day-to-day. Decorating tools, her recipe book, the set of knives that she preferred to use for work. "What is this?" she asked Pat as the kitchen manager walked by. "I thought I was okay taking a couple of sick days." Pat shrugged, the high arches of her cheekbones somehow making the disinterest on her face all the more cutting. "Headmaster told us to." "Miss Burnet." As if summoned by the mention of his title, George Harvey had appeared in the kitchen doorway. Ginger couldn't help but notice that his suits were fitting slightly better than usual, but not because he'd gotten them tailored. It was clear that the stress of the last few weeks was severely affecting him to the point that he was losing weight. The large, black-framed glasses looked even more unwieldy than normal on his face, magnifying his bloodshot eyes. "Could you please gather your things and follow me?" the headmaster asked quietly. "We need to have a quiet chat in my office." Ginger's cheeks heated with embarrassment as she picked up the cardboard crate. She could feel the eyes of everyone in the kitchen on her as she followed Headmaster Harvey out of the swinging double doors. He didn't say anything as they crossed the dining hall, his usual nervous chatter absent. Figuring that she was halfway off the cliff already, Ginger completed the jump, clearing her throat to catch his attention. "Can you tell me what this is about, Headmaster?" she asked, hefting the box in her arms for emphasis. "I was under the impression that I was allowed to take a few sick days. I only used them to let myself recover from my accident." "That's not entirely true, though, is it, Miss Burnet?" Harvey didn't look back as he spoke. "You've been keeping very busy during your recovery, it seems, according to D.I. Climec." Ginger winced, her stomach dropping, feeling as if she had just crashed belly first onto sharp rocks at the base of a cliff. It seemed wise to let silence fall again, although this time the air around them was taut with tension. When they finally arrived at his office, the stiff formality of the room felt soft and welcoming in comparison. "Am I getting fired?" Ginger asked as soon as George Harvey closed the door. "I see no reason to tiptoe around the topic if that is the case." The look Harvey gave her was surprised, eyes widening behind his glasses. "No, Miss Burnet, you're not being fired. Your talent in the culinary arts is unquestionable, and we would be remiss in depriving the students and staff of your creations." His answer threw Ginger into a state of confusion. Resting the crate on the back of the chair in front of her to rest her arms, she frowned at Harvey. "Then what's all of this about?" she asked, shaking the crate slightly. The headmaster sighed as he dropped into his desk chair. For the first time since their chat in the cafe a few weeks before, Ginger saw the professional veil fall away from Harvey, showing the exhausted, beaten-down man behind the title. "This is an enforced leave of absence to mollify the Amberley family, and also for the sake of the school's reputation," he said, spreading his hands wide in apology. "It's come to our attention through both official and unofficial channels that you have been unnecessarily interfering with the investigation of Dr. West and Gus Amberley's deaths, visiting the Amberleys' estate at all times of the day and night, withholding evidence from the police, and encouraging other members of the faculty to help you in your endeavours." Letting her eyes fall closed, Ginger expelled a bitter puff of laughter through her nose. So, it seemed Reese had gone to the headmaster about the code breaking. "After hearing that list, I'm honestly surprised you're not firing me," she said flatly. "It doesn't exactly sound like Employee of the Month material." "No, it doesn't," Harvey said, leaning back in his chair. "And maybe someone else in my position would fire you, but—" He tapped his fingertips absently on the edge of the desk, a faraway look on his face. "The school has lost enough people in the most painful of ways recently. I don't want to add a firing on top of that, unless I truly have to." An unexpected surge of empathy and respect for George Harvey washed over Ginger. Out of everyone at the school, his life had been made the most difficult by the recent events. "And what if Arthur Amberley decides a leave of absence isn't enough?" Ginger asked quietly. "I know he's not afraid to bully and threaten even someone in your position of authority to get what he wants. I've heard the way he speaks to you." A shadow fell across Harvey's face as if Arthur himself had stepped into the room. However, immediately following the fear, there was a pulse of anger in his eyes that caught Ginger off guard. It was an emotion she hadn't seen on the headmaster's face before. For the first time in a while, she thought of the unknown arsonist who she had seen set the fire in Arthur Amberley's garage. Automatically, she began mentally comparing the gait of the arsonist with that of George Harvey, trying to figure out if there was any resemblance between the two. It wasn't beyond the range of possibility that Harvey would do such a thing. The humiliation, bullying, and belittling that he received from Arthur could easily have been stoking a smouldering fire of resentment within the headmaster. "We'll cross the bridge of whether or not you can remain employed here when we come to it," he said stiffly, his voice snapping Ginger from her thoughts. "For now, Miss Burnet, I'm placing you on leave until the police can put to rest any suspicions regarding your involvement in Dr. West and Gus Amberley's deaths, as well as the arson at the Amberley estate that have been raised by your recent actions." As she took in his words, Ginger's heart began to pound. "They think I'm involved in the deaths?" she asked faintly, seeing the cold look on D.I. Climex's face in a new light. So Jacob surely didn't think she was actually involved, did he? It was all just a big mistake, right? Panic flashed across George Harvey's face. "Ah," he stuttered. "I wasn't aware that you hadn't been told about that yet. My mistake. Please don't mention it to anyone, especially as I might have misconstrued the conversation I had with the detective." Ginger said nothing, staring blankly at a series of green faux leather-bound copies of Dickens books arranged neatly on the shelf behind Headmaster Harvey's head. "They just mentioned Arlington Manor and how they were reviewing some of the footage regarding your actions," Harvey babbled, clearly unsettled by her silence. "Oh gosh, I shouldn't have said that either." "It's fine, Headmaster," Ginger said wearily, taking the full weight of the cardboard crate again. "I understand. Just let me know at some point if I have a job to come back to." Distantly, she heard him give a weak goodbye, but the words didn't register in her brain. Everything felt hazy to Ginger as she walked down the hallway toward the exit, the wood-panelled walls becoming in her mind's eye the walls of Arlington Manor. Was she ever going to escape the touch of that place? Or was she doomed to forever carry the bloody stain of it on her? Reaching the side door that led to the car park, Ginger struggled to balance the crate while also turning the handle. After several attempts that drove her to the edge of frustrated tears that were really nothing to do with the door, she finally got it open a crack. Familiar footsteps on the stone floor caught her attention, and in the moment that Ginger looked over her shoulder to see Rhys pausing uncomfortably, the door slammed shut before she could catch it with her foot. Humiliatingly, Ginger felt tears start to fill her eyes and she quickly blinked them away. She didn't want Rhys to see them. "Do you need a hand?" he asked, sounding stiff and awkward in a way she'd never experienced from him before. "I'm fine," she replied tightly, not trusting her voice to say any more than that. "I'm sure you've got classes to get to. It'll only take me a second to help you with that." Taking advantage of his height, Rhys reached over the top of her to hold the door open. Only when she passed him did he spot the contents of the box. "Wait," he said, dark eyes aghast. "They're not firing you, are they?" "Why?" Ginger asked flatly, looking back at him from the outside. "Would you have that on your conscience?" Rhys flinched as if she'd just thrown a stone at him, but then clenched his jaw. "Do you really think you have the moral high ground here when you lied to me about the code in those notebooks?" he hissed in a whisper, looking around to make sure they were totally alone. "You used me to help you mess around with evidence that you should have given straight to the police." "I didn't know it was evidence right away," Ginger replied in the same whispered shout. "So, sue me for wanting to hold on to something that reminded me of my friend for a few days." "You knew him for less than 2 months, Ginger," Rhys snapped. "Don't you think the whole friend charade is wearing slightly thin? You just wanted to stick your nose into his death because your head got all screwed up over the Arlington Manor thing." At his words, Ginger felt as if Rhys had just thrown a pot of boiling water over her face. For a moment she thought she was going to drop the crate, but somehow she kept her grip even though she was shaking with shock and rage. It didn't even matter that remorse was clear on Rhys's face. He'd said what he'd said. The words couldn't be taken back, the same way you could remove the salt from a recipe once you mismeasured. The damage was irreparable. "You have no idea what you're talking about," Ginger said, biting through each word as if she had become a nutcracker. "But if you're so eager to see the back of me that you'd go tattling to the headmaster like we're on the playground again, then it's your lucky day." Rhys opened his mouth to speak, but then thought better of it. Looking up at the school in all its glory, seeing the patches of Virginia creeper glowing cerise in the autumnal sun, Ginger released an icy, sharp laugh into the frosted air. "A quick internet search, and you think you get to tell me what's going on in my head?" she asked, incredulous. "I don't have the entirety of my life spread out on seedy true crime blogs, Rhys. I lived through a hell of a lot before I ever saw Arlington Manor. 2 hellish days don't define my whole life." Ginger turned away, all at once exhausted with the conversation. "I know you work with children all day, but maybe next time don't act like a gossiping teenager and pretend to be an adult for once, all right?" If he gave any response, she didn't hear it. All she could hear on the short, fast walk to the car was a high-pitched ringing in her ears. Tossing the crate carelessly into the back seat, Ginger stumbled into the driver's seat, slammed the door, then gripped the wheel tightly with both hands. Sucking in great lungfuls of air, she still couldn't seem to ease the tightness in her chest or slow her racing heart rate. When her phone rang, the shrill tone dug into her skull like a knife. Although speaking felt almost impossible, when Ginger saw her brother's name on the screen and the photo of Archie the Alsatian that she used as Valerian's contact picture, she somehow found the will to pick up the phone. "Hello?" She held the speaker slightly further away than usual, not wanting the shake in her voice to be as audible. "I don't suppose you're off work again today, are you?" Ryan asked, his voice made crackly by the sound of traffic rushing by in the background. "I might have gone away and done some digging and, well, I think I've found something about Zoe's death." Ginger glanced at her rearview mirror, staring at the crate of items that was basically a badge of her imminent firing. She'd come this far. Why not go neck deep? "Where are you?" she asked, starting the car. "I can leave right now." Chapter 27. Her brother turned out to be calling from Bristol, but Ginger met him at a nondescript service station somewhere along the M5. A bit of wind sliced across the pastureland that bordered both sides of the 6-lane motorway. Ginger shivered a little as she got out of the car, immediately having to push hair out of her face as the blustery weather blew it into her eyes. Looking around, her brother quickly caught her attention with the red windbreaker he had told her to look out for. Jogging across the car park, avoiding the rainbow clouds of oil and water on the tarmac, Ginger turned up the collar of her precious green coat. "Are you going to give me any more details now that I'm out here in the middle of nowhere?" she asked, shoving her hands into her pockets to hide them from the cold. "What does this place have to do with how Zoe died?" "It's not the place," Ryan said, jerking his head for her to follow him and beginning to walk toward the smoking shelter at the side of the services. "It's who, and since she's at work, we had to come to her." Unbearably curious now, Ginger followed her brother. The only other person around in the severe concrete shell was a skinny, nervous-looking young woman. At first glance, she looked barely 20. At a second glance, she looked more like 45. From the way she anxiously chewed at her non-existent nails between hurried puffs on her cigarette, Ginger could immediately tell that life hadn't been kind to her. "Maddie?" Ryan said, approaching slowly the same way he might an injured fox. "This is my sister Ginger, who I said was going to join us. Are you still okay with that?" Maddie gave a jerky nod. Her bloodshot brown eyes, carrying large dark bags beneath them, weren't able to stay still, jumping from one point to another incessantly. If I'm spilling all of this to one person, then I might as well do two," she said. Her voice, coloured with an Eastern European accent, was rough and deeper than her small frame suggested, likely made that way by years of smoking, if her nicotine-stained fingers were anything to go by. "Why don't you tell my sister what you told me about Simon?" Ryan asked, curling his shoulders forward and softening his voice. He was clearly in detective mode, trying to find a way to make his body language as non-threatening as possible to encourage Maddie to open up. It was a side of him that Ginger hadn't seen before, and she couldn't help but wonder what had changed his mind and his mood from the afternoon before. "I don't know how you two heard about Si," Maddie said, dropping her finished cigarette and immediately lighting up another. "But since he's been in and out of every kind of trouble for as long as I've known him, and a long time before that, I wasn't surprised when I found out he was mixed up in the mess with this girl." "Zoe, right?" Ryan prompted, pulling out a vape and joining Maddie in blowing clouds into the cold, rain-speckled air. "What kind of mess was it?" Maddie snorted. "If Si was involved, then so were any number of illegal substances," she said. "He loved getting hold of rich, dumb kids and getting them hooked on expensive things, prescription stuff mostly. But that girl Zoe wasn't the same as most of the spoilt brats who came to Si looking for some stupid fun." She took another long drag, making the tip of her cigarette glow bright red. Ginger couldn't help but feel as if she was staring into a warning light. "I was dating Si when he met Gus at some warehouse rave out in some big dirty barn in the woods," Maddie said, tapping away the ash, then giving a tight smile. "I say dating, but Si started as my dealer, and I started thinking that I was in love with him because he could get me pills when I needed them." Ryan hummed in understanding, nodding along. "Been there," he said easily, the edges of his accent rougher than Ginger was used to. "Nasty place to be. Looks like you're getting yourself sober, though." 5 weeks sober," Maddie announced, and for the first time Ginger saw a flash of life in the other woman's eyes. "Not much, but it's a good place to start." Ryan took another pull on his vape. "Exactly." "So you met Zoe just the one time?" Ginger asked tentatively, flicking an uncertain look at her brother, not sure whether she should be speaking up or not. She didn't want to damage the rapport that Ryan was so effortlessly building with Maddie, but she felt more conspicuous hovering at the side and saying nothing. "No, I saw her a few times after that," Maddie said, shaking her stringy blonde hair out of her face as the wind whisked through the smoking shelter. "But always with Gus. They were good friends, I could tell. Just a shame she followed a good friend down such a bad path." "But how did Si know Gus?" Ryan asked, genuine curiosity in his voice and posture. "You said they met at the rave, but didn't they start hanging out more after that? From what Gus said about Si, it seemed that way." At this white lie, Ginger stiffened, trying to keep track of the necessary information in her head. Did Maddie know Gus was dead? What had Ryan told her? and how much of it was true or fabricated. She sent him a furious mental message, scolding him for not preparing her better for this. However, in typical Valerian style, he didn't react, instead leaning easily against the wall as if it was a sofa and not freezing cold, dirty concrete. "I'm guessing C didn't take every kid he found at a rave under his wing," he said, turning a shoulder to the wind. "What was special about Gus?" Maddie shrugged. "I couldn't make sense of it at first. Gus was not like the other boys that Cy pulled into the dark with him. Gus was a sweet and very sad boy, sadder even than Zoe." She tapped over her heart. "He was broken, deep down somewhere in here." "With a father like his, it's no surprise," Ginger mumbled, shivering even in her heavy coat. Maddie spat sharply in disgust. "For a man with so much, Arthur Amberley is a mean creature, as miserly with his money as he is with his affection. C claimed that he was one of Arthur's bastard sons, but—" She shrugged. "Who knows? There's a visual resemblance, but no other evidence as far as I know. Arthur Amberley does seem like the kind of man to abandon a woman he had an affair with." "Do you know if we could talk to C's mother to try and get some more information?" Ryan asked. "We wouldn't say anything about you talking to us, of course." Maddie finished her second cigarette. Dropping the butt, she ground the final sparks out with her heel. "Even if I knew where she was, or even if she was alive, I wouldn't tell you," she said bluntly. "I said I'd talk about Cy and Gus and the girl. Nothing else." "So what can you tell us about Zoe?" Ryan asked casually, blowing another cloud of cherry-scented smoke. "You said she kind of got dragged in by following Gus." Nodding, Maddie's eyes took on a distant look as she tried to recall some point in the past. "So used to tell me sometimes, when he was at his most intoxicated, about how he wanted to make Arthur's life hell," she said softly. "I think he wanted to use Gus to do that. If I'd been the person that I am now, I would have tried to get Zoe to leave, convince her that Gus was already drowning and that she didn't need to go down with him." She gave a sigh weighed down with regret, and Ginger's heart ached in empathetic response. "But I didn't care about anyone but myself then," Maddie said. "Instead, I watched Gus get pulled in by Cy, get hooked on things he could never escape from. Zoe stayed with him, tried to pull him out, but she was so frail and gentle. There was no way she could save him, especially when he didn't want to be saved. So, she drowned with him." "How literally do you mean that?" Ginger asked slowly, wondering how much Ryan had said to Maddie about how Gus had seemed to commit suicide in the same pond where Zoe had been found 2 years before. "Do you know what happened to Zoe?" Something dark crept into Maddie's eyes, and she bit her lip, shoulders rising toward her ears with tension. She looked ready to bolt at any second, and Ginger internally cursed at herself for pushing too hard. "You seem to regret not helping Gus and Zoe before," Ryan said, his body language not changing at all. "Telling us what you know about Zoe could help both her and Gus. It's not too late, even though they've both passed on." Leaning her back against the cold wall, Maddie tucked her hands into the front pocket of her generic black work apron. Ginger exchanged a quick glance with Ryan as the other woman let her eyes fall shut for a few long seconds. She began to speak with her eyes still closed. Ginger wondered if it was so she could see the memory more clearly, or if she didn't want to look at either of them out of some sense of shame. "C was getting Gus into some more dangerous things," Maddie said quietly. "Harder things. More illegal things than prescription pills. Somehow Cy managed to convince Gus to take a group of 5 or 6 of us out to his family estate." Her nose wrinkled in disgust. "Cy told Gus that it would be the ultimate rebellion, getting high right under his father's nose. We holed up in one of the outbuildings and got on with it." She trailed off. Ginger held her breath, clenching her hands into fists in her pockets, feeling as if they were on the edge of uncovering something huge. "Zoe didn't usually take anything when she was with us," Maddie said, finally opening her eyes. "But I remember she seemed either hopeless or in a bad place that day. I told Cy not to give her anything, that what we were using was too strong, but he laughed it off." She took a deep, unsteady breath. "I don't know how long after that she stopped breathing, but we'd only just realised when Gus's father found us. Ginger had to sit down on one of the graffitied metal benches in the shelter, her head spinning. If this was all true, then Gus had been there when Zoe died. The girl hadn't taken her own life, but that left one major question unanswered. "So how did Zoe end up in Pennyman Pond if you were in one of the buildings on the Amberley property?" Ryan asked, a hint of urgency appearing in his voice for the first time. "Maddie, this could be very important. What happened to Zoe after Arthur found you all? Do you remember?" Tears filled Maddie's eyes and she bit her lip as she shook her head. "It was a long time ago," she whimpered, "and I don't even know what I took that day. Most of it is a haze. All I remember for certain is Zoe going scarily still and Arthur Amberley finding us. Nothing else." "Do you think we could find Cy and ask him?" Ginger asked desperately, head spinning at the implication that Arthur more than likely made Zoe's death look self-inflicted. "He won't know it was you who told us. We'll say it was Gus." Maddie gave her a strange look, then looked over to Ryan. "I thought you knew," she said, wiping at the tears on her cheeks. "I thought that's why you were asking about all this." "Thought we knew what?" Ryan asked, voice sharper than before, making Maddie flinch. "C is dead," she said in almost a whisper. "He died in a house fire a few weeks ago. The official ruling was that he was smoking in bed and fell asleep, but I don't believe it. C was terrified of fire. He would never smoke in bed. She paused. "I think someone is trying to make it look like it was an accident." Ginger slowly looked over to her brother, seeing in the hard lines of his jaw that he was thinking the same thing that she was. Zoe, Callum, Gus, and now Simon. All their deaths appeared to be suicides or accidents. It was too much of a coincidence to be real. The question was, who would want to kill those 4 people? Chapter 28. "So, Colin," Ginger said awkwardly, spooning more hollandaise sauce onto her plate of salmon fillet, rosemary roasted new potatoes, and steamed winter greens. "Looking forward to your party? It's a nice touch having it on Halloween night." "That was your mother's idea," Colin said, topping up his wife's glass of elderflower cordial as he spoke. "She's told everyone to come in fancy dress and everything." Ian, sitting beside Ginger and opposite his ex-wife, grimaced. "I might beg to be excluded from that aspect of the festivities. Never really been one for costumes and characters." Dorothy huffed a laugh. "Dig out your old wedding suit and come as the ghost of husbands past." All 3 of them chuckled, and Ginger was once again impressed by the ability of her biological parents and her stepfather to have found a way to be genuine friends. However, she also couldn't help but pick up on the underlying thread of tension strung above the dinner table like a tightrope. She felt as if she'd been trying to balance on it all evening, never quite sure what might cause her to misstep. All she knew was that her mother was smiling a little too much. Her father was gripping his knife and fork slightly too tight, and Colin was avoiding eye contact with her so thoroughly it was as if she'd become Medusa. "Any suggestions for what I should bring for the lunch at the Bowls Club this week?" Ginger asked with forced brightness. Her mother shared an almost nervous glance with Colin that was so quick Ginger would have missed it if she had blinked. "Mum?" she prompted. "Any ideas what I should make this week? Has anyone mentioned anything they really liked? I can make some things again instead of trying to come up with new foods every week." Her mother seemed to take an overly long time to swallow her mouthful, then took a drink before answering. "I'm sure it'll be lovely whatever you decide to make, sweetheart," she said. "And you really don't need to hang around all afternoon at the recreation centre with us old fogies. I'm sure you've got lots to be getting on with at home. Colin and I can give you back the tubs and things when you next come round for dinner." Ginger frowned, her suspicion rising as her mother avoided eye contact. "I'm fine to stick around," she said slowly. "It's Sunday, so it's not like I have any pressing commitments." "Well, just keep it in mind, love," Colin chimed in. "The game might run long this week, and we don't want to keep you." The table fell into silence again, until Ginger nudged Ian with her shoulder. "Did I tell you that Mum and Colin convinced Becky down at the recreation centre to pay me a stipend to cater the Bowls Club every week?" "I think you mentioned it the other evening," Ian said mildly, pausing before taking another bite to add, "I'm sure there was plenty we didn't talk about, but you did tell me about that. Sounds like a good opportunity." Her face heating, Ginger stared at her plate with such focus that she was surprised the turquoise ceramic made by Dorothy during her pottery phase didn't explode into shards. It seemed Ian knew something about her sleuthing or her night in the cells. Ginger dared not confront him for his underhand jab. He was playing the classic parental mind game of making her wonder what he actually knew. The whole mental battle made her feel 15 again and sparked an unexpected spike of anger in her chest. Carefully schooling her face into something she hoped was blank, Ginger said nothing in response, returning to her meal in silence. "How are the cats, Gin?" her mother asked, the sound of her knife scraping hollandaise off the plate like nails on a chalkboard. "I know they can get a little stressed when you're away overnight." Ginger had to make a conscious effort to stop her shoulders from rising involuntarily. It seemed the gossip mill that her mother constantly insisted she wasn't a part of had been busy at work over the last 24 hours. "The cats are fine," she said mildly, deciding to not address the subtextual question woven into the faux casual inquiry. So, her mother knew about her night at the police station. Wonderful. The little spark of anger in Ginger's chest was stoked further by the fact that her mother preferred to get her information from random people in the village rather than just asking her directly. Ginger felt her balance begin to waver on her imaginary tightrope. She glanced between her parents, flickering a look at Colin, who was suddenly very interested in the pattern on his plate. Frustration boiling over, Ginger placed her cutlery down with excessive care and dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. "I really love the added bits of interior decoration you've added, Mum," she said, knowing her father noted the sass in her voice by the way he tensed his jaw. "Especially the elephant you've somehow managed to cram into the corner. No idea why you're all so eager to ignore it. Why don't we discuss it?" Dorothy huffed. "Don't be so overdramatic, Ginger," she said sharply. "I have no idea what you're talking about anyway." "That's not quite right, Dot," Colin said, some of the discomfort in his broad, weathered face draining away to be replaced by relief. "When you came home all upset about hearing two old biddies gossiping about Ginger apparently being arrested, I told you that you should just call her and ask." "I didn't technically get arrested," Ginger pointed out, folding her arms defensively across her chest. "And Colin is right. If you were angry about this or worried, you should have just called me. That would assume you were actually at home or work where you were supposed to be, rather than talking to witnesses and meddling with a live investigation," Ian said, his tone thunderous in the small dining room. Everyone at the table flinched. "Don't use that tone in my house, thank you," Colin said calmly, but there was a thread of steel in his voice as dangerous as the blade of a chainsaw. Ian held up his hands and took a deep breath through his nose. "My apologies," he said, looking at each of them in turn. "If we're going to talk about this, then yelling isn't going to help, I suppose." "Yelling definitely isn't needed because I'm not a child in need of chastisement," Ginger snapped. "I'm not some wayward teen. I'm nearly 30, for goodness sake." "Then maybe act like it," Ian said sternly, and Ginger got a glimpse at the man criminals and rogue officers faced. "You should know better than acting the way you did, Ginny. You've got a father and a brother on the force, as well as being close friends with a DI. In what universe did you think it was appropriate to act the way you did?" Ginger threw up her hands in annoyance. "All I did was talk to some people and do some research. I wasn't interfering with the investigation or wasting police time." "You withheld evidence that you knew was important to the investigation." Ian punctuated each word by slapping the back of one hand into the palm of the other. "You must have known what you were doing by not handing over those notebooks to D.I. Climac." "I was trying to save them time," Ginger protested, beginning to regret opening up the conversation. "I didn't know that the notebooks would be important, not at the start. It was only when I found Gus's notebook in his bag using the same code as Callum that I saw there was a connection." Ian sighed. "That's how evidence gets labelled as inadmissible in court, Ginny. You didn't have a warrant to look through the kid's backpack, and it was honestly bad practice for Climac to take your testimony as suitable evidence." "This isn't one of your review boards, Ian," her mother said wearily. We don't need to hear all the technical details. I'm more concerned about the self-destructive behaviour she's starting to fall into. Gritting her teeth, Ginger rolled her eyes. I'm right in front of you, Mum. No need to talk across me to Dad about me. Colin slid his chair back and stood, radiating discomfort. This sounds like a conversation that the three of you need to have without me, he said softly in his rumbling voice. I'm going to go and put the hens to bed for the night while you all sort this out. The remaining three stayed silent while Colin quietly exited the room, light on his feet for such a tall, broad man. Dorothy rested her face in her hands. I know everything that happened at Arlington Manor might have put it in your head that you need to be the one to save people, but... Wait, Ginger scoffed. Are you trying to do drive-by amateur therapy on me right now? She looked from one to the other of her parents. Has it occurred to either of you that I made more breakthroughs and found more information on this case than Jacob and his detectives did? But it's not your job to solve this case, Ginger, her father said, brows pinched together in a worried frown. This isn't something you've trained for. No, I'm pretty sure you don't need any kind of license or qualification to work as a private investigator, Ginger pointed out, all at once grateful for the articles she'd dug up online to convince Maggie that it was okay for the two of them and Ryan to be doing their own investigation. Not the point, her mother said, warning in her voice. And I think your mother has cause to be worried about you. Ian gestured to Ginger's face and arms. Look at all the scrapes and bruises you've got. You got suspended from work. Are you sleeping properly? It's not a suspension. It's a recommended leave of absence until some questions have been answered. Ginger narrowed her eyes and cocked her head. How do you know about what happened at work? D.I. Klimek mentioned something in passing during a quick chat we had, Ian said with fake nonchalance. Just about what or who could potentially be sacrificed to keep Arthur Amberley's lawyers at bay. Ginger sat back in her chair, somehow still surprised that her friend would offer her job up as a sacrificial lamb, even as she recalled what her brother had said about how she would no longer be dealing with Jacob but with D.I. Klimek. It seemed she really had lost that friendship. I think I'm going to go home, she said quietly, all fight and indignation draining out of her like water through a sieve. You're right. I haven't been sleeping well. Maybe a few days of rest would be good for me. Ginger sensed more than saw the worried look that her parents exchanged as she got to her feet. Do you want me to take you home, love? Ian asked, all chastisement gone from his tone. You don't seem like you're in a state to drive. Pausing at the door of the dining room, Ginger shook her head. I'm fine, she said, even though she was in fact overwhelmed with exhaustion. It's not far, and I'll take it slow. With a vague wave, Ginger left the house, feeling as if she was floating ever so slightly outside of her body. Her parents didn't need to know that she was going to go home and cry into Miles and Nina's soft backs until she fell asleep. So this is what rock bottom feels like, she murmured to herself. Wonder which part of my life will disintegrate tomorrow. Switching on Classic FM, Ginger let all thoughts drift away into the dark along with the music. Chapter 29. No, Ginger wailed, rushing to the oven as she saw tongues of dark smoke licking around the edge of the door. A moment later, she pulled out the charred remains of what were supposed to be shortbread cookies, which would be painted to look like cut and stacked logs in the forest scene for Colin's cake. Tears of exhausted frustration filled her eyes and she kicked the oven door closed, with more force than was strictly necessary. It seemed that today the universe was determined to kick her while she was down. The burnt shortbread was not the only baking disaster that she'd had that morning. Walking into her special crafting studio in the garage at just after 6 that morning, Ginger had found that the several trees she'd spent hours painstakingly constructing from puffed rice, melted marshmallow, and coloured fondant icing had all mysteriously collapsed during the night. She'd spent 3 hours recreating the trees from scratch. Some of the scraps of fondant she'd been able to salvage for other forest details, but much of it was useless. The jagged edges of her emotional state and the sugar crash headache she had from eating too much crisped rice and marshmallow for breakfast made her tone more cutting than usual, as she turned to her brother. "How did you not smell that burning?" she incredulously asked. "The whole kitchen stinks of it." Her brother, who was sitting mere feet away at the kitchen table with his laptop and a legal pad, removed his headphones and looked at her with bleary eyes. "What's the problem?" he asked before taking a long drink of coffee. The blackened biscuits rattled like bones on the tray as Ginger shook it at him. Shortbread, burning. She tossed the tray down on the worktop and yanked off the oven gloves. "How did you not smell that?" Rubbing his eyes, Ryan gave a huge yawn and stretched. "It's 10 in the morning, Gin. A time of day I haven't seen in quite some time since I got suspended. It's amazing I'm speaking right now. A pure miracle that I'm in your kitchen transcribing a homemade code into something we can read." Shaking the burnt cookies out of the tin and throwing them into the food waste bin, Ginger carelessly tossed the tin into the sink with a clatter that made Ryan wince. "I'm sure it can't be any worse than having to cut out, detail and paint 600 fondant leaves by hand," she said snidely, massaging her aching hands and then giving Ryan a glare. "And don't you dare make some smart-ass comment about Colin right now or I'm revoking coffee privileges." Her brother raised an eyebrow. "I know things are bad for you right now in so many ways," he said, holding out a placating hand. "But can you give me back my head that you just bit off for no reason? And maybe have some coffee or go for a freaking nap because you were seriously cranky this morning?" "And you're an arse," Ginger sniped in reply, but she did pour herself a cup of coffee from the French press. She took a sip, grimaced at the lukewarm temperature, and immediately set it aside on the counter. "Anything interesting in Gus's notebook yet?" she asked, stalking to the pantry to retrieve the ingredients needed to make a replacement batch of shortbread. "You know I'd come and decode with you, but if I don't get all these leaves done today, there's no way the cake will be done in time for the party." "There's been a few interesting things," Ryan said, tucking his mechanical pencil behind his ear. "Nothing we don't already know, but it helps back up Maddie's testimony and is corroborated in the timeline of events we'd already put together using Callum's notes." Laying out all the ingredients and taking down her set of scales from one of the upper cupboards, a thought that Ginger had been pondering all morning prompted her to speak. "Isn't it sort of incredibly illegal for you to be helping me with the codes?" she asked, beginning to measure ingredients. "Yup," Ryan said, popping the word like bubble gum. Ginger shot him a narrow-eyed look. "What happened to you yelling at me and Maggie for treating all this like a joke, which we aren't, by the way, and that we shouldn't be poking around in the investigation?" "What happened was that the investigation into my conduct has been extended, which is never good to hear," Ryan said, not looking away from the laptop screen. "That was the message I got the other day when I blew up at Maggie. I figured I'm probably getting discharged from the force anyway, so I might as well get into this up to my neck." There was a studied nonchalance to his voice that caught Ginger's ear. "Want to talk about your conduct investigation?" she asked, keeping her own voice equally relaxed. Valerian didn't like to make discussions into a big thing, even if the issue was very much a big thing. Over the years of trying to get her brother to get more comfortable talking about what was bothering him, Ginger had learned to approach a conversation as casually as possible, ideally without eye contact, and while each of them performed some kind of task. Despite their current situation being the perfect setup, Ryan gave a vague grunt of dismissal. "Nah, don't worry about it," he said, and Ginger heard the rapid scratch of the mechanical pencil on paper. "You've got enough going on right now. Don't need to listen to me whine about my problems." The kitchen fell into silence then, only occasionally punctuated by the low hum of the oven. As she continued making shortbread, hands moving through the process almost automatically, Ginger felt shame begin to curdle in the base of her belly. The series of recent events that had come crashing through her life had blinded her to some of the struggles going on in the lives of those she cared about. Bringing the shortbread dough together, Ginger left it to rest briefly while she cut a square of greaseproof paper to put over the tray. She had genuine cause for her preoccupied state, she knew that. Still, she couldn't help but recall moments and situations over the past few weeks that, upon reflection, made her wince with regret. The arguments with Bonnie, with Reese, with her parents were all conflicts that she could have handled so much better. How poor her work ethic must appear to the rest of the kitchen staff at the academy when she got suspended in less than 2 months after starting the job. Starting to lay the shortbread fingers on the tray, Ginger realised she'd completely forgotten the video call she was supposed to have with Maggie the night before. More forgotten social events and calls crowded into her head, exploding like popcorn kernels. She'd missed the pub quiz and pie and mash night, a forgotten phone call with Susan, a precious older lady from a few villages over who had gone through the Arlington Manor ordeal alongside Ginger and Maggie. And then there was Colin's cake. Right now, it consisted of a messy collection of half-finished parts, and she only had a few days left. After promising such big results to anyone who asked, the chains of expectation she had attached to herself were slowly dragging her down. All at once, Ginger found herself overwhelmed. How had she allowed her life to fall apart around her so fast? What had started as trying to reconcile the loss of her friend now left her teetering on the edge of losing everything. There came a meow from her feet, followed by a soft, warm pressure on her ankle. Looking down, Nina was softly blurred around the edges by Ginger's tears, blending her into the floor tiles. Over by the oven, Miles curled up on the warmest floor tile by the oven, eyes half closed. Ginger gently shooed him away to open the door and slide in the tray of shortbread. She scooped up Miles, ignoring his small yowl of protest, knowing he would settle down as soon as she draped him around her shoulders. With her cat purring an inch from her ear, Ginger stared across the kitchen at her brother, who was still carefully transcribing the code. The guilt rose again, sitting on her shoulders more heavily than Miles ever could. The self-destructive path she'd taken wasn't only affecting her, she'd pulled people along on this messy trail with her. It didn't matter that when she asked Ryan to find out some details on Callum's case, she'd never intended for things to escalate to such a degree. What mattered was that he was now risking his job, the job he loved deeply, to push ahead with an amateur investigation. And for what? What was she hoping to accomplish? What point was she trying to make? Ginny. Ryan's voice sounded so strange it immediately pulled her out of the mental tailspin she had been trapped in. "What is it?" Ginger asked, crossing the kitchen with Miles still around her shoulders. Nina trotted ahead and hopped up onto the chair that Ginger was about to take, expressing her displeasure that she hadn't been the one chosen for a shoulder ride. But neither of the Burnet siblings noticed her protest, both too busy looking at the section of code Ryan had just translated. "What is it?" she asked, looking at the combination of letters, numbers and symbols. Did he write out a hyperlink by hand? "Looks like it," Ryan said, glancing back and forth between the paper and his laptop as he typed the link into the search bar and hit enter. "And I'm guessing the jumble below is a password. Let's see what he was so eager to keep a record of that he wrote it down." The screen loaded, revealing what Gus had taken such pains to record in code in his notebook. "His assessment upload profile for Chiswick Academy?" Ginger asked, frowning in confusion at the school crest and neat rows of document drafts that Gus now would never submit for grading. Why not just write it in his school books? Or save it online as a bookmark like any other person would? "Look." Ryan pointed to one file that stood out from the rest. "Every other file in here is a Word file, all labelled for the class, teacher and deadline. So, what is an unnamed video file doing in here?" Discomfort gouged chunks from inside Ginger's belly as if someone had taken a melon baller to her insides. Something told her that a dead boy's video was not going to reveal good things. "I don't know if we should watch it," she murmured, stroking Miles in some attempt at soothing her worry. "If I've learned anything the past few days, it's that this is where we pass any information on to Jacob and the police." For a moment, her brother chewed on his lip as he thought, then nodded. "Fine," he said, getting to his feet. "I'll call Clemek now." Stepping out into the hoar-frosted garden, he closed the French door behind him and took out his phone. Miles began to squirm, wanting to return to the solid ground, and Ginger set him down, her eyes drifting to the cursor hovering over the video file. She could just watch it. For all they knew, it might just be a video Gus had to make as an assessment. All the files surrounding it were labelled for Callum's class, and he had been the type of teacher who would try to get the students thinking more creatively than just asking them to turn in an essay. Looking out to where her brother was pacing back and forth between the potted herbs on the patio, Ginger couldn't help but wonder what the repercussions might be if they reported this to Klimek, and it turned out to be nothing of value. It would devalue both her and Ryan even further in Jacob's eyes, although she wondered if that was even possible at this point. Putting some space between herself and temptation, Ginger retreated to the garage once more, planning to lose herself to the mindless monotony of cutting out fondant leaves for the forest floor of the cake. She'd only just settled into a rhythm, however, when Ryan tapped softly at the door that led from the cottage itself in the attached garage. "I think it's safe to say that D.I. Klimek has no interest in what I had to say or in what we're doing," he said dryly, tucking his hands into his pockets. "Basically told me the case was being closed and strongly hinted that I should lose his private mobile number." Ginger winced, setting down the sculpting tool she was using to add texture to the leaves. "I'm sorry," she said. "I know what a good working relationship you had before I dragged you into this." Her brother shook his head. "I made my own choices, Ginny, which is why I watched the video." "What?" Ginger asked, alarmed. "Why didn't you come and get me?" "Because I at least have some training on how to handle seeing traumatic content," Ryan said gently. "I had no idea what it could be." "And?" Ginger asked, suddenly nervous. "What was it?" "It made it very clear that we need to go and talk to Arthur Amberley," Ryan said, voice and face grave, "because Gus left us with video evidence of Arthur staging the crime scene of Callum's death." Chapter 30. Nerves crackled like lightning under Ginger's skin as the gates of the Amberley estate came into view. Beside her in the passenger seat of the car, Ryan cracked each of his knuckles in turn, the action of nervous tic he'd had since his teenage years. "You said there was a way to sneak onto the property?" he asked. "A break in the hedge or something?" Ginger pulled her little car up onto the verge like she had the night she had come searching for Gus's notebook in the dark. "The gap in the hedge is down that way," she said, pointing to what had once been an almost solid wall of trees, bushes and Japanese bindweed, but had been trampled down by the police. "But we need to do this properly. No sneaking in the side this time. That will only give Arthur the right to get us arrested for trespassing." "Get them to let us in through the front gate?" Ryan shrugged. "Worth a try." Ginger took a deep breath as she prepared for what she was going to say next. She knew her brother wouldn't like it. "And I'm going in alone," she said firmly, cutting off his instant protest by holding up a hand. "You can say what you like about making your own choices to join me, and that you're probably going to lose your job anyway, so to hell with keeping out of the investigation, but you're my brother, Ryan." She took a shaky breath. "You worked so hard to follow Dad into the force, and if you talk to Arthur, you know he'll make sure you never work as a police officer again." Ryan shook his head in disbelief. "Are you seriously telling me that you expect me to be okay with you going alone into the house of a man who has covered up 1, maybe 2, possibly even 3 deaths? One of which is his own son's?" he scoffed. "No job is worth putting you at this kind of risk." "Ryan." Ginger put on her most assertive, confident expression, the one she practiced in the mirror on mornings when she felt like hiding under her duvet instead of going out to face the world. "Did you ever read the reports of what happened at Arlington Manor? Did you ever see any of the footage?" He didn't need to respond verbally. It was clear from the flash of pain in his eyes that he had. "I survived that," she said gently, putting a hand on his shoulder. "You think a pompous bully like Arthur Amberley scares me?" Her brother didn't need to know that the answer to that was actually yes. Arthur Amberley did scare her. There was something arrogant to his viciousness that made her uneasy, a confidence to his cruelty that bragged of how he knew he could get away with anything because of his wealth and power. But saying that would only make Ryan insist that he was coming with her. As it was, she could see him starting to get the stubborn twist to his mouth that said he was about to argue. "And I won't be going in there without you, not really," she said, pulling the pendant of her necklace out of the collar of her maroon button-up. "There's a camera in here that will record both image and sound. Give me your phone." Ryan unlocked his phone and handed it over. "This is what you wore at Arlington Manor?" he asked, staring at the deceptively plain silver. "No," Ginger said, quickly setting up a web page on her brother's phone, then passing it back. "It got taken as evidence, and they never gave it back to me. This was the second one I bought for Arlington Manor but couldn't use." "Why not?" Ryan took his phone back, quickly scanning what she had set up. "This pendant streams directly to a paired device," Ginger explained, reaching into the back seat for her coat and scarf. "It needs a signal to do that, which wasn't available at the manor, but here it is. So I can see in real time whatever the pendant picks up?" "Huh." Ryan sounded legitimately impressed. "At least it will let me see if you need a hand." "You can listen in too," Ginger said, making sure the pendant wasn't blocked by her layers of clothing. "And I set it up to screen record so we have evidence to pass on to Jacob if needed." "I still don't like this," Ryan called after her as she stepped out of the car. "At the first sign of anything I don't like, I'm coming in there after you. Consequences be damned. Got it?" "Yeah, sure," Ginger replied, distracted as she mentally prepared to face Arthur. "And call the police too as well, obviously." "I am the police," Ryan said with a tense grin to hide his nerves. "Well, sort of. For now." "Don't come running unless I say fudge," Ginger warned, getting out of the car. "I know what I can handle." Her brother's protest was cut off as she closed the car door and began walking toward the gates leading into the Amberley estate. The air was cold and damp, with patches of mist seeping out of the ground like ghosts. Out here, among the acres of wheat and hayfields that in the summer wore gold and green cloaks, it was even colder than at her cottage. Ice, stained with mud, clung in the bottom of footprints made by the police several nights before. A robin, red breast bright as blood in the grey surroundings, watched Ginger from its delicate perch among the hawthorn spikes. The intercom made a smooth mechanical trill as soon as Ginger pressed the button that would call the house. She barely had time to be nervous before there was a click, and Arthur's voice came crackling out of the speaker. "If you're one of those bloody vultures that call themselves journalists, you can get back in your car and shove off." "Not a journalist," Ginger said, leaning in close to the receiver to be heard over the fretful wind. "It's Ginger Burnet. We need to talk." There was a silence that stretched on for so long that Ginger wondered if he had hung up. When he did speak, however, his voice was unexpectedly flat. "And why on earth would I speak to you?" he asked. "Haven't you already done enough damage to my family, flailing around with random accusations?" "I only have one more accusation to make," Ginger said, the voice that came out of her mouth so confident and powerful that she barely recognized it as her own. "Or rather, your son does." Lifting her phone to the receiver on the intercom, she played the video Gus had left behind, hidden in the labyrinth of his uncompleted school assessments. She waited patiently while Arthur listened to his own voice telling his son to help move Callum to make the death look like suicide. He would hear himself tell Gus to get rid of the notebook where Callum had made notes about the bribes Arthur had offered him to pass Gus despite his failing grades. The video finished and Ginger replaced her phone in her pocket. "Would you care to speak on the matter more in private?" she asked. The intercom clicked as Arthur hung up. "Damn it," Ginger muttered, turning to look back at her brother in the car and spread her arms wide in a dramatic shrug. But then the gates began to open, eerily soundless in the pooling mist. Ginger briefly looked between the waiting house and the safety of her car. "Haven't got much left to Loza," she said quickly to herself, then walked through the gutties and up the drive. Chapter 31. The inside of the Amberley house was as expensive and stylish as it was brittle and impersonal. There were no personal photographs anywhere. The sofas looked like they were there for decoration, rather than for relaxing. Arthur, who had met her at the door wearing one of his classic green tweed suits, led the way through the echoing house. He took them to a large, dark, wooden-panelled room that was clearly his office. A fire burned in the open grate, casting the oppressively large oil paintings on the walls in a red sheen. Two large greyhounds sprawled by the fire, dozing on a beautiful woven rug that Ginger could immediately tell likely cost more than her house and car combined. Arthur took a seat behind a polished wooden desk, clearly designed to be intimidating. He didn't offer her the other chair, but Ginger took it anyway. "Thank you for agreeing to talk to me," she said, still with more confidence than she felt, unbuttoning her coat to give her pendant a better chance to record, but not removing her coat altogether. She didn't plan to stay a moment longer than was necessary. "I think this conversation has been a long time coming. And all it took was you violating the privacy of my deceased son as a framework for this preposterous blackmail attempt with a fake video," Arthur replied, slinging the words at her with hatred. He wielded his voice like a weapon, Ginger realized. He had such precise control over the pitch, tone, strength, inflection, and emotion. No wonder he had been able to convince, bully, threaten, and manipulate his way through the world of business with such success. "I think we both know that the video isn't fake," Ginger said, forcing herself to meet Arthur's steely gaze. She couldn't let him see through the thin veneer of control that she had over her fear. "The video will, of course, be passed on to the police, along with the entries in Gus's notebook where he talks about Zoe, your other son Simon, and how you were trying to bribe Callum West to make him pass Gus on his exams if he failed, which we both know Gus was very likely to do since he'd barely turned up to class all year." Ginger wasn't entirely certain that the notebook contained all those details exactly, but there were enough references to such things across Gus and Callum's entries that it wasn't objectively untrue either. "You were involved in the deaths of both Callum West and Zoe Palmer," Ginger said, stating it as a fact and not a question. "Your own son died in a way that, when you look deeper than the substances in his system and the note in his pocket, is not as simple as it seems." A vein began to pulse in Arthur's forehead, and Ginger tensed minutely, ready to bolt to her feet at the slightest sign of violence. But the Amberley patriarch then took a deep, calming breath, settled back in the tall black leather chair, and gave her a smile Ginger could only describe as wolfish. "Ah, the arrogance of youth," Arthur said mildly, voice dripping with superiority. "Do you think I haven't sat across from many other young, angry people before in my life, all of whom slung threats and insults at me? I've gone toe-to-toe with some of the most powerful, dangerous men in the world of finance and walked away the victor, as if you could scare me." "I'm not trying to scare you," Ginger said plainly, meaning it. "In fact, I don't really care about you at all. But Gus doesn't deserve to be remembered for his faults. His legacy shouldn't be for deaths that he didn't cause." "He won't be remembered at all," Arthur scoffed. "Augustus never did anything useful with his life and the opportunities I provided for him. All he did was squander my money, shame the Amberley name, and lose himself to alcohol and drugs just like his useless mother." He sniffed dismissively at the mention of Ivy. "A genetic fault on her side, no doubt. I thought having her bear a child while she was still in her prime at 20 would create a better chance of producing an offspring I could invest in, but alas." He sighed. "I received Augustus instead." A sickening cocktail of rage and aching sadness for Gus swirled in Ginger's stomach. Part of her knew that she should have expected such cruelty and callousness from the man, but it still caught her off guard. Despite her attempts to keep her face neutral, Arthur must have seen some of her anger. He leaned forward to rest his elbows on the desk, a grin on his face. "You're a very angry young woman, aren't you, Ginger?" he said, voice deceptively conversational. "It's not always visible, especially hidden away beneath that cutesy housewife persona you have there, with your cats and art and cooking. But the anger is always there, just beneath the surface, isn't it?" Ginger said nothing, wondering where he was going with this monologue. "You must feel a certain attraction toward violence, I imagine?" Arthur asked, his stiffly waxed grey moustache twitching as he gave a smirk. "You survived all that horror and bloodshed at Arlington Manor after all, didn't you? But what about further back?" Fear pulsed in Ginger's chest. What had he found out? He couldn't possibly know about that, could he? "You think you're the only one who has been digging around for dirt?" Arthur asked. "We all have skeletons under the floorboards, Ginger, or flagstones in your case." He cocked his head in faux interest, even though he no doubt already knew the answer he was seeking. "Most people don't swindle their way into a will as quickly as you did with dear old Mrs. Nelson. They certainly don't do it so well that they get a house out of it. Ginger blinked rapidly, seeing again the hospital bed, the bandages, the soft whimpers of pain in the dead of the night. She hadn't let herself properly think about June in months. Arthur clearly saw that he had hit a nerve, sitting back with a smug grin on his face. "Why don't you tell me exactly how you came to own that lovely home of yours? I'm sure Mrs. Nelson's death wasn't nearly as suspicious as it seems." Chapter 32. Following Arthur's demand, Ginger sent a level stare across the breadth of the desk that lay between them. She could tell that her lack of immediate reaction unsettled him. She let the silence stretch, maintaining eye contact, and letting a hint of a smile tug at her mouth. For the first time, she felt as if she had some sliver of power that Arthur Amberley didn't. Part of her mind was focused on the growing confusion on the Amberley patriarch's face, but Ginger was mostly thinking about June Nelson. June, up until a year or so ago, had been a huge personality in Greater and Little Chiswick. She worked with the Riding for the Disabled Association at the local equestrian centre, performed in every amateur dramatics production, and was a vocal environmental activist. Ginger had known June for the whole of her life, one of her earliest memories being sitting in June's garden, petting a giant English sheepdog named Minnie. When Ginger had lived in London, she'd all but forgotten about June and the village life she represented. However, following her breakdown a year or so before, when Ginger moved back to Little Chiswick, June had offered her the position of companion and live-in aide. For 6 wonderful months, Ginger had healed from the battering the capital city had given her. She rediscovered her love of cooking and baking under the watch of June's warm eyes, still bright with humour and intelligence even though they were becoming cloudy with cataracts in her old age. But tragedy had struck at the beginning of the year in the form of septicemia, after June had cut her hand on a rusty nail while digging in the garden. Within mere days, she was confined to a bed in the living room. Less than a week later she was gone, leaving Ginger as her sole beneficiary. The loss had hit Ginger hard, and she still found it difficult to think of her friend's bright smile without feeling a pulse of grief. But, here and now, the thought of how June would react in this moment just made Ginger smile. She could just imagine the tut and eye-roll June would make, hands on her soft, round waist, wearing her usual blue gingham house dress and green hunter wellies. "You know," Ginger said brightly, "June never liked you. She thought you were a pompous arse." Arthur blinked, genuinely surprised, and the reaction made Ginger laugh. "Honest," Ginger said, unable to stop her giggles. "She would always flip the bird to any of your cars when she saw them. And do you remember when you hosted that ridiculous Christmas ball here for all your fancy London friends? June turned all the signs put out to lead guests here so that they pointed in the opposite direction." Arthur stared at her in mute befuddlement. Now filled with very real confidence, Ginger leaned forward, setting her forearms on the desk in a pose very similar to the one Arthur had made to threaten her. All her laughter dissolved like water into steam from the force of her anger. "June was my friend. The fact that you think you can weaponize her sudden death to imply that I caused her passing to get her house is not only repulsive, but remarkably stupid," Ginger said, letting her face curdle with disgust. "You covered up the death of a 17-year-old girl. You bullied your son to the point where drugs seemed like his only escape. When you found Callum unresponsive in his office, instead of calling for help, your first thought was covering up that you tried to bribe him." She sat back and crossed her arms. "I'm sure the media sites will just love that video of you. Gus did a really good job of getting you face and voice in the shot while making sure you didn't see that he was filming." For a moment, Arthur's face went as white as the collar of his stiff, starched shirt collar. Ginger released a huff of laughter. "Yeah, good luck washing all that mud off the Amberley name." She tensed when Arthur reached down and opened a drawer in his desk, half expecting him to pull out a gun. Instead, and perhaps more expectedly, he lifted a checkbook and an understated gold fountain pen out onto the desk. No doubt Ryan, out in the car, was resisting every natural urge he had to not come charging in after her. Or at least she hoped he was resisting the urge. With her brother, she could never be sure. He could already be halfway through the hedge by now. "How much?" Arthur asked. There were a few beads of sweat on his temple which Ginger doubted were caused by the fire. Everyone has a price. So, how much? Callum didn't have a price, Ginger said quietly, leaning back in her chair. And neither do I. The only way this doesn't get sent to every gossip rag in the country is if you tell me about Zoe, about Callum, and about Gus. Tell me what you did to them. Yes, Arthur, do tell. Both Ginger and Arthur startled in surprise at the sound of Ivy's voice. The door was closed and it seemed as if she was speaking from thin air when Ginger noticed one foot, clad in a sleek leather slipper, hanging down from behind one of the heavy green velvet curtains at the window furthest away from the desk. The two dogs raised their heads as if they too hadn't realised their mistress was hidden in the room. Ivy rose to her feet, the ice in the glass she held clicking softly like little chains. There are already ghosts in this house, Ivy said, her words sharp even as she swayed slightly on her feet. Why not let the skeletons out too? Ginger, trying to find her balance again after the sudden shift in power in the room, looked between the husband and wife. Ivy sauntered over to the desk, her steps unsteady but determined. She nearly tripped over the edge of the rug, some of the liquid in her glass sloshing out, but she caught herself on one of the heavy leather armchairs angled toward the fire. I heard the video that she played over the intercom, Ivy said in a stage whisper, taking the final steps to the desk and propping her hip against it. The way you talked to my son, how you threatened him. Ginger winced as the other woman gave a hoarse laugh that reminded her of shattering glass. Arthur was staring at his trophy wife as if he'd never seen her before. I'd heard you talk to him that way here in this damned house so often. It felt like your voice never stopped echoing off the walls, but... She took a drink, tears spilling down cheekbones she had no doubt paid thousands to get so perfectly sculpted. Hearing it coming over the phone, knowing he didn't even get to escape you outside of this house, it hit me just how much I failed him by making him grow up around you. Arthur made a sound for the first time in a while, which was to scoff. You could have left whenever you wanted, he sneered, gripping the edge of the desk. But you cared more about your party weekends in Paris and designing terrible clothing collections that always failed than you cared about your whelp of a child. Ginger sank back in her chair, trying to make herself as quiet and invisible as she could. Ryan would be seeing, hearing, and recording all of this, and she didn't want to get thrown out by the warring couple now. I couldn't leave, Ivy shouted, throwing her glass across the room. Do you even remember how brutal the prenup your bastard lawyer drew up was? It would leave me with nothing. You would get all parental rights to Gus. I'd never be allowed to see him again until he was an adult, and by then I knew you'd have done enough damage that he'd never want to speak to me again. Interesting, Arthur snapped, considering you were the perfect example of an absent mother, and I wasn't the one who had a pill dispensary in my bathroom for Gus to go raiding at will. Has he told you about the girl yet? Ivy asked, swinging her wild gaze to Ginger, who tensed, preparing once more for flight. The one he carried out of the barn and put in his car and drove away with? She used to be here all the time with Gus, a friend from school. Ginger's stomach dropped. She'd hoped that Zoe hadn't been dumped in Pennyman Pond like a piece of rubbish thrown from a car window. There was no way to avoid her death being a tragedy, but there was something so devastatingly bleak about the fate she had suffered that it nearly broke Ginger's heart in half. He was just about to, she said between gritted teeth, narrowing her eyes at the Amberley patriarch. Her name was Zoe Palmer. I know who she was, Arthur said, and the lack of shame or regret in his voice made Ginger want to be sick. She was a damn fool, just like Augustus. As if I was going to let all those seedy little tabloids get hold of the story that I had a teenage girl die on my property while messing around with illegal substances. Always about protecting the precious Amberley name, Ivy snarled, except when it comes to my son, and then you're fine to let the world think he was involved in the death of that teacher. I need you to answer something, Arthur, Ginger said, holding up a placating hand to Ivy for a moment. Was Callum already dead when you got there? Neither you or Gus was involved in his actual death, just the staging afterwards? He was dead when we arrived, Arthur said, shrugging to appear relaxed, but his eyes kept darting around the room as if in search of some escape route. Well, he certainly wasn't breathing, but Gus immediately started poking around the body and the pills and the desk, trying to see if the man was alive. He clearly wasn't, and I knew that my pill-popping offspring would be one of the first that damn school pointed the finger at if one of their faculty members mysteriously turned up dead. Ginger swallowed hard several times, feeling as if she was going to pass out. "You're pathetic," Ivy said, dropping down to sit on the floor. She began to cry quietly. "Did you know that the autopsy couldn't tell if the pills or asphyxiation was the cause of death for Callum?" she asked softly. "Basically, if you had called someone, they might have been able to resuscitate him." "You don't know that," Arthur said, even as sweat beaded on his forehead. "And neither will anyone else." "Actually," Ginger said, getting to her feet and keeping her balance even as she went lightheaded, "I streamed this entire conversation and will be passing it on to the appropriate authorities. Let's hope you've got good water pressure because it's going to be damn near impossible getting this mud off your name." On the floor, Ivy began to laugh hysterically, pressing her hands over her face as she began to sob her son's name. All colour drained from Arthur's face and his jaw went slack with shock. Without another word, Ginger walked out of the study, the house, and the estate. As she walked up the drive to see her brother standing by the front gates, waving frantically, she couldn't muster the energy to wave back. Today had been a breakthrough, it was a victory. So why didn't it feel like one? Chapter 33. "So you're not looking into the case anymore?" Maggie asked over the phone, the sound of drawers being opened and closed punctuating her question. "No, I'm done with trying to find all the answers," Ginger replied, carefully arranging a log stack of shortbread biscuits in the woodland clearing of Colin's cake. After sitting there, listening to Arthur speak about Zoe and Callum, and even his own son in the way he did, I'm quite happy to leave it to Klimek and his detectives now. "Still calling him Klimek, I see, and not Jacob," Maggie said, swearing as it sounded like she tripped over something. "I take it the two of you are still on less than friendly terms." "You could say that." Ginger began using her mechanical airbrush on the logs, using edible paint to make the buttery stack look like rough bark. She sighed, pausing in her decoration. "If Ryan and I hadn't sent him the video Gus recorded of Arthur, as well as the recording I took of Arthur's confession, he would have been about ready to throw me back in the cells for another night for wasting police time." "He does know you were acting with good intentions, right?" Maggie asked. "The guy is acting like you deliberately set out to mangle this case and his career." "I don't think that really matters," Ginger said, pausing to assess her work. "Whether it was with good intentions or not, I broke his trust and put his career at risk. I don't blame him for reacting in the way he has. It's just so weird for Jacob to speak to me like I'm a stranger when I've known him pretty much my whole life." On the other end of the phone, Maggie sighed in a way that sounded like she knew this feeling too well. "Hey, it just happens sometimes, sweets, but at least you lost a friend over something worthwhile and meaningful, better than losing him over petty drama or just gradually drifting apart." "I guess," Ginger murmured, her heart aching as Bonnie appeared in her mind's eye. They hadn't spoken in days. The few messages they'd exchanged were half-hearted and stilted. "You know, Maggie, I'm sorry. I haven't been a very good friend the past few weeks." Her friend sighed. "Gin, you've been going through some stuff just like we all do from time to time, and you've invited me to a Halloween party where I get to eat my body weight in your delicious food. Your apology is more than accepted." Ginger grinned, glad that Maggie couldn't see her tears of relief. "Good to know I can always buy forgiveness from you with food." Maggie scoffed. You really should have known that already. Now can we please discuss a very important topic, which is that I can't fit this very cute pair of boots I bought or my Halloween costume into my overnight bag. What am I supposed to do?" Ginger laughed. "Aren't you driving here?" she asked, putting aside the airbrush and instead taking up a fine-tipped paintbrush. "Surely you don't need to fit it all in one bag if you're driving." "No, I'm taking several buses." Sounds of strenuous grunting came over the phone. "My jackass of a housemate. Oof, that's really quite a squeeze there," Backed into my car in the dark. Smashed all the backlights. Sweet Lord, this bag is going to kill me. Ugh, that sucks. Ginger dipped the brush into the little pool of edible paint and began adding minute details and textures to the logs. Maybe just take a second bag? Bold of you to assume someone as small as me is able to wrangle 2 bags on and off buses, Maggie puffed, voice more distant as if she had moved away from the phone. Hey, did you ever find any trace of Zoe's parents? Ryan thinks he might have traced the father moving to Bristol a few months after Zoe died, but there's next to nothing, Ginger replied. I have 0 evidence, but I think we can assume that if Zoe's parents started asking questions about whether Gus was involved, Arthur would have pressured them to stay quiet and leave the area. You know, although this whole thing has been tragic from beginning to end, it's Zoe who really breaks my heart, Maggie said, her Scottish accent going soft and serious. She's like a ghost. No one knows anything about her from when she was alive. There wasn't a charity event at the academy, Ginger added in a murmur, not like they did for Gus. I looked for any trace of one, but there was nothing. Exactly. Maggie went quiet for a moment. There was no outcry or mourning. No newspapers wrote columns about her like they did for Gus. Even now, when Arthur might be getting charged with having a role in her death, not even her parents have come forward to say anything. She might as well never have existed, like a painting that no one ever saw before it got tossed on a fire and went up in smoke. Ginger thought of the dark-eyed, serious girl who only remained as a shadow on her Instagram. Had her parents approved of her septum piercing? Were Zoe's fashion choices of gauzy, ethereal dresses something she'd picked up from her mother? Or had she developed the style herself? What had she wanted to study at university? I just hope Arthur's involvement going public will help someone remember her, Maggie said softly. Nothing about Arthur has been made public yet, as far as I know. Ginger added a few more bark details, then sat back to check the shading. I saw him driving around the village earlier today. Looks like he hasn't been arrested for anything yet. It has been less than a day, remember? I guess Clemek will be wanting to make sure any charges they bring forward for Callum and Zoe's deaths are watertight, Maggie scoffed. Arthur's lawyers will no doubt be doing everything that they can to keep him out of jail. The cockroaches. Ginger set down the brush, wiping a stray drip of paint off her thumb onto her jeans. You know, all of this started because I didn't believe that Callum would commit suicide, but it does kind of look like that's what happened. You don't think Arthur killed him to cover up the bribes? Maggie sounded slightly out of breath. Honestly, no, I don't, Ginger said, taking a sip of her tea as if the heat could warm the cold knot that had been sitting in her stomach for the past day. Sure, he lacks basic empathy and has shown a disregard for human life, but he wouldn't risk himself by actually killing someone. Well, at least he's got that going for him. The sarcasm dripped off Maggie's voice. Can we stop talking about dead people now, please? It's breaking my heart and I can't spend my first weekend off in 2 months crying. Sure. Ginger took another drink of her tea, then set it safely out of reach of both the cake stand and Nina, who was sleeping on a pile of crates and blankets beside the table. I can't wait to see you. We're still on to go and visit Susan, yes? She said she would teach us her secret to a perfect Victoria sponge. I am so ready to learn all her secret ways, Maggie sing-songed. Have you patched things up with the hot Welsh teacher yet? Since you helped solve the case, he gets some of the glory by association, right? He should be grateful you let him help. Ginger grimaced. I haven't spoken to Reese since we yelled at each other in the academy car park, she said, wincing at the memory. I don't know, Mags. I feel like I might have burnt that particular bridge. Nonsense, Maggie said confidently. Invite him to Colin's party as an apology. Seduce him with your baking. Maggie! Ginger flushed, looking around as if someone might overhear even though she was alone apart from the cats. I am not trying to seduce anyone, particularly not Reese. Her friend snorted a laugh. Girl, I stalked that TILF Instagram the girls at the school set up and I promise you, you are definitely trying to seduce him. You just don't know it yet. You're a menace, Maggie McFelder, Ginger squeaked, prompting peals of laughter over the phone. From the chair in the corner, Miles sent her a vaguely judgmental look out of his one good eye. "I have to go," Ginger said when Maggie finally got her giggles under control. "I'm doing the catering for the Bowls Club today, but I want to get set up early so I can come back here and finish the last bits for the cake for the party tomorrow." "No problem, sweets, I need to run for my first bus," Maggie said, the jingle of keys punctuating her statement. "I'll see you in a few hours, I guess." "Can't wait to hug you," Ginger said, temporarily packing away her tools. "God knows I need it." After saying goodbye to her friend and shooing the cats out of the garage as she left, Ginger looked back at the half-constructed sugar and cake forest, waiting for the cabin and the final details. The cake, and the family celebration it represented, was such a welcome return of normalcy that she nearly cried looking at it. All the unanswered questions about Callum and Gus and Zoe and the unknown arsonist, the hows, whys, whens, wheres and whos, would have to remain that way. Ginger could see how close she had come to losing so much. She wasn't going to do anything else to risk it all again. It was time to leave the ghosts where they belonged and get on with the business of living. Chapter 34. Ginger arrived at the recreation centre earlier than usual. Stacking the several boxes of delicacies high in her arms, she kicked the door of her car shut and started walking, almost blind, toward the front door. When she reached it, however, Ginger realised that she faced an entirely new dilemma, which was how she was going to open the door. She swore softly to herself, wondering if she could set the precariously balanced boxes down without any of them falling in the process. Before she had to make the decision, a saviour appeared in the form of the caretaker, Becky. Hearing footsteps on the gravel path that ran through the little garden surrounding the recreation centre, Ginger turned to see the small, slight woman walking toward the open boot of her car, carrying what appeared to be a large can of petrol in each hand. "Becky!" Ginger called, her voice slightly muffled by the fact she was using her chin to keep the boxes stable. "Help!" She didn't realise that the other woman hadn't seen her until she startled violently at the sound of Ginger's voice. One of the cans slipped from her grasp, landing on its side with a heavy thud, and the audible sloshing of the liquid inside. "Ginger!" Becky gasped, pressing a hand to her frail chest. "You frightened me." "I'm sorry," Ginger pleaded apologetically. "I know I'm earlier than usual. I just need to get into the hall to set up. It's Colin's retirement party tomorrow and I need to finish his cake." Becky set down the other petrol can and pulled a set of keys out of the pocket of her long, waxed raincoat. "It's not a bother," she said, scurrying over to the door. "The heating is still warming up the hall, though, so it will be rather cold in there, and I don't have the tables out yet. I just thought I had a few more minutes to get everything ready for you." "I can do that, don't worry," Ginger said, stepping back to allow the smaller woman to open the door. "And by the way, I'm sorry I didn't come over for a chat at the Fox's Den the other night. I was just exhausted." "What?" Becky's thin, pale brows drew together in confusion, and she gave a nervous little smile. "I don't remember you snubbing me. So, consider yourself in the clear, I suppose." Eager to break the awkward tension that had appeared like a bad smell as she followed the other woman through the door and into the chilly recreation centre, Ginger asked, "Are you planning a bit of a road trip?" Again, Becky gave her a confused frown. "What do you mean?" Ginger shivered in the cold hall as Becky flicked on all the lights. "It's just a lot of petrol, that's all." "Oh, yes," Becky said vaguely, but added nothing more, leaving Ginger cringing in the dead air. "I really need to go and finish up with that." "Of course." Ginger wandered toward the kitchen, trying not to appear too eager to leave the conversation. "Where are the tables so I can start setting up?" "There is a storage cupboard downstairs in the basement," Becky said from the other doorway. "The keys are on the desk in my office if it's not already open." "Thanks," Ginger said, seeing an exit from the awkwardness, but Becky unexpectedly reeled her back in. "You know, I've heard a lot of gossip around the village about you recently," she said, "about looking into this business with the Amberleys and such." Ginger instinctively tensed her shoulders, but the other woman's tone wasn't unkind or accusatory. "I just wanted to say that I think it was good and right of you to do what you did," Becky said, her voice unexpectedly firm. "That family has been a blight on this village for too long." Still balancing the boxes, Ginger laughed uncomfortably. "Well, I wasn't trying to take the Amberleys down or anything," she said. "It wasn't some kind of vendetta, and it's really up to the police if anyone gets arrested for anything." "Oh, I doubt Arthur will see a minute of prison time," Becky said, a bitter smile pulling at her pinched cheeks. "I've watched him do more than enough over the years for multiple sentences, but no one ever cares. The problem gets drowned with money. He pays off or threatens journalists to not write about the few times his bad behaviour actually gained some public attention. His lawyers make sure the police can't ever pin him down for anything." She gave a bleak chuckle that made Ginger's heart ache with empathy for whatever this woman had gone through. "I almost married him, you know," Becky continued, suddenly very chatty. "I was young. Far too young. He was over twice my age. Arthur could be charming when he wanted to be. So I got swept off my feet and into his bed and, well, you can guess the rest, until he got bored of me. Threw me aside." For a moment, Ginger thought of Simon, the rejected, illegitimate child, and couldn't help but wonder if... But no, Becky looked nothing like the pictures of Simon that Ginger had seen. "He and his lawyers bullied me into signing an NDA," Becky said with another grating laugh. "Made sure I couldn't slander him to the press or tell anyone about our affair without getting sued to death." "But you're telling me now," Ginger said. "I mean, I'm obviously not going to tell anyone, but you don't seem worried about me knowing." The shrug Becky gave lacked any shred of care. "I've got nothing left to lose. I'm sure you have something good in your life." She wasn't quite sure how she had ended up in this position, but Ginger was becoming increasingly alarmed about Becky's state of health. "Look, why don't we go and have a cup of tea and you can sample these goodies before everyone else? I'm happy to listen if you need to talk some things out." Becky shook her head, an almost serene smile on her face. No, dear, not at all. You've got that lovely cake to finish for Colin. I'm fine, I promise. Just got a little emotional there, silly me. But then the whole business of the Amberley boy killing that lovely teacher at the school before offing himself has got everyone on edge, I think." "A cup of tea really might be a good idea for you," Ginger said carefully, not daring to move to put the boxes down. She had no idea if Becky was dangerous, but it was clear that she wasn't entirely in her right mind and Ginger didn't want to inadvertently set her off. "I don't like speaking ill of the dead," Becky said, as if Ginger hadn't said anything at all. "But the Amberley boy really did just prove that they're all from rotten stock." She tutted, shaking her head. "What kind of person, when they find someone unresponsive, takes the bottle of pills off the desk instead of getting help?" Ginger frowned. The only people who knew that the pill bottle had been on the desk were Arthur, Gus, and anyone who had seen Gus's video. There was no way that Becky would be one of those people. Gus could have taken the pills from anywhere in the room. So why had Becky specifically said the desk? An awful suspicion began to grow in Ginger's gut, one that she desperately hoped was her overactive imagination or paranoia. "Gus had his faults, there's no denying that," she said slowly. "But he was also a young man in a lot of pain. You've said yourself how awful Arthur is. Imagine growing up with someone like that bullying you for your entire life?" Becky shook her head, the motion jerky and slightly too fast. Ginger felt cold sweat begin to trickle down her spine as she realised that the woman in front of her was rapidly spiralling. No, Becky muttered. He was bad like his father, but with the mother's weakness, all that selfishness, all those drugs, breaking everything good around him. "But he also loved horses," Ginger said, wishing she hadn't left her phone in her car today of all days. "And he would doodle in his notebooks like any other kid. He did the Club of Nerds with Callum, the teacher at the academy." As soon as she mentioned Con, Ginger knew she'd made a mistake. Becky twitched as if she'd been electrocuted and her eyes went wide. The feeling of sinking dread in Ginger's stomach only got worse as she realised there was only one reason Becky would react to the mention of a club consisting of only 3 people. "He was very fond of Zoe," Ginger said softly, blinking away the tears that sprung up in her eyes. I know you think he was to blame for her dying, and maybe that's true in a way, but he cared for her very much. I've read his diary. She was a precious friend to him. Again, Becky shook her head sharply. He killed my baby, she hissed. My Zoe was left in that pond like a bag of rubbish, and he got to keep living his charmed life. No, no. The look she gave Ginger was equal parts heartbreaking and terrifying. You did what you could to humble the Amberleys, but I did the real work, she said, determination in her voice. And now I have to finish what I've started. Ginger's thoughts flashed to the cans of petrol outside on the path, and the shadowed figure running across the lawn of the Amberley estate in the dark, leaving flickering flames in their wake. Making a choice, Ginger dropped the boxes and lunged toward Becky. She needed to stop the woman from leaving, or she had no doubt that the house at the Amberley estate would be greeting the night as a pile of smouldering cinders. Chapter 35. Although not expecting Ginger's move, Becky was somehow faster. Whirling out of the door into the hall, she slammed it shut behind her, leaving Ginger to stumble and grasp at empty air. By the time Ginger had regained her balance and wrenched open the door, Becky was already outside the front doors. Racing across the entrance foyer, Ginger slammed up against the glass-panelled windows just as Becky finished locking the doors. "Whatever you're going to do, please don't," Ginger pleaded, pressing her hands to the glass. "There are other ways, Becky. I promise." The smile Becky Palmer gave her was achingly sad, and suddenly she looked like the gentle mother she had once been, rather than the distraught shell of a woman she had become. She pressed her hand, palm to Ginger's with the cold glass between them. "I tried all the other ways," she said, and Ginger could see the depth of exhaustion in her eyes. "For a year following Zoe's death, I did everything I could to get people to realise that the Amberleys were to blame. But the police dismissed my Zoe as just another tragic teenager making stupid decisions. None of the papers would take my story thanks to Arthur's influence. Even my own husband told me that I needed to accept it, that I needed to move on." She slapped the glass with the flat of both hands, making Ginger flinch back. "And I thought I could," Becky ground out, spittle flying from her lips as she ascended once more in the stratosphere of her rage, "that I could think what everyone else thought about my precious girl. But I knew they were wrong. I knew that Amberley boy was to blame. Like father. Like son." "Becky, I'm sorry about what happened to Zoe," Ginger said, growing more and more desperate. "More than most people, I imagine. I know what happened to her, the whole story of that night. But are you truly telling me that she would want you to go through with this plan? What if you accidentally kill someone in the house? Would you want that on your conscience?" "Oh, sweet girl," Becky said, voice growing soft again. "I am far beyond the point of no return, and I have no intention to try and double back now." "Becky, please wait, please," Ginger begged, shaking the doors as Becky rushed away from the doors. Grabbing the 2 petrol cans from where she had left them, Zoe's mother flung them into her beaten-up old Land Rover. Moments later, the engine revved and she roared out of the tiny car park in a spray of grit and exhaust fumes. Ginger swore, slamming her fists on the glass before racing back into the building. "Please let that set of keys include copies for the outer doors," she muttered to herself. Bursting into the small, dimly lit office, Ginger began tearing it apart in search of keys. She paused only to grab the phone and call the police. After giving a brief summary of the situation and being assured that officers were being dispatched right away, Ginger hung up and called Jacob. His mobile number had been the same for 5 years. She knew it by heart. Pressing the phone to her ear with her shoulder as it rang, Ginger dug through the drawers of the desk, searching for the keys. She found invoices, paper clips, stray balloons and a plastic spoon, but no keys. The call went to voicemail. Swearing, Ginger hung up and called her brother instead, hoping he was at home as his house number was the only number of his that she could remember. 3 rings and he picked up. "Hello?" "You need to call Jacob and tell him that Becky is going to try and kill the Amberleys," Ginger said all in one breath, her eye catching on a practical brown handbag left on the chair in the corner. "She's got petrol and a lot of rage, Ryan. Police are on the way, but Jacob needs to know." "I'm sorry, what?" Ryan sounded baffled. You're going to need to backtrack a few steps for me here, Gin. Zoe's mother is Becky, the caretaker here at the recreation centre, Ginger said, unzipping the bag and emptying it out on the chair. She set the first fire at the Amberley estate, and now she's going back to finish the job of burning it all, probably including Arthur, as revenge for her daughter. Her brother swore, and she heard a sudden surge of movement as he leapt into action. "Okay, I'll call Klimek now," he said. "I'll drive to his house myself if I need to, although if it's Sunday he's most likely down at the Fox's Den." "Well, hurry up," Ginger barked, rummaging through the detritus of life that the handbag had given up. "I'm currently locked in the rec centre, but as soon as I find some keys, I'm going after her." "Are you sure about that?" Ryan asked, a door closing and then what sounded like he was jogging. "If police are on the way, you don't need to go anywhere near this, Gin. They're trained for situations such as this, you're not." "But they have no idea of the context," Ginger said, pushing aside. "What if they make things?" She cut herself off as she picked up a small plastic pill bottle from the pile. The prescription was made out to a Ms. Rebecca Peters and listed an address for the high street in Greater Chiswick. But what Ginger immediately noticed was that the prescription was for the same painkiller as Callum's. "I think she might have killed Callum," she said faintly. "What did you say? I didn't hear you," Ryan said, his car revving in the background. "I'll tell you later," Ginger said, pocketing the pill bottle and triumphantly picking up the keys which lay beneath. "I'm hanging up so you can call Jacob." Tossing the phone onto the desk, Ginger dashed back out to the front doors, fumbling with the keys. There she found a small group of confused Bowls Club members gathered outside the doors, including her mother and Colin. "Oh, hello, Ginny," Dorothy said, waving. "Why are the doors locked? I saw Becky's car is gone. Did she accidentally lock you in there, sweetie?" "Mum," Ginger said tightly with a forced smile as she began trying each of the keys, "I love you so very much, but I really cannot begin to explain how complicated things are in this exact moment." "Is everything all right, love?" Colin asked gently, ignoring his wife's look of astonishment. "Very much not," Ginger said, by some miracle choosing the right key on her second guess and yanking open the door. "I love you both, but I need to go." Leaving the group staring after her in bewilderment, Ginger leapt into her car and went roaring off in the direction of the Amberley estate. She just hoped she would get there in time. Chapter 36. Smoke served as a beacon for Ginger as she drove to the Amberley estate. Her mouth was dry with fear, and she found herself crushing the wheel in her grip. What was already burning? She couldn't stop thinking about the pills in her pocket, about how Becky had known where the pills had been left in Callum's office. Maybe it was a lucky guess, but something, some gut instinct, after looking into the desperate woman's eyes, told her it wasn't. Did she blame Callum for bringing Zoe and Gus together, seeing him as the one who set her daughter on the road to destruction? Ginger couldn't see any other reason for Becky to harbour any kind of animosity toward Callum. She could see no place where their lives would naturally interact. Arriving at the entrance to the estate, she found the gates hanging from their hinges like the limp wings of a broken bird. The trees that in the night had been so dark and foreboding huddled together in fear. They seemed to be trying to back toward the hedge, shrinking away from the fire that was lazily licking its way up the walls of the main house. The flames used the dying roses and honeysuckle to claw ever higher, tapping on the panes of the upper windows with curious fingers. Arthur's greyhounds paced back and forth on the lawn with their shaking tails tucked between their legs. Becky's Land Rover was half buried in the wreckage of the conservatory pinned to the side of the house. One of the upstairs windows suddenly exploded in shards of glass as it was smashed from the inside, and Ginger caught the briefest glimpse of Becky before she backed away from the opening. Moments later, smoke began to surge from the jagged hole, the boundless access to oxygen feeding the greedy fire within. Most concerning of all, however, was the complete absence of any police or fire vehicles. Lowering her window with the manual crank in the door, Ginger listened in vain for the sound of approaching sirens. All she could hear on the still air was the low whoosh of the fire growing in strength, the occasional wails of distress from the greyhounds, and the distant sound of screaming. Chewing on her lip, panic beginning to rise in her chest, Ginger hesitated. Time was rapidly running out for whoever remained in the house, especially if Becky continued her Bertha Mason act of setting the whole place alight. "Not even Arthur Amberley deserves to burn to death," Ginger muttered to herself, throwing the car into gear and driving toward the house. Parking a safe distance away from the rapidly growing blaze, she left the doors of the car open and called to the greyhounds. "Get in there and stay safe," she called, gesturing energetically to the back seat. "Come on, you big, dumb, beautiful things. Get in there." As soon as the dogs began to move toward the car, Ginger left them to it. She hurried around the side of the house toward where Becky had crashed her Land Rover into the conservatory. The heat coming from the building was already intimidating, and Ginger had to ignore every single primal instinct that told her to run far and fast from what was almost certain death. Instead, she looked around and, after spotting a nearby stone horse trough that had been turned into a water feature, pulled off her zip-up hoodie. Dunking it in the freezing water, Ginger draped it over her head, shuddering as several droplets trickled down her neck. "Better than nothing," she said to herself before taking a bracing breath. Stepping through the gaping hole left by the Land Rover, Ginger slipped inside the house. The clouds of smoke were overwhelming, pressing the wet clothing over her nose and mouth to help with the billowing smoke. Ginger was horrified to see little drips of petrol trailing all over the floor, just waiting to be set ablaze. All it would take would be one spark, and the whole ground floor would become a maze of fire. From somewhere in the house there came a muffled scream of panic. Praying to whoever might be listening that the police and fire services were on their way, Ginger pivoted several times on the spot, trying to pin down the source of the sound. She swore she could hear the breathing of the fire upstairs as it sucked in great gasps of air in the midst of its feeding frenzy. The scream came again, this time with muffled cries for help. Following the sound, Ginger found herself going in the same direction she had the day before, when she'd followed Arthur to his oppressive study. Unlike the day before, however, the door was closed. Shoving it open, Ginger gasped in relief to see Ivy and Arthur both alive and safe, even if they both were tightly tied to chairs. What was less of a relief was the sight of Becky pouring the contents of a petrol can over her head, a shotgun clutched in the other hand. "Rebecca," Ginger said carefully, keeping her body safely hidden behind the heavy wooden door, "we need to get everyone out of here before the ceiling starts coming down." At the sound of her name, the woman whirled in surprise. Her eyes were wide and glassy, her cheeks were tinged a girlish pink. She looked almost euphoric. "You don't have to do this part with us if you don't want to, Ginger," she said, the petrol dripping from her wild hair. "But you do seem to love being a part of things that aren't your business. You don't have to do this." Ginger hoped she wasn't imagining the distant wail of sirens. "We can all get out here before the fire gets any worse." "But when I do this, it will all finally end," she said, as if it made the most sense in the world. "I won't have to go about my life anymore knowing that the people responsible for killing my sweet girl are out there enjoying their lives." "Like Callum?" Ginger asked, taking the pill bottle out of her pocket and rattling it. "You overdosed him using your pills, didn't you? Then left his own out as a distraction." "I saw him at the pharmacy," Becky said, almost dreamily, swaying from side to side. "Living his life, dealing with the niggling problems of encroaching age. All things my Zoe will never get because he decided to push her and your destructive spawn." This she spat in the direction of Arthur and Ivy. "Together into that stupid club." Ginger could hear the sirens getting closer, but she could also hear the fire gaining power. Cracks were beginning to spider across the ceiling, the plaster and paint cracking in the heat from above. "Your boy dragged my angel to hell and walked away unscathed," Becky said, pounding her chest with a fist in a storm of rage. "All I did was put things back to how it should have been, that he took too many pills instead of her. Maybe now you understand the pain of seeing your only child pulled from a muddy pond where someone tossed them without a care." Ivy let out a wail of despair before going totally limp. Arthur, perhaps for the first time in his life, was silent. Becky turned back to Ginger, her whole body seeming to deflate. "Callum locked my own daughter away from me," she said quietly, suddenly sounding exhausted. I can't read any of the dozens of notebooks she filled with that wretched code. I can help you translate the code, Ginger offered gently, looking around for what Becky might be planning to use to set herself alight. One of the teachers at the school, Reese, figured it out. You can read everything Zoe wrote. This seemed to give Becky pause, something almost like hope flickering across her face. But it didn't catch, and her eyes went flat once more. If I don't finish this, then every terrible thing I've done for Zoe will be for nothing, she said, her voice so quiet Ginger barely heard her. I think the only thing Zoe would want, Ginger said softly, would be for her mum to stay alive. The sound of the siren surrounded the house now, and everyone in the study could hear the shouts of the fire officers as they got to work tackling the blaze. Ginger's eyes filled with tears of relief and empathy as she watched all the resistance leave Rebecca's body. The woman nodded slowly, fear filling her face as the calls of the first fire officers echoed through the house. I just wanted to forget that she was gone, Becky said, almost helplessly. I wanted to stop missing her. I'll bring a piece of her back to you, Ginger said solemnly, not breaking eye contact as fire officers flooded into the study. I promise. Chapter 37. 2 days later, and the smell of smoke hung in the air around Ginger for quite a different reason. It was Halloween and Colin's retirement party was coming to a close with an astounding fireworks display worthy of the air tattoo. Watching the sky explode with light and colour from her place beneath the oldest and most wrinkled of the apple trees in the back garden of her mother's and Colin's cottage, Ginger allowed herself to feel the smallest slice of contentment. Life was still complicated, of course. She had a lot of questions to answer for Jacob, a promise to keep to Becky, who was currently in a secure hospital, and several friendships to patch up. But it felt like there was hope and a positive future waiting, even on this night of Samhain when winter triumphed over spring once more. Because spring always returned, head held high with her green and leafy crown, to take the world into the days of warmth and growth once more. Hey, Reese said, strolling up to stand beside her. One hand was tucked into his pocket, but the other carried a plate that he held out to her. I brought you some cake, he said, tone almost shy. It's pretty much all gone and, well, I thought you might like the last bit of the ginger cake cabin. Setting her glass of mulled cider into the crook of one of the tree's branches, Ginger took the offered fork and split the sticky slice down the middle. We'll share, she said with a smile. Consider it part 300 of my apology. Reese groaned, shaking his head with a laugh. I knew I was going to regret making a joke about an infinite apology, he said ruefully, especially since I should do some apologizing myself. I've behaved like an ass on multiple occasions recently, for which I can only say I'm sorry and promise that I'm usually far more mellow. Ginger hummed in thought as she took another bite. The cake had come out perfectly. Sweet, sticky, warm and spicy. I feel like we can all be excused for some poor behaviour, she said. For obvious reasons. Still, Reese said, still arguing his point, I do appreciate you inviting me and my ma to this party. She's been struggling to get out and meet people since the move, but she seems to have taken quite a shine to all three of your parents. Only trouble can come from that, I promise you, Ginger said ominously. Over by the bonfire, Colin, Dorothy, Ian and Reese's mother Bella were clustered together, drinks in hands. Their laughter poured from their mouths in clouds of steam, snippets of their conversation reaching Ginger's ears between the shrieks and whistles of the fireworks. Honestly, she said, gesturing with her fork to a shadowy, hunched figure brooding under the pergola, the fact that my brother came means I'm calling tonight a night of miracles. I haven't seen him and Colin in the same room since before I left for uni. And I haven't heard Ma laugh this much since before my da died, Reese said, raising his glass. I'll drink to a night of miracles. Ginger! Yelled Maggie, stumbling out of the orchard with two other gasping, giggling figures who it quickly became obvious were Bonnie and Mariah. Come and join the fun. One of your mum's friends is teaching us how to do a pagan rite for the winter solstice. All three of them were in various animal costumes, but with the added pizzazz of glow in the dark necklaces, bracelets and headbands. "Ah, yes," Ginger said seriously, looking down at her own rushed attempt at a cat. "Exactly as the Celts intended." "Well, when you're done flirting with our colleague here," Bonnie said, skipping up to Ginger and twirling her in a circle despite Ginger's laughing protests, "come and find us amongst the trees." "So if you're lucky, the orgy won't have started by the time you get there," Maggie called as she scampered back into the orchard with a whoop. Ginger was glad for the cover of darkness, for she was certain her face would be bright red. Another firework went off above, giving her a burst of bright white light, just long enough for her to see that Rhys was giving her a shy but amused grin. "We wouldn't want to miss the orgy," he joked, finishing the cake and then offering her the crook of his arm like a gentleman. "May I escort you into the deep dark woods for nefarious purposes, dear lady?" As she took Rhys's arm, a flash of memory played in her mind's eye of sitting beside June in her final days. Despite her pain and the shock of having the end arrive far sooner than she expected, Ginger remembered her friend losing herself to peals of laughter one evening over some little anecdote that Ginger had told. When Ginger asked her how she could laugh at such a time, June, in her typical straightforward manner, had said, "Laughter is the best kind of food for the soul. Dwelling on sadness for too long makes your soul skinny, and you know I've always had a big appetite, ducky." The laughter bubbled up out of Ginger like she was a sticky toffee pudding filled with too much syrup. It was difficult to believe that after such a hellish month filled with so much loss and tragedy and worry, that she could still find it in her to laugh. But June was right. A skinny soul came from not feeding it the right amount of love and forgiveness and curiosity, and most of all, laughter. So Ginger fed her soul with her laughter, removing the hollows and protruding bones that the last few weeks of sadness had hollowed out. Then, with her arm still securely tucked through Rhys's, Ginger stepped into the dark. The whirling lights of glow sticks and sparklers beckoned, underscored by the chatter of people she loved. She was ready to try another flavour of soul food.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.